And welcome. It's Ari Rosenbaum here, that 401k National Virtual Conference. Hopefully the people are coming in as there we go. When you start the event, the participant head count starts going up. But anyway, thank you for joining me here for the next 2 days. For many of you, well, for the few of you, we tried a national event back in March, but there was this little thing called COVID that hampered everything. It's pretty hard to have a national event when there's a global pandemic that's starting in the United States. We had a couple of days of fun, but ever since then, we've been doing virtual events. And obviously, a few months back, I realized that a live national event was just not going to happen. So we decided to go with the virtual route, and I appreciate everybody being a part of it, especially our sponsors and of course our attendees. And the first thing I wanted to do is introduce the bronze sponsors before we talk to Ron Neering, who's in Washington, D.C., which these days looks like a armed military camp. I want to introduce James Moyna from JMM CPAs. He'll talk a couple minutes about his services, and then we'll talk to Marcus Thorstad from Schwab, who, of course, both of them were great help by being bronze sponsors for these events. James?
Okay, thank you, Ari, and good morning, everyone. Welcome to today and tomorrow's conference. Thanks again, Ari, for setting this up. I'm James Moyna. I'm the founder of the firm JMM CPA. We are an accounting firm that has specialized in the audits of qualified retirement plans. In fact, it's the only thing we do. We do plan audits only. We've got about 100 such audits that we're doing now across 11 states. And we take a very unique approach to audits that looks like starting early and finishing ahead of that 7-month deadline. It's also a process that we've designed that helps to identify issues, if any, and isolate those issues to the year in which they occur, and typically fix them within the year in which they occur. We call that the planning ahead component of our firm tagline. The other thing that we do that is relatively unique is we'll make a 10% of revenue contribution to charity at the close of the audit. And we call that the giving back component of our firm tagline. We feel as though we've been very blessed, and we like to share those blessings with the community around us. So if you know of any plan sponsors out there that are in need of specialized, quality, efficient audit services, you can find us at www.jmoynacpa.com. That's jmoynacpa.com. And we'd be happy to talk to you about how we might be able to help. Thanks, Ari.
Thank you. And it was great to see you. I always, when we had live events, Chicago and Atlanta, so you were a great part of those events as well. Our next bronze sponsor, Marcus from Schwab. Thank you for being a part of this event.
Thank you very much, Ari. We are excited to be a sponsor of this great conference. I recently joined Charles Schwab from TD Ameritrade as the integration continues to take place. I just want to highlight some of the great services from Charles Schwab Retirement Business Services. For those of you that may have now interacted with us, we provide trust and custody services to defined contribution and defined benefit plans through a network of about 140 independent TPA record keepers. We also support collective trust funds as well as health savings accounts and HSA providers. Along with Schwab's great services to better support the defined benefit plan market space, we have Schwab Retirement Advisor Portfolio, which is a hybrid of both Schwab Advisor Services, our brokerage platform, and Charles Schwab Trust Bank, so that advisors can create more tactical strategies and create more efficiencies for administrators of plans. And of course, we also have Schwab Retirement Technologies, great technology solution for record keepers and TPAs, as well as Schwab's self-directed brokerage account solution, which we call Personal Choice Retirement Accounts, PCRA. along with Schwab's bundled solution and our unbundled custody solution. PCRA also works with a number of great providers like Empower, Nationwide, Transamerica, Voya, and others. Thank you again, Ari, for having us. We're excited to be a sponsor, and to all of you, enjoy the rest of the conference.
Thank you so much, Marcus. If for those who don't have an agenda, you could go to jdsuper.com, type in that 401k National Virtual Conference agenda, and you will get the 2-page agenda items. We're going to try our best to hold to the 5:30. That's always been the biggest part of my day, is trying to get us on time. I want to mention that at 12 o'clock, maybe a couple minutes before 12 o'clock, we're going to talk to Walt Frazier. Walt Frazier, of course, is Hall of Famer, New York Knicks, and of course, right now, the TV analyst for the Knicks for the last few years. He's going to be on at noon. He's only going to have a half hour with us. We'll ask questions from the crowd. You know, we do have that Q&A thing. So when he does come on and you have a question for Walt, I have maybe 1 or 2 questions. We will talk to Walt for the half hour, and the same thing on the next day with Dwight Gooden, which is just great talking to two New York sports legends, and I'm looking forward to that as well. And of course, people with this event, you can go in and out. There will be a recording of this for both days. So if you do miss it, you will have the opportunity to get an MP4. I think that's what it's called these days, an MP4 of both days, and hurry up on what you not going to miss. For those interested, at 2 o'clock, we're going to have a presentation from FI 360 for anybody seeking CE credits from FI 360. You will get 1 credit for attending. So I appreciate everybody being here. And for our next guest, I would say he doesn't need an introduction, but he does. When we look to people that, of what we've learned from, I would say that I've learned more from Ron Nearing than I learned in any of my years of education. And that's 4 years of college, 3 years at law school, and that tax LLM degree from Boston University. I met Ron Nearing in 1990, September 27th, 1990. It was the student union. There was a table for the college Republicans, and I joined. That was back in the days when Republican wasn't a bad word. I guess these days it is. It's changed to something very, very else. But I learned a lot from Ron Nearing, not just about politics, but really presentations, marketing, and whatnot. And, quite honestly, when I invited him to be part of the event, the Disney event last year, it wasn't just for him to go and meet us at the Star Wars ride. It was for him to speak, because, I'm still wowed by Ron because of what he's done with his career. Ran for lieutenant governor in California against some guy named Gavin Newsom. Was Ted Cruz's spokesperson 2016 presidential campaign. And for some reason or another is a commentator right now for Al Jazeera. So without any further introduction, Ron, how are you?
Good morning, Ari, and good morning to everyone joining you for this great event. I know we're all looking forward to being able to hold events in person again, but you put together a great agenda that I looked over, and I'm happy to share a little bit of insight in terms of what's been happening nationally and the events here in Washington. As Ari mentioned, Ari and I have been working together on various things since college. Here on the screen are a couple of the things that I've done. That Ari mentioned most of that. Right now, for the last 85 days, I've been here in Washington, D.C. As an on-air analyst for Al Jazeera. And it's really interesting because, the events of the last couple of weeks have been really challenging, particularly when you're discussing it with a foreign audience. And in terms of scale, Al Jazeera is, if you combine Fox News, CNBC, Fox Business, and CNN, and MSNBC all together, Al Jazeera's worldwide audience is larger. So it's been a really, really interesting time to be here in DC. But what it has caused, resulted in, is my following and really looking into all of the events that have surrounded this election and following the election over the last couple of weeks, as I've been on TV for the last 85 straight days. In fact, I'm leaving straight from here to our studio at 101 Constitution, overlooking the Capitol from here. As we take a look at this election here in 2020, this was not the election that we were all expecting, meaning that the results did not exactly track with what a lot of the polling was saying going into election day. If you recall, the polling was showing that this would be a landslide election at every level, both wide and deep, for Joe Biden and the Democrats, and it wound up being a lot closer than the polling suggested. I think the polling has gotten better. The methodology has gotten better since the 2016 election, when again we had a surprise, but it's not there yet. The polling is not as predictable or as reliable as it should be. Joe Biden won the election. Let's be really clear. Joe Biden won. He won fair and square, and there was no voter fraud beyond the dog and cat kind of stuff that you find in any large system. But despite 60 different lawsuits that were filed and recounts and recounts and recounts of recounts, there was no evidence that there was any organized voter fraud here in the U.S. election. And that's really important, because America's standing in the world depends in large part on people having faith in American institutions. Not only Americans having faith in American institutions, but the international community having faith in American institutions, including, for example, the Federal Reserve, right? And the U.S. Treasury Department, and therefore our wider political system. So the financial stability of the country and the world depends in large part on confidence in American institutions. And that's why, I'm a Republican, and I have been, since just before I knew Ari Rosenbaum. But this election was not stolen. It's purely political theater that we were all exposed to. I could go into that if someone wants to ask a question about that. I'm happy to go into it. But the result was that Joe Biden won the popular vote by about 7 million. You can see the numbers here on the screen here. And it produced the same electoral college outcome that Donald Trump had won with, just reversed from 4 years earlier. 141 women in Congress now, by the way. That's now 26.4%. And there are more Republican women in Congress than there ever have been before. So that's the presidential election. I can talk a little bit about the transition, which is now underway, if we have time for that during Q&A. Over in the Senate, we actually have a 50-50 Senate. We do not have a Democrat majority in the Senate. We only have that because in the event of a tie, the Vice President, now Kamala Harris, can cast a tie-breaking vote. And so this has resulted in some going back and forth over what the rules should be, in terms of, there are 100 members of the Senate, and there are currently 50 members from each party. So there's a lot of going back and forth in terms of composition of committees and committee chairmanships, and who's going to control all of that. So the fortunate thing for the Democrats is that they will have operational control of the Senate going forward, and the Senate map in 2022 very much favors the Democrats more than it does the Republicans, because there are more, the seats that Republicans have to defend are in more difficult states, and the seats that we would have to pick up in order for Republicans to get to a majority and to solidify one are harder. So the map, the 2022 Senate map, definitely favors the Democrats. A lot of attention was paid on the runoff elections that we had on January the 5th. Both of those seats should have been won by the Republican candidates, and they were both lost overwhelmingly because what you saw in the final weeks of that campaign is that when you tell Republican voters that the election is illegitimate, that the election is unreliable, but please go out and vote anyway, what happens is something like what you see here. So everyone here deals with numbers is part of their business. So here are some numbers. You can see here on the x-axis is the more Republican a Georgia county was. And then the y-axis indicates how much of a drop-off there was between the general election date on November the 3rd and the runoff election date on January the 5th. The more Republican a county was, the more of a drop in turnout you had. This could be better illustrated by this chart here. These are regions of Georgia, so this is not by county, but these are different regions in Georgia. And you can see the red line indicates how much Republican turnout dropped, and the blue line indicates how much Democrat turnout dropped. And just one region after another, you see very, very similar results. So that's something to keep in mind. That both of those seats should have been held by Republicans, but they were given away by distraction. Here in the House, here's where you had the biggest surprise, and this is very similar to what you saw happen in 1992 when Bill Clinton defeated George Herbert Walker Bush 41. So Clinton won, Democrat won the White House, but Republicans gained seats in the House in that year. And then 1994, they gained another 50 seats and won the majority. We had something similar happen here in terms of Joe Biden and the Democrats won the White House, kept their majority, but Nancy Pelosi has a much smaller majority today than she did before because Republicans gained 15 seats in the House, including 4 seats in California. In governor races, it's all status quo except Republicans picked up the governor's seat in Montana. So that's a net gain of 1. 27 Republican governors, 23 Democrats. So some things that we note here: Democrats gained the White House, they gained the Senate. Republicans gained seats in the House. Every state house that was previously state house that was held by Republicans, meaning a state legislative chamber, every state legislative chamber remained in the same hands as before the election. There is no state legislative chamber that changed hands. For example, the California Assembly remained in the hands of the Democrats, and both chambers in Arizona remain in the hands of Republicans. Why that matters is that Republicans have an advantage in terms of state legislative control, and if there's ever a particular election cycle in which you want to hold a chamber, it's in the cycle going into redistricting, because all of the congressional maps are about to be redrawn and the seats are about to be reapportioned, meaning states that have grown in relative population will gain seats, states that have lost population will lose seats. So California, for the first time, is going to lose a congressional seat. Never happened before. And we all know why that's happening, right? Because the net domestic outmigration, so many people moving to surrounding states like Arizona, Nevada, and of course to Texas, which is the #1 destination for California refugees. And so that redistricting advantage is important, especially because the states that people are moving to, meaning the states that are growing in population, tend to be in Republican hands. And so Republicans are going to redraw those lines. So that process alone might be sufficient for Republicans to gain control of the House in 2022. My job is to look at this analytically. I'm saying that's a significant possibility. So a couple of takeaways from the election: you saw 2 competing campaign strategies. Really, the Trump campaign and the Biden campaign were taking completely different approaches to the election. Very often you have 2 campaigns basically taking the same approach and then fighting over the same voters. That really was not what was happening in this election. So it really made one for the political science professors and researchers to study for years to come. The Biden campaign strategy was a more traditional strategy where you have a Democratic base, you had a Republican base, and then there was a fight over the middle. And the Biden team wanted to peel off as many soft Republican supporters for the president that they possibly could. The distinct group of people there that they went after are people who might be inclined to support President Trump on policy, but did not like his conduct. And you find that there's a large number of people in that segment among college-educated white women, for example, and various other demographic groups. So today, with the prevalence of big data and the availability of analytical tools, there's a lot of work that goes into segmenting the electorate into various buckets. And then a campaign will determine, well, which buckets should we go after that we can pull over to our side. The Trump campaign took a different approach, and their approach was to turn out people who are generally disaffected with politics. They tend not to participate. They're probably not registered to vote. They really don't feel connected to politics at all. They don't watch CNN or MSNBC. They watch other channels, etc. And they wanted to go after those people, register them to vote, and turn them out. And both strategies succeeded, but the Biden strategy succeeded more, and that's why you had the tilt that you had. COVID was the first, second, and third most important issue in this election, and I would say that the number one, I think that Joe Biden was the only Democrat who was in a position to defeat President Trump because of his profile. That strategy that I just described worked well for Biden because Biden does not put off those voters who might not look like Trump's conduct. If it had been Bernie Sanders as the Democratic nominee, which, by the way, all the Trump people, including President Trump himself, wanted it to be Bernie Sanders as the Democratic nominee, the strategy that Biden used would not have worked. They would have had to resort to another strategy. I would say the number one shortcoming on the president's side was on COVID. It was not merely the numbers, the number of cases, or the number of deaths, or whatever, but it was really something that's a little bit more abstract, and that is that when faced with a crisis, people expect your leaders to demonstrate a level of empathy that is commensurate with the loss. And again, I have to look at this analytically. Did President Trump convey all of the empathy that a president possibly could for those people who were affected? And I think the answer is no. And I think that's the shortcoming there. That is what allowed the Biden strategy to work. That lack of enough empathy, I'll put it that way, left the door open for certain people who didn't like the president's conduct to say, that's it. I'm voting for Biden. I think the country will be okay, with the Joe Biden or better. At the same time, President Trump won a greater share of the non-white vote of any Republican presidential candidate since Richard Nixon, which is really interesting and largely unexpected. So that's something for Republicans to look into as the country becomes more diverse. The Southwest is the area of the greatest gains for the Democratic Party. Every state in the Southwest, other than Utah, voted for Joe Biden. That has not happened before in modern times, in large part because Arizona was pretty reliably Republican for the last several decades. Nevada would go back and forth, but now the entire Southwest, but Utah, has moved into the Democratic column in presidential politics. That's a huge problem for Republicans, and it underscores the need for Republican presidential candidates in the future to do better among non-white voters. We have a huge Latino population in the Southwest. Republicans have to do better to move those states back in their column. And what didn't happen is you did not have the landslide that the polls had predicted. And that's in part because, as I mentioned earlier, both strategies were successful, but the Biden strategy was more successful. So the president's campaign actually did turn out a whole bunch of people who were not otherwise too involved in or interested in politics. That's going to be my last slide. And let me just share a couple of thoughts about what's occurred since November 3rd. Number one is that typically, if a president loses a reelection effort, and you have not had the last president to seek a second term and be denied a second term was George Herbert Walker Bush when he lost to Bill Clinton in 1992. Typically, what a president will do is then go through and try to secure their legacy, to take steps to make sure that people understand what was accomplished, during their term of office, and kind of set things up for their post-presidency life. You didn't see that happen at all here over the course of the last couple of months. Instead, we had all of these lawsuits and all of this, arguing over electoral college slates, and so on and so forth. I've been involved in politics for 32 years. I was a candidate on the ballot in this election and won election to a local office in San Diego County. I can tell you that our election system, by any measure, is robust and is reliable. That does not mean that there are not people who try to do bad things. Someone who votes for a spouse, or they vote for a dead relative or things like that. But I have to say that by and large, the system is pretty good. And you don't hear a lot of that because there's a lot of there's a lot of talk that flies around, particularly online, among people who really have never been in the backside of a register of voters office and so on, and suddenly become susceptible to people who, well, they're a lawyer, or they represent this candidate or that candidate, they must know what they're talking about, and so on. I've also found very often that the election was stolen is not an uncommon objection from losing candidates, and Democrats have done it, Republicans have done it as well. I think going forward, Joe Biden will have some advantages and disadvantages. One advantage he has is he will have majorities in both houses of Congress, although a very, very narrow one in the Senate. And in the Senate, it's hard to get anything done without 60 votes still, despite a lot of talk of getting rid of the Senate filibuster, which I don't think will happen. But Joe Biden is no, AOC. He's no Bernie Sanders. He is a left, center-left political figure and a longtime figure in Washington. I think that he will generally follow a center-left governing agenda, as opposed to what you would have had at the Bernie Sanders wish list. That having been said, I think if you listen to Joe Biden's inaugural address yesterday, it sounded very centrist, very aligning people, together, bringing people together. But then if you look at his list of executive orders, this was, very much meant to show people in his own on his own side, particularly those people on the far left who were skeptical of him, that he's really with them. And so the cancellation of the Keystone XL pipeline is a prime example. That cancellation of that project directly contradicts all of Joe Biden's language about how America needs to work with her allies. Well, we just stiffed Canada, right? Canada's our best friend in the world. We share an enormous border with them. They have invested capital in Keystone XL, and we just scrapped it, right? So that's an indication of that. There's some elements in there, such as rejoining the World Health Organization, that were no-brainers. That, of course, was going to happen. And that's not really a big deal. I think going forward, since we're talking to people with a background and who have a strong interest in the economy, look, the base of the Democratic Party is never satisfied with whatever the current tax rates are. There's always some argument floating around out there, particularly to tax capital at the same rate that we tax labor, right? Like, the Buffett rule and things like that. So you can bet that they will probably get out of the House an effort to raise capital gains taxes and the corporate tax rate. Whether that makes it through the Senate, I think that's an open question. And so we all know what the impact is on people's retirement accounts and the valuation of of stock and equities and so on and so forth that comes as a result of what the tax rates are at the corporate level and on capital gains and so on. So Ari, I hope that was an okay summary to kind of start the conversation off with. I'm happy to take any questions. Don't worry if it's if it's a tough question or whatever. It's what I do for a living. I'll try to give you the best answer I possibly can, and then I'll be sure to put my email in the chat box. So I'm happy to serve as a resource, for anyone going forward, and happy to discuss any of this that would be helpful to you. So Ari, back to you.
I have a few questions.
Okay.
Number one, where do you see the Republican Party after this? You know, everybody, you know, put the wrote off the Republican Party in 1974, 1992, 2008. It's dead. It's gone. What do they do now in terms of Trump?
Yeah. So this insurrection, which took place on January 6th, is an unmitigated disaster for the Republican Party. It is the worst possible disaster you can have, and you can bet that the footage of that event will be used against Republican candidates, you know, for a long time to come. And so, number one, let's dispense with a couple myths around that. So, this was not a bunch of left-wing Antifa people who, you know, put on Duck Dynasty garb and went to, you know, to storm the Capitol. That's not what happened. That's not reflected in the arrests, in the people who identified themselves, even gave newspaper interviews, things like that. That does not mean that that insurrection was led by normal, average Republican voters, reflective of the 74 million who voted for President Trump. There was some organized bad people who were present there at the rally at the Ellipse, went over to the Capitol, planned to commit acts of violence, and did so. The problem long term is they did so while they were, you know, wearing Trump hats and so on. That was, you know, reflective of the Republican president at the moment. So it's you know, it's a disaster. There were plenty of Republicans who believe that, well, you know, that the president didn't incite it, or these weren't really Republicans or whatever. That's fine, and that's okay if you just want to be a club. But if you want to govern as a majority, you have to get to 51%. And there's not 51% of the country who is willing to accept any rationalizing about the violence that took place at the Capitol. So I think the party is in a very, very tough spot at the moment. On a going forward basis, you know, every single day that goes on, there are new events that are put onto the docket. For example, in California, there'll be a recall effort. There is an ongoing recall effort against Governor Gavin Newsom. That's going to be the number one thing that are on Californians' minds, you know, in the months ahead. And so Republicans started a terrible spot. President Trump left office, the most unpopular president in record keeping, you know, ever. Less popular than Richard Nixon on the day that he resigned and flew off on that, you know, the helicopter from the South Lawn. You know, but politics is dynamic. One of the mistakes that people make in politics, like in finance, is to take whatever the trend line is and project it forward. And, oh, that's where we're going to, you know, that's where we'll be, which means that your 12-year-old will be 18 feet tall when he's 18. And, you know, it simply doesn't work that way. So I think the party's in a tough spot. I think the Democrats are in a pretty good spot. And I think the Democrats will suffer from not having Donald Trump as a unifying force going forward. You've seen factionalization on the Republican side. There is factionalization on the Democratic side that has been papered over by the fact that Donald Trump was high octane fuel for Democratic enthusiasm. And without him on around anymore, the Democrats will have more opportunity to make mischief among each other and kind of fight each other. Bernie Sanders and Joe Manchin, who were both senators and now both in the majority, have a very different outlook on whether we should raise taxes or whether, you know, or the role of government and so on. So I think you'll see those fractures emerge going forward.
What about your talking about going forward, and we got 2024 on certain people's minds. Your good friend Ted Cruz, you know, somebody you worked with in the past, Josh Hawley. Where did they go from after this? Because of, you know, the insurrection really damaging them in a lot of people's minds.
So, look, I think to look at this analytically, what happened, you had the Republican president of the United States insisting that the election was stolen and, you know, filing all these lawsuits and so on. And there is something called a normalcy bias, where in a normalcy bias, if you have someone who, who has the seal of the president of the United States and all of the trappings and speaks from the White House and says something that normalizes whatever it is that they happen to say. And so many Republican voters, a majority of Republican voters, were persuaded that the election was stolen and so on. And when you ask, so that's one element that happened there. The other side that happened was the president was putting pressure on Congress because he had been told that, well, the Congress really has the final say over whether to approve these, the votes of the states in the Electoral College, which is not really true because that role is ceremonial in that when the framers designed the Electoral College and each state casts its vote of the electors, they have to mail them somewhere, right? Where are the ballots, the votes had to go somewhere, right? Well, you're not going to send it to the White House because, it's a presidential election. So that would be a conflict. They didn't choose to send it to the Supreme Court. They chose to send it to Congress. So they created this mechanism, this ceremonial mechanism where Congress meets in a joint session and looks at this and so on. And so the president was creating all this pressure on the Congress and on Vice President Pence, who I think was just set up to take the blame for this by people who had failed in terms of their legal challenges, and said, you can reject this and so on. And what happens when you take, 535 politicians and you now politicize what is supposed to be a ceremonial or ministerial process? You're going to have people going to try to look to find a solution. I think that's what Senator Cruz did with his proposal, which, by the way, was Senator Cruz did something very different than what Josh Hawley did. I think in the court of public opinion, that's all become kind of a wash. But I think that if you look at the reporting, Senator Cruz and Senator Hawley's names is kind of thrown in, with what else happened with this insurrection at the Capitol, which I don't believe they instigated or intended to instigate or anything like that. I think they're in a tough spot. And on a going forward basis, I think how 2024 would-be presidential candidates deal with the aftermath of the Trump legacy is going to be, you can bet there's going to be a lot of polling done on this going forward. We'll have kind of a trial run in 2022 with the midterm elections, but this is going to be a really dicey thing for candidates to try to navigate going forward. So any of those candidates.
Now, questions from the audience. Do you think we'll ever be ripe for a third party to gain some traction?
I think that's very unlikely. There was kind of there was one article that ran, I think it was yesterday or the day before, that the president, now former president, kind of threw out the idea of, forming his own political party and call it the Patriot Party and so on. Ross Perot tried something like that and it just, collapsed. And the reason for that is the political parties in America are built not around an individual. They never have been. They are built around a set of principles. Who remembers the founders of the Republican Party when the Republican Party was founded in 1854? Well, Abraham Lincoln was one of them, but that's not what he's remembered for. There's a bunch of other people who were the founders of the Republican Party. Does anyone remember them? No, because it doesn't matter. What matters is that the party was founded as an anti-slavery party in reaction to the Kansas-Nebraska Act. And so parties that are, that try to form up around some individual, a charismatic person, et cetera, they tend to not go anywhere. And in terms of the system, there is enormous institutional obstacles to trying to create another party. And so it's more likely that if there's a group of people, if there's noise to form some other party, what typically happens is that one of the major parties adapts to co-opt that and fold them in to the major party.
What are your early thoughts about the midterm elections? I mean, once the election happens, we always look to 2 years from now.
So I think that in the Senate, it's going to be really tough. And part of what you're going to see the dynamic of that play out right now over impeachment. So the president has been impeached. The former president has been impeached. You'll have an argument over whether you can convict a former president. The answer will be yes, you can, because failure to do so would basically create a 90-day window at the end of a president's term where you can do anything you want. And I'm going to make it out the door before you can convict me. Since a typical impeachment trial lasts about 80 days, which I don't think this one will because it's a simpler case. but Senate Republican leader Mitch McConnell is looking ahead to 2022, and he's making decisions right now based on what not only what happened at the Capitol on January 6th, but how this is all going to play in 2022. So right now you're going to see a kind of a microcosm of that, playing out. So watch that. Senate map is tough. House map for Republicans is easier, and they only have to gain a handful of seats in order to regain a majority. And I think how that plays will be in large part dependent upon President Biden, and if he governs the way his executive orders came down yesterday, Republicans will do better because there'll be a greater backlash. If he governs in a way that's generally consistent with his inaugural speech, then it will be tougher. But again, you only have to gain a handful of seats, and the redistricting movement alone, that again only happens once every 10 years, that process is going to benefit Republicans. So I would say there's probably a better than 50-50 shot that you have a Republican House coming out of the 2022 elections.
We saw yesterday a lot of executive orders overturning what Trump put in. Obviously the audience here is retirement plan advisors and other retirement plan providers. And Trump put in regulations. Some of them are proposed, some of them are final form. Would you say that almost, one of them was a fiduciary regulation and another one was restricting investments in a 401k plan into environmental and social governance funds? Is every type of regulation suspect to be withdrawn or overturned by the Biden administration?
Yeah. So there is some. So what we would want to watch at first is how the Democrats use something called the Congressional Review Act, which was created by Republicans when Republicans controlled Congress in order to have greater control on executive branch rulemaking. Congressional Review Act provides that within a certain window of time after a regulation is adopted in the executive branch, and there are limits and rules about it and so on, but in general terms, the Congress can choose to adopt a resolution to negate those rules. And if that passes within a certain amount of time within that window, then the rule is negated. Now, why does that matter? Because it's a faster way to kill some of those rules than the executive branch, now under the control of a different president, to come back and say, we're going to start the rulemaking engine all over again and revisit this. Well, the government has created rules about how you make rules, and you have to go to public comment, and you got to go to do this, and so on and so forth. So I would expect there'll be some type of move to use a Congressional Review Act on the most recently adopted Trump rules that the Democrats don't like the most. How do you know if they don't like it? If the labor unions don't like it. And that is a very clear indicator. You can see in California with AB 5 how the governing majority in that state does not like the gig economy because you can't unionize those workers and they don't pay union dues. And so there was a congressional version of AB 5 called the PRO Act, which would basically do the same thing, try to coerce people out of being independent contractors and so on. There's a whole bunch of other rules that can be adopted at the Department of Labor that fit into that agenda as well. So will every single rule that the Trump administration adopted be reversed? No. Those rules that will be reversed are those where there is an active part of the Democratic Party that wants to see it reversed. And usually that comes down to three groups: trial lawyers, labor unions, and the environmentalists. And so if they zero in on something, you can bet that either the executive branch or the House or Congress will target them. But not every rule. For example, during his Senate confirmation hearing, the incoming Secretary of State said they're not moving the U.S. Embassy, in Jerusalem back to Tel Aviv, right? That's something the executive branch could do, but they're not doing. So not every rule will be, but those that the labor unions, trial lawyers, or environmentalists don't like, you can expect those to be among the top targets.
You see another COVID relief bill coming in the first quarter. I mean, there's part of that. There's a Secure Act, which is a retirement plan bill. Do you see, whether it's the stimulus, do you see something in the first quarter?
Yeah. So something is going to move through because the whole, you had the last COVID bill. So there was a mindset so the Biden economic mindset is going to be very similar to the Obama economic mindset. And the Obama team believes that the recovery coming out of 2008 was diminished because they didn't pass a stimulus bill in 2009 that was big enough. Now, if you recall, that 2009 stimulus bill was loaded with all types of garbage, like money for Solyndra that went down the drain, and cash for clunkers, and all types of junk in there. What tends to happen with these stimulus bills is they call it that, and it's just a giant, it's a big wheelbarrow, and everyone tries to throw their little thing into it, and then shove it to the president, who signs off on it, while pointing to one thing or two things in it that are big. But then you've got all this other junk that's been included in there. So if the administration's mindset is, we're not going to repeat the mistake of 2009 by not having a big enough spending bill, then you can bet that they're going to move heaven and earth to get a big spending bill. The problem for people in your sector is that there'll be all this other junk because so few bills actually make it into law. Every time there's a bill that everyone knows will pass, for example, the National Defense Authorization Act, which was the first and only override of President Trump's vetoes during his term, was the NDAA, because everybody on the Hill knows NDAA passes into law every year. And so that's what they put like the Olympic funding in and all this other type of stuff, because they know it's going to make it into law. So you can bet there will be a stimulus bill. They will compromise their way to get it through a narrowly controlled Senate. And what is going to be in it, that we don't know. The filter will be the Senate, right? So the House, and this is partly due to the rules, the minority in the House has zero power. The minority in the Senate has a lot of power relative to the majority, meaning the Senate Republicans will have much more power than the House Republicans do. House Republicans are irrelevant. Even though the majority is narrow. And that's because of the rules of each chamber. And so don't look so much for what the House is not going to be the filter. The House will produce a bigger bill with more junk in it, and then it will go to the Senate. It will be filtered down. It will probably come out of the Senate smaller and have fewer extraneous things in there before the president signs it.
This is one of my favorite questions. After every presidential election, they look to the next one. So who do you think are the three probable candidates for the Republicans in 2024?
I'll put it this way. No one in 2015, in early 2015, everybody knew that the Republican nominee for president was going to be Jeb Bush. Right? All the smart people knew that, right? And everybody laughed at Donald Trump, and everybody laughed at Ted Cruz, and so on. So all the really smart people who appear on TV, people who do what I do, but I try to avoid making predictions to stay out of that, because politics is dynamic. So there's no real good way to answer that question. There's no way to answer that question in a meaningful way that you can factor into any type of decision making. I think it's going to be wide open. I think you'll know who's running fairly soon. For example, Nikki Haley is running. Tom Cotton will run. Senator Cruz and Senator Hawley, I don't know what their plans are. I don't know if they choose to run. You'll have some other senators in there. You may have Governor Greg Abbott of Texas. You'll probably have Governor Larry Hogan of Maryland. So there'll be some Republican governors who run. You might have a Chris Christie, or you might have a Marco Rubio. So look to some Republican governors, some Republican senators, and some former Republican office holders like Nikki Haley. So who the top 2 or 3 are, really can't be answered in a meaningful way at this point. But at next year's conference, I look forward to having a little bit more clarity on that.
Last question. What are your thoughts on the Affordable Care Act? Do you see foresee a public option, and what's going to happen with that? Because Trump for 4 years tried to eliminate it, failed. What do you see with the Affordable Care Act?
So the Affordable Care, it's hard to count the number of Democrat elected officials who lost because of Obamacare, because of the Affordable Care Act, because it was so unpopular for so long. Like literally over 1,000 Democrats, lost at every level, not just federal, but at the state level as well, because Obamacare was unpopular. At the time that Obamacare went into effect, the Affordable Care Act went into effect, I was an independent contractor only. I lost my health insurance. Barack Obama said I could keep my health insurance. My health insurance was made illegal, and the cheapest option that I had to replace it cost 3 times as much and had a deductible so high that it's virtually unusable. It's like heart attack insurance, and that's it. It's just the equivalent of a catastrophic, plan because of that, gigantic, deductible on the front end. That having been said, you'll notice that Republicans came up 1 vote short, attributed to John McCain in the Senate, for not being able to repeal it outright. The reason for that is that running against Obamacare is a great issue, has been a great issue, was a great issue for Republicans prior to the pandemic. But Republicans never put forward a comprehensive replacement for it. And the reason why they never did it is that there is no replacement of Obamacare that actually polled better than just running against Obamacare. But elections are not just an opportunity to win office. Elections are an opportunity to win a mandate for something. And so Republicans would run against Obamacare. We would win. We won the House majority. We won the Senate majority. We won the White House, blah, blah, blah. And then, okay, what are we going to replace it with? And then the whole conversation falls apart because nobody put forth a replacement plan, ran on it, got a public mandate, and then was able to implement it. Reagan ran in 1980 on the promise of a big tax cut. If Reagan had never mentioned the tax cut and then came into office and said, I think we should have a tax cut, he never would have gotten it, particularly given the big Democratic majority in the House. So why have you not had Obamacare repealed? Because Republicans never ran on a replacement. Number 2, now we're in this pandemic situation, and the Democrats have figured out the best part about Obamacare is requiring that if you don't have health insurance and you want to buy it, they have to cover the pre-existing conditions. Republicans have completely surrendered on that point. That's why you'll have Republicans say, no, we want to keep the protection for pre-existing conditions. And the Democrats will say, well, if you try to repeal Obamacare, then your pre-existing conditions requirement is going to go right out the window. And then you'll have to come up with a new law that protects pre-existing conditions. And where's that? And then we'll be like, well, we don't really have it. And so that was a powerful argument. That was the number one argument that was made out in the field in the 2018 midterm election, even before COVID. So on a going forward basis, there is no prospect for repealing Obamacare in the foreseeable future, but I think it will be amended and tweaked as we go forward because the law still is not very good. And anyone who has an Obamacare plan, whether it's bronze, silver, gold, or whatever, knows that you're paying a lot of money for insurance that just has such a high deductible. It's large.
You don't ever seeing like a full public option where we go to a kind of a Canada type system.
Well, they have that. So what they would like to do is create a Medicare for all, right? Which is which is a very poll tested phraseology to just allow anybody to buy into Medicare, which of course because of financially how Medicare works will completely bankrupt Medicare. Particularly when you all of a sudden enroll a whole bunch of people who've never paid any premiums into Medicare, paid any Medicare taxes their entire lives. For example, people who are recent immigrants, things like that. all of a sudden you're now liable for their health care, but they've never paid any premiums. A Medicare for all or a public option is purely a road to have some form of socialized medicine, certainly socialized medicine, certainly socialized health insurance. Whether the practitioners, whether the doctors are employees of the government, that's a different story. But so we have to talk about, when you talk about health insurance in the future, you have to break it down in terms of socializing health insurance versus socializing health care. And those tend to be conflated very often. So what's the prospect? I think Medicare for all is not going to make it through the Senate anytime soon. And I'll close on this point. There are three things that the Democrats themselves in the House will say cost them those 15 seats. Three things: Green New Deal, defund the police, Medicare for all. The Democrats who want to be in the majority, not the ideological wing, but we would like to be in the majority and stay there. They blame those three issues, and so there is not the consensus on the Democratic side to do, to go with a Medicare for all public option. So I don't think it goes anywhere in the Senate. That's my takeaway.
Okay, Ron, I appreciate again, as always, when you heading back to San Diego.
I don't know. I was supposed to be done here in Washington on November 4th. So because of the ongoing events, they have me here. So I will, God willing, I'll be back home in a week.
Great, and hope to see you soon at a cheesecake factory near me.
I look forward to it. We'll see you later, everybody. Thanks.
Thank you so much.
You bet.
I see Walt is signed in.
Yes, he signed in. He'll be right here.
Not a problem.
Okay.
I appreciate it. Yeah, so our next guest at noon is Walt Frazier. Of course, everybody in the civilized world and uncivilized world should know Walt. Greatest Nick ever, as he said in my video ad. I'm sure that some Patrick Ewing fans will think otherwise, but I kind of agree with him. And of course, Hall of Fame guard, there he is. You can notice Walt's by his clothes. I see him. There he is.
Yes, sir.
Yes. Walt, how are you?
Fine. How are you?
Good. This is the third time I met you, and this is the first time I'm wearing a Walt Frazier jersey because the first two times that I met you at a Billy Joel concert at Westchester County Center, and I was wearing a Bernard King jersey at this time. So.
Oh, he's a good guy too.
So what's it like? Do you miss now as part of the TV, not going and traveling with the team? Just now you broadcast across the street from Madison Square Garden, or do you miss the road?
No, I love not having to travel. It's a blessing. I'll never retire now.
So how do you think the Knicks are going to be this year? Because they're playing hard and they're not bad for a team that not exactly star players. But how do you see them contending this year?
So far, I've been impressed. I mean, if we looking at the schedule at the start of the season, and if you had told me they would be where they are now, I would have been very happy. So I think there's hope. We've had a lot of key injuries as well. This guy Burks is looking like he's a 20-point scorer, so we've lost him. So when he returns, that should help us. And that's really our problem right now is offense. We're not a high-scoring team, barely getting to 100 every game. Defense is the catalyst for the team, very good defensive team, which is what our coach, he's a defensive guru. So I like that. That's why I wear these rings every day, man. It's symbolic of defense.
So when you did the ad for me, you said that you were the greatest Nick ever. Do you get any flack from any Patrick Ewing fans?
Sometimes, of course, they say Patrick Ewing and Willis Reed. I'm just happy to be mentioned with that duo. And, I actually, when you hear me say it, I'm laughing because I always think Willis Reed was the greatest. If he didn't get injured, he would have set records. We would have had another championship. So I think he's the greatest. And then Willis say is Patrick. So Willis say Patrick, and then Patrick says Patrick. So I don't know.
What do you think Patrick's legacy is? It's kind of incomplete because he never won the ring. I mean, you guys won 2 rings.
Yeah, well, that's what they look at. You got to win the ring. Look at how much money guys leave on the table. Look at Harden. This guy come to the Nets, man. He could have signed a 2-year deal for $104 million. So he left all that money on the table trying to go to a team where he can win a championship. So that's seemed to be the panacea today for players, is winning that championship ring.
Now I see Larry's here. Larry, you're in the
What's
car.
happening, guys? Yeah, Ari, Clyde, what's going on?
Hey,
For
Larry.
those who don't know, Larry is the placement guru for all our athlete appearances. So
He's got all the contacts, man. He
exactly,
knows everybody. Yeah.
Listen, I know Clyde. That worked.
So I have some questions from the audience. So how awesome a guy is Mike Breen? Mike Breen, you guys seem to get along really well. He really looked up to you when he was young.
Yeah, he's terrific, man. From the first time we worked together, there was a chemistry there because of the respect that he had for me. He told me, Clyde, just talk as much as you like. And on radio, that was an aberration because usually the color guy on radio doesn't say that much. But Mike gave me an opportunity to articulate. And then when we moved to television, so unequivocally, I think we're the best duo on TV.
No, I remember you guys. I remember you on radio with Jim Carvelis. That's how.
Yeah, Jim Carvelis.
Because
Carvelis started me rhyming because Carvelis wouldn't let me say anything. That's how I started the rhymes.
You replaced Ernie Grunfeld on the radio when Ernie became an assistant, and then you replaced John Andreas on TV. Here's a good
My whole career has been serendipitous.
Listen, you're amazing. Nobody's more New York than you. What do you think? Being obviously a Hall of Famer and really being a teammate. What do you think of Kyrie's not showing up for work? Does he need to take a leave of absence? I mean,
it's bull, man. It's bull. I mean, I can't relate to what guys do. I would have never wanted to play with Jerry West. I would never wanted to go to the Boston Celtics because I wanted to kick their butt. You know what I mean? I didn't want to join them. I wanted to beat them. But today you see the trios like we're talking about. Harden has joined, LeBron James, all these guys doing that. So I can't really relate to that as a player. I don't think any of the former players could with Robinson, West, Jabbar. We never had that type of stuff where we wanted to this camaraderie that the players have today to play together. And what Kyrie did is very destructive for a team. How do your teammates feel if you abandon them? Saying you do not want to play, man. Come on. We all don't want to play it sometimes. We have to fight through it. So I didn't think it was a prudent thing to do.
Talk about teammates and star players. What was it like when they made the trade for Earl the Pearl?
See, no one came to me. Red Holzman never came to me and say, Clyde, what do you think we're going to trade for Earl the Pearl? I read it in the paper like everybody else. Earl the Pearl was my teammate. So that's what I mean. In those days, the owners never came to you and, well, not to me. Maybe they talked to Willis, but they never relayed into their, what they were going to do with the team, their plans for the team, who they might trade or what they might do in certain situations.
Why are the championship teams that you played on so loved? I mean, one of the championships happened before I was even born, but I mean, it's still to this day, 50 some odd years later. Well, now it's 50 years, over 50 years over the 70 championship. Why is that team still beloved? I mean, there was that whole documentary, the Garden of Eden, whatever that, there was the book and there was the documentary. Why is that team so still to this day beloved?
Personalities on that team. You look at the guys, Senator Bradley, Rhodes Scholar, personified student athlete, Dick Barnett, the old pro, he was my idol, didn't smoke, didn't drink, always physically fit. Phil Jackson, At that time, he was a hippie, but he would come on to be perhaps the greatest coach of all time. Willis Reed, the captain, he was the backbone of that team. Much of who I am today as a player, my tenacity, my sagacity, my dealing with the fans, I learned from Willis Reed. If you look at my handwriting, I copied his handwriting. He has a great handwriting. So Willis Reed had a tremendous impact on me. Dave DeBusschere, another guy who was the commissioner of different leagues, and like Bradley, one of the key players in the development of basketball. So Red Holtzman, our coach who demanded that we play together. You don't play. He never saw color, always played his best players. So by doing that, he had the ultimate respect of all his players. So Clyde Frazier, I made all of those guys, man. Yeah, I made them what they.
Oh, no, nobody's more stylish than you. I mean, so it looks, when you started, why did you start dressing that certain way? It was kind of like, to me, one of my favorite movies is Shaft, the original Shaft. Where did you develop that whole look that even to this day you still carry?
No, when I came into the league, the players all wore suits to the games. We used to wear suit and ties to the game. Our idols were the Miracles, the Four Tops, the Temptations. So like today, how do the guys dress? They dress like the rappers. Those are their idols. So that's how they dress. But we were like Motown. So, and then being in the Mecca, New York is the Mecca for everything, fashion, style, whatever you want. So when I wasn't playing good, I used to always go shopping. And I go back to my room and I dress up. I look in the mirror and say, well, I'm not playing good, but I still look good. So one day we were in Baltimore and I bought this wide brim hat. And the first time I wore it, everybody laughed at me. My teammates, guys on the other team, because they were wearing the the narrow brim hat like they wear today. So 2 weeks later, as fate would have it, the movie Bonnie and Clyde comes out. And that's how that set me apart. The hat was Clyde. I used to steal the ball on the court. I had a few Bonnies running behind me. so that's how I became Clyde. The Clyde image was my fashion image. Most of my endorsements and commercials, even to this day, are dealing with Clyde.
Yeah, you were doing that hair coloring commercial with Keith.
Yeah, just for men. I was the first guy to endorse a sneaker, Puma sneakers.
That's right.
Back in 1973. So I'm still with them over 40 years. They recently, thank God, gave me a lifetime contract to be with the company. And RJ Barrett wears Puma, Knox wears Puma, and the shoe is still thriving.
What was your favorite place to play on the road, and the least favorite?
LA, because of the movie stars, the actors, and I used to like to get all over West. They'd be yelling, "Get Frazier off of him! Get him off of him!" So the least favorite place was Milwaukee. I hated playing with Milwaukee. I never played a good game there, I don't think. It was so cold, and there's just no pizzazz in that arena. And of course, they had Jabbar and Oscar Robertson, so that didn't help.
What about Cleveland? Because you ended up there at the tail end of your career. That was
Cleveland was there were a lot of bad cities in the NBA then. Cincinnati, you could go down the line, but Cleveland, not too many profound memories playing there.
What other, New York athletes at the time did you hang out with? Did you ever hang out with Joe Namath? Because, of course.
Oh, yeah. Joe's the only one making money there. He came in making a lot of money here in Bradley. But we were very close. I was close to Shamsky, Cleon Jones, those guys with the Mets, the Jets, Emerson Boozer, Namath, Matt Snell. So that was a camaraderie with the players in those days because nobody's really making a lot of money, but we were very cohesive.
This is an interesting question. What has COVID done to your clothing purchases? Are you able to go out and shop and get your,
I haven't purchased anything in a year and a half now because of COVID. I haven't. I got things in my room now. I need to go to the tailors, and I keep procrastinating.
Yeah, I got a jacket. I haven't been to the cleaner since like March. It's just I don't want to. I don't want to go. What's going to happen with the point guard situation with the Knicks?
Well, I'm not coming back, so that won't happen. But I like Quickly. I think he's an unflappable backcourt guy. Doesn't seem to be bothered by pressure. He penetrates, he creates. So I think he might be the backcourt guy of the future. Smith Jr., somewhat of a disappointment. When we traded for him with Porzingis, he came in, he was averaging 14 and 5, very athletic. Looked like he would be the guy, but now his game has seemingly tapered off. Ntilikina, bedeviled by injuries. So I think the neophyte IQ is the guy now.
One thing with the Knicks over the last few years, well, it's quite a few years now, they're always that hope that they're going to land that big free agent. And then, you know, I remember when they went out and they had all that cap space and they got Amare. What can they do to bring in a superstar who actually, I mean, what is about the Knicks that scares free agents away?
It's you guys, the fans, man. Too demanding. They don't want that pressure of New York. Only a few guys want that pressure. Name it, Reggie Jackson, Clyde, Willis, you know, Amari accepted it, Melo accepted it. So that would be a guy that will come along and catapult the Knicks back to their former grandeur. So we just need a little luck. Hopefully it's this year. We have cap space, we have money. So it might happen at the end of the season.
Well, I mean, that hasn't stopped the Nets from, you know, building a super team. But, I mean, this will never be a Nets town. New York will never be a Nets town.
Right. The Nets are not the Knicks, though. That's the problem.
You know, because quite a few years ago, I met Chris Paul at the Steiner headquarters they had out in out Westchester, and he said, you know, when he was with the Clippers, this is not gonna be a Clipper town. This is a Laker town, and we have to accept that. But you know, where do you see that net team going? It looks good on paper.
I saw them play last night, but that was just the first game. They couldn't beat Cleveland, so. It's going to take more than 3 guys. Once you get in the playoff, it's a team effort. You got to have a bona fide bench. So they still have time to get that together, and you've got to still consider them to be one of the favorites because of that trio, that dynamic trio. But I remember when, like you say, you weren't around, Chamberlain, Jerry West, and Elgin Baylor were on the same team. And I thought, man, who's going to beat those guys? Right. And 3 weeks later, I was thinking, who would they ever beat? because they were always in each other's way. You know, nobody passed the ball. So ego has a lot to do with what's going to determine what the Nets do with those 3 guys.
In terms of COVID, do you think that NBA has done a pretty good job in protecting the players? And do you think we're going to have fans before the end of the year in the arena, especially at the Garden?
Kudos to the NBA. I mean, the bubble was the initial part that they pulled that off. Okay, now I do the games, right? I'm tested every game. I have to take a COVID test every game. Walt Frazier, greatest Knick ever, the world's most famous arena. I can't go on the court. Right. That's how strict it is, because everyone has a pass in designated areas. So the coaches are isolated, the players, the media. So they've done a magnificent job keeping everyone healthy.
Did you watch the Jordan miniseries, The Last Dance?
Yeah, I did.
What did you think of it?
I was surprised that Michael was so maniacal. I was like, man, this guy, you know, he was hell bent to be one of the greatest. So you know why he made it.
You think it showed Pippen in a bad light? That it was, you know, I watched it. I didn't necessarily think that it put Pippen in a great light, but do you really think that it put him in a bad light? Because I think that's one of the criticisms.
Well, I kind of knew the background with Scotty. You know, he was Robin. You know what I mean? That's who he was. Michael was Batman, so that's the role that he played. But without Scotty, they would not have been champions. So he provided an impetus for that team.
As part of the championship teams, what gets lost, I think, is forgotten about, like playing for Red Holtzman, because he passed away, I think, in '98, maybe. What was it like to play for him? I mean, again, when you're gone, it's harder to for people to remember what a great coach he was.
Yeah, no, he was very symbolic for my career. He was hard but fair. Red was the type of guy that you could have an impact. The players could come in and give their opinion, but when you're losing, you have nothing to say. He's held, but he cracks the whip. Like when we're winning, we stay downtown in Chicago and all these cities. When you're losing, he puts you out in the boondocks. You don't have any fun. He makes you practice, but he always treated us as men. We never had a curfew. My whole time on the Holtzman, never had a curfew. He tell you, if you guys don't do your job, I'm going to get rid of you. I'm gonna follow you around. You know what you're supposed to do. That's why you get paid. He was like a surrogate father for me, because when I came to the team, I'm the youngest guy, Phil and I. So in those days, we had to carry the basketballs, the movie projectors. So I was always with Red and Danny Whalen. So when I started becoming Clyde, the host would always say, "Hey, Clyde, you saving any money?" You see me with all the suits, you see me with the Rolls Royce. And so he became like a father figure, always telling me, you got to save for a rainy day, Clyde. Don't spend all your money. And to embellish what I'm saying, when I was inducted to the Hall of Fame in 1987, I let Red do the introduction because I thought he was so instrumental in my success.
Willis, why didn't he transition, natural leader on the team, why didn't he transition as well as the head coach when he followed Red? Or was it just the team just older? And
he was inflexible. The things Willis got away with as a player, he would not let you get away with as a player. He was very strict, even with me. He was like, very disciplined and a different guy than I knew as a player. So I think he kind of lost the respect of some of the players because of that.
Would you say that the greatest game you ever played was the Game 7 of the '70 NBA Finals?
Yeah, unequivocally, because of what was at stake, the championship. Willis very inspirational coming out. I thought it was bullshit. He was the MVP. It should have been me.
I think I always talk to people about the game, and I'm like, everybody, like, he walks onto the thing. He gets the first two shots, but people forget he doesn't score again.
Right.
You carry the team. Would you have 36 points that game?
Yeah, 19 assists.
Yeah,
7 rebounds, 4 steals. I sold hot dogs at halftime.
I mean, it's like I always laugh about that game because it's like, it's all about, Willis is laid up and they give him the shot to, for his leg or whatever. And then he comes, running onto, well, not running, he comes walking onto to the floor, gets the first 2 shots, and he does not score again. And somebody had to carry that team that day.
Well, you know what happened, okay, Willis was the darling of the media, because he had a terrific personality. He was the backbone of the team. So there was no way they were going to let a 25-year-old guy come in and be the MVP over Willis Reed. So that's me, right? I'm the Clyde. I'm only 25, just coming to the team. Willis has been the stalwart of the team all those years. So the media was not going to let that happen. And that's why they voted Willis the MVP. But if Willis didn't do what he did, I would not have had that game. Because first of all, just seeing him on the court gave all of us confidence, the Knicks. And then when he made his first 2 shots, the die was cast. The Lakers were psyched out. I was psyched up. So were my teammates. And, the rest is history. That's how it happened. So I've never begrudged Willis for that, because there were too many more positive things rather than negative things, for us. Like I said, I idolized Willis. He was my idol, man. he taught me how to be tenacious, how to be a good guy off the court. So I can never forget those things. So I hold him in high esteem even to this day.
Who are your top 5 NBA players of all time?
Top 5 of all time. I won't go by position. I go with Russell, Chamberlain. I go with Robertson. I have to put Michael Jordan in there, Kareem. I think those guys would be. But when you say the greatest player of all time, I always say, what's the criteria?
Right.
Okay, if you're going by a Superman, Wilt Chamberlain is the only Superman to ever play in the NBA. You look at his records, they're hilarious. 100 points in one game. He played every minute of every game one season. The guy never came out of a game. So, only triple double this guy. I mean, all the records that he has. So if you talk about versatility, is Oscar Robertson. The guy, other than a couple of rebounds, almost averaged triple double for his whole career for 12 or 13 years. So, why is Jordan? Jordan does not the leading scorer. That's Kareem. Kareem is the leading scorer in the history of the game. So how could Michael be the greatest player of all time?
Last question. And this goes back to the 90s, obviously the Knicks teams. Why couldn't they ever get past the Bulls in those years? I mean, was it just Jordan? Didn't the Knicks really have have enough to do it? The teams were amazing, but they were always running into the Bulls. And, of course, there was the 94 finals when Jordan wasn't there. And there was that game 7 that I still remember.
It's always that one player that deny you. What about all the years Russell? They couldn't get past Russell. All the guys that couldn't. Jerry West is so psyched up, he won't even go to Boston, man. You couldn't pay him to go up to Boston. This guy lost so many times to the Celtics because of Bill Russell. So there's always that one guy for someone that denies them. So Russell had been that guy, and then we finally beat him. Well, actually, he retired, thank God. So, he retired, and then we won. And then Jordan come along, and Knicks couldn't get past him. Ewing couldn't get past Jordan. A lot of other teams couldn't. And then Hakeem, he couldn't get past Hakeem for a couple of years. 94 was our year, man. We had the home court. We had the best team, and we still couldn't prevail. That was devastating.
And what happened with that? Because I always talk with Larry all the time about Starks. I still, I maybe one day I'll get over that grudge, but I just.
Yeah, it was one of those. Riley should have pulled him for a second. Riley should have taken him out, just to calm him down. So.
It reminds me of the teams in the Bucks in the 80s. They couldn't get past Phil. It was, those years was Philly or Boston.
Right.
And all those great years that Don Nelson had with Moncrief and Lanier was there and whatnot, they just could not get past.
Yeah. It's, it's to win one of these things is symbolic of a perfect season. So everything has to go right.
Are you ever going to give those up? Because, I always see athletes cashing in, selling those rings. They have big time auctions. That's not something you'd ever part with.
I never say never. I'll probably give them to my kids. I'm sure they'll get rid of them.
Hey, with the memorabilia business, it's hard to say no.
So hopefully I'll never get to that point where I'll need to buy some suits or something and get rid of the rings.
So when's the next Knicks game? Because I don't even have the schedule.
Tonight.
Oh, because my son, who's doing virtual learning today, he's my TV guide. He'll tell me that the Knicks are on today.
Tonight is going to be unprecedented because, like you say, we're not traveling. So this will be the first time that I ever do. I'll be doing a game at 10 o'clock at night from New York City. We'll be in the studio, doing the game back to Golden State. So at 10 o'clock, that's going to be really different. The other thing is seeing the world's most famous arena with no fans. Right. It's like, oh man, you can never get used to that. We've done numerous games now, but to go there and see like there are no seats behind either basket.
Right.
Yeah, they got Lexus cars sitting up on the thing. And you know, everything is just empty, and there are no family or friends. I haven't seen family or friends. I haven't seen Mr. Dolan. The place is like very empty, man. It's eerie to
Yeah,
see
it
that.
is. It's something else because usually when even when the teams are bad, I mean, the Garden it's always an exciting place to be. So
Well, you mentioned some. I think there are 7 teams that are allowing
right.
fans to come to the games, but you know, I don't know. That probably won't happen to New York until maybe after March, if it does.
Well, I hope so. It's been too long for me. Last Knick game I was at was the game that Charles Oakley got arrested about 25 feet away from me.
The Oak Man, he was one of my favorite guys too.
So it was a game against the Clippers, and all of a sudden I'm there, and all of a sudden I see a security team around Oakley. I'm like, what's going on? And then he pushed and he was eliminated, and that was the end of that. But Walt, thank you for being a part of this. And I will listen to you tonight at 10 o'clock. I do have MSG, and I'll certainly
Yeah,
watch you.
what we talked about, you know, they've got to have defense this trip. They've got
Right.
Curry, they've got this guy Fox from Sacramento, they've got Lillard, they've got Murray from Denver. So all of these prolific backcourt guys, and we'll know about IQ. We talked about him, the future of the Knicks in the backcourt. So he's going to be really tested this trip. But in closing, guys, I'd like to say, you know, thanks for having me. I can't believe I haven't played in over 40 years, and you guys still keep me relevant. Want to know what I think about the team. It's not something I take for granted. So I really appreciate
Well,
it.
you happen to be a national treasure, well, a local treasure on TV for the last 30 some odd years. So that helps too.
Hopefully one day we'll get together soon at Clyde's, man. You know, Clyde's is closed now, like most of
Right.
the restaurants in New York. But yeah, I'd love to do something from there. We could do that, get together, shoot some hoops, talk
Hopefully be in
basketball.
Westchester County Center for one of those autograph shows again. We haven't had one of those in a year too. So thanks, Claude.
Okay, thank you.
Take care.
All right.
Thanks. Next presenter, we're going to start Lyle Himba from Granite Group.
Harry,
How are you?
hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Great.
Let me go find that presentation.
That would help.
Yeah, that would help, wouldn't it?
Don't forget the website.
I have the website, but let me get back to the screen. I would never have made a good surgeon. I don't have those kind of like slideshow. Here, play from start. There we go. Does everybody see the screen? Lyle, you see the screen?
I see the screen. I'm good.
That's a sign.
That's a
Okay.
good sign.
Yes.
All right. Hey, so would you like me to just start and get right into it, or
Yes.
we only have like 30 minutes? Great. Guys, ladies and gentlemen, thanks for participating today. This is great. I'm going to try to be as brief. I want to give you like a real high level view. If any of you have any detailed questions, seek me out, give me a call. I'll actually do something crazy. You call me and I'll actually pick up the phone. Please, send Ari any questions during the presentation. That would be great. And I'd just say, Ari, let's get right into it and go right in there. I'm just going to give you a high level view of what I think is happening in the retirement plan space, where I think really, more so PEPs, where the role of them, and really most importantly for the people on this call, is really, the advisor's role. And I have hopefully a solution, and I want to give you a couple of ideas what to do in terms of some action-oriented items. Ari, next slide. So really, what's happened here in the last 8-9 months is clearly unprecedented. But really, at the end of the day, plan sponsors, employers are really looking. They really need to focus on the businesses, and they really need to focus on building, and they really do not know what to do. They know what they want, they just don't know how to get it. So they need the protection and the service, and they need,
No.
they need their advisor to get in there and help them, manage a lot of complicated issues. So that's what I'm seeing. That's what I'm getting back from a lot of my clients, from a lot of advisors that work with me. I'm changing. Why don't you switch, Ari? Next slide. And so that's what I'm getting. I'm getting a lot of feedback. So a lot of plan sponsors, even today, even with all the education and information that's come out, they really don't understand their liability. But they do know now that they need to reduce it. They don't know what it is. They just know that they got to outsource it. They got to reduce it. They know they need to rely on their advisor, and they know no longer can the employees, sit on their own laurels. They need a proactive advisor. So that's going to take the form of technology out there. So that's what's happening out there. I see right there. I get a lot of feedback on this. So next slide. All right, just go hit a couple more there. So if anyone has any questions related to the environment, put them on the chat now or the Q&A. I've showed this slide before, but I just wanted, for the people who are not familiar, I just want to go over the difference between a MEP and a PEP real quick. Both these plans are really just bundled 401ks, right? You're putting a bunch of 401ks inside a much larger 401k, essentially. But there are some subtle differences, and this is one of the reasons that I think that PEPs are going to be take over in popularity over the next several years, if not permanently. But so we all know there's a multiple employer plan, and it's basically a bunch of plans inside of a big plan. But there's two different types of MEPs, and one's called a closed MEP, and that means all the different plans inside it are related. So it could be a Chamber of Commerce plan is a closed MEP. So everyone joins the Chamber of Commerce, so they all have some sort of association, and that's it. And that's how they're related. And then there's open MEPs, and open MEPs are unrelated companies. And so that's what a MEP is. A PEP is unrelated employees, right? But there's a little subtle difference here, where the MEPs have a 5,500 that each employer should be signing, where the PEPs, it's really the pool plan provider. They really become the plan sponsor. They sign the 5,500. They're really running the plan, and there's a lot less operational liability with inside the PEP. And there's a misnomer. I don't know if some of these PEPs are going to reduce costs, but the idea is that we're going to reduce liability. So next slide, Ari. So the PEPs, the pool plan provider with the PEP is really it's almost like a 316. They're doing everything for that and participating employer. No 5,500s, much higher level of it's really more operational fiduciary, not really investment fiduciary. It depends on the PEP, but it's really operational fiduciary. So that way, the employers can just stay focused on what they want. And I really think that in the industry that we're going into, and especially with the smaller plans where there's no HR, there isn't a dedicated person to a plan. When you have someone that has like 20, 30 employees, it's usually the owner or somebody like that. They just are going to really rely heavily on the advisor. All right, next slide, Ari. One of the things I did in a couple, because a couple clients have called, is that I've investigated a few different PEPs that have filed. And surprisingly, some PEPs don't have 338, it's an investment fiduciary. They'll be the pool plan, but they'll be the pool plan provider, the plan sponsor, but they're not going to be the 338. So you got to really think about if PEPs are going to be the future of this business for advisors, or part of it, a big part of it. It's not going to be the only thing, but if you got to really understand who you're going to partner with and what are they really going to offer you, right? So do they have a 338? What kind of support are they going to give the advisor, right? What kind of support are they going to give your client, the employer? Well, what kind of technology do they have to help you do your job? right? Because advisors are crucial. I mean, they're just crucial. So, and there are other PEPs like Vanguard. You know, they're setting up a PEP, and this is what I'm a little concerned about in the industry. But the advisors not participating; they're just going after the employer only. So you need to be aware there's going to be some PEPs out there like Vanguard that are just going to go out and take the clients. And that's it, and you're out. So so what does that mean? That means that advisors are going to have to come up with communication systems and goals, and really stay on top of their clients. So next slide, Ari. So and I'm just going to talk a little bit about engagement here. Go ahead, Ari. Ari, just keep clicking. As I said, at Grant Group, we believe that the advisor is crucial. Someone has to be in charge. No one has the bandwidth to look at every single detail, understand the culture of that employer, and understand all their needs. It has to be communicated to the advisor. The advisor has to communicate it back to the PEP to see what can be done. So advisors are going to absolutely have the influence, and I actually think the power is going to shift back to the advisors, right? So I think a good advisor will be in control, and the employers are going to look to the advisor, and so will the employees. Employees need a lot more help out there than you think, so they're going to need to engage. They're going to, provide a lot of insight in helping an employee, reach their dreams. I notice I don't use the word retirement. Retirement, when I don't know if it was one of Ari's seminars or wherever I read something somewhere, people don't want to use the word retirement because it's a finality. So you want to use the word like dreams when you're talking about it, because retirement means something comes to a stop, and no one wants to think that way. Just a little insight there for you. Someone taught me that. Not my original thought. And you have to have, and I think advisors today are going to have a mechanism, a communication system that's going to allow the employer not only to attract new advisors, but to maintain these. Attract new employees, but also maintain the employees. I think that is going to be crucial going forward. A lot more pressure on the advisors. Go ahead, Ari. So you just got to be really, really careful about who you partner with and what you're doing, whom you're going with. It just can't be just one little. You can't have all these different vendors in one place. It gets pretty complicated. So here's a couple ideas that I thought would be good for this venue. For employees or for advisors to have. Think about how you can make a difference and add some value, so you become credible and invaluable to the employer who actually hires you, right? So think about if you have a larger plan, and they're in different time zones, or think about demographics, different shifts, age, or whatever. Think about what's the most efficient and effective way to communicate with those different demographics, and then actually come up with a strategy and do it. Right. Find out from the employer and from the employees. One of the best things I do is that I will take calls from employees who call in sometimes when the advisor invites me. And I want to do that because I want to know what's going on. I want to know what's bothering them. I want to know, what topics I need to address, on anything that we do here to help to support the advisor. So really get involved, try to find out what it is, and then come up with a strategy and present it back out there, because if that one employee is having a problem, and maybe that there's other employees having that same problem. And the other thing is that what I really learned is that you have to talk in simple terms. And what I mean by that, don't use the words like equities and fixed income. I'm just giving you lots of years of feedback. Believe it or not, it's unbelievable. I know to this group it's sophisticated, but when you're talking to somebody who's not knowledgeable in investing, I would guarantee you they do not know what equities mean. They don't know what fixed income means. They don't know what the definition of the S&P 500 is. They don't know what some of these things are. So make sure when you're speaking, or you put something in writing, or you're coming up with a communication strategy, for your client, make sure you talk in very simple terms. And one of the things that we do here is that when we communicate, we write for a 18-year-old who graduated from high school that has no investment background. So that's how you sort of have to think, because it's really not too far off from the truth. And secondly, advisors, you guys are going to have to embrace technology. I don't care if it's training videos that you put up your iPhone and say, here's how you want to do things, live streams, calling, whatever it is, you have to do something, for these employees, because not everyone's going to attend a meeting at the same time. So think about, different strategies here. These are 4 things that we do on a very, very consistent basis. Next slide, Ari. Is there any questions at all out there? Gregory Greenfield, he said, what do you recommend doing to mitigate the vanguards of the world from taking our clients' business? Is that what we're generally talking about today? Yeah, you really, I think some of the things you have to do, there's Greg, I think, you really need to be in front of your client. The question is, how do you want to do that? How are you going to stay in front? Is it simply calling, say, hi, is there anything you need? Or is it providing some sort of extra level service that you haven't thought of or doing? If you want to have, I've got lots of ideas. So if you want to call me, it's just not simply calling saying, is everything okay? They're going to say it's okay. Is there any problems with the employees? No one's giving me any feedback. I've never known a plan sponsor says, my employees are really pissed, because the employees are afraid to talk to their plan sponsor because they don't want to lose their job. You got to dive deeper, right? So you really got to get involved with your client, right? William Waller, here we go. Cannabis. I'll get that to, William, I'll get that to a little later. We've had some real big success with cannabis companies, very large cannabis companies. We just got hired by a company with 5,000 employees. Who would have thought that a simple little dispensary business would, accumulate 5,000 employees? It's just, they just signed up with us. They really signed up because of the technology and what we're able to do. But, it's a very specific thing. If anyone has a cannabis client or potential client, we have a legal way to do it. There's a problem with the U.S. banking system because it violates federal laws. Give me a call. I'm actually in discussions with Ari. You actually don't even know this yet, but I'm actually in discussions with a couple people to set up a cannabis pet for the smaller players out there, the people that have 10, 20, 30 employees. So out there. Good question, William. So let's go to a couple solutions here. So let me just tell you a little bit about Granite Group. I don't want to make this a sales thing, but I wanted to touch on some highlighted points about PEPs, the industry, where we're going. Hit the forward button there, Ari, and figure it out. So just simply, just for those of you who don't know, you haven't heard me before, Granite Group, we started about 17, 18 years ago. My partner was head of quantitative analytics at Sanford Bernstein, ran the money management program at Credit Suisse. And I was a money manager at DLJ, which was bought by Credit Suisse. We got very frustrated and wanted to do something really crazy, set up a firm that was structured to do the correct thing for the client. And that's what we did. So that was really the genesis of Granite Group, is really not to have a platform, not to have a product to sell, but to have a process. And that means we can go out and get any investment in the world and do whatever we need to do, negotiate fees and do stuff. And then 10 years ago, one of our clients came to us and said, I want you to do for my employees what you do for me privately inside the 401k. I said, absolutely not. And he says, why? Because then I'll start getting paid directly from the mutual fund, which means that I'll start representing the mutual fund and not you. And we figured a way how to do that. And today things have evolved where, we have all of our funds don't have any of these 12B1 or sub-TA fees. So we really are sitting on the same side of the table as the client, which is what we do for our private clients as well. Go to the next slide, Ari. I don't want to belabor our genesis. So one of the things that we do that makes it really consistent is that, and you guys should understand that in an IPS, hopefully you have all your clients have investment policy statements. There's nothing wrong about not having one. But there was a court case in 2008 called the LaRue case down in Texas, where because they didn't have a standard to operate the plan, the court system ruled against the company. So there's nothing wrong with not having an IPS, but it doesn't work out in case there is a lawsuit. one of the things that we do out there, and what most plans still do not do within an IPS, is that a lot of fiduciaries do not put their investment process inside the IPS. It's critical that that's done, and it's also critical to prove it out. So what we do is that we will send out an analytic to you as the advisor, so you have constant contacts that constantly being in front of your client's face with the analytics to prove out what we say in the IPS. And basically all of our funds are very consistent, whether they're indexed. Not all indexes are equal, and there's some sectors that you should absolutely not index. If you come across a plan that's 100% indexes, you need to call me. I can give you ammo to prove your value add. Sorry, there's some things you just don't want an index. We have a combination of active managers in indexes in certain sectors. So next slide, Ari. What we do to simplify things. All too often, we always see plans that have 3 or 4 large cap value funds. Well, the problem with that is that, as I alluded to earlier, that the employee doesn't really have a lot of knowledge, and you do not want to have that employee choose those 3 large cap value funds. Can you imagine, in thinking he's diversified, right? Can you imagine the guy who did the 3 large cap value funds last year? He was slightly up on the year last year when the S&P was up 18%. And he's scratching his head. He doesn't know why, because he thought he was diversified. So what we do to simplify it, because in case those employees think they're the next Peter Lynch, we have 1 fund per asset class. So in case they do their own allocation, they don't screw it up and they don't become undiversified, right? So very important. If you have questions, I highly, highly and strongly urge you to reach out to me. I can help you close business. Just send me a fund lineup. I don't care who the client is. Let me see if there's something we can do together. As we progressed down the road, we realized that people couldn't do their own allocations. So we simply made up 5 models from the fund lineup. And then, next slide, Ari. And then, Ari, go to the website. What we realized with these 5 models, people couldn't pick up the 5 models, right? So what we did is we create a site for each individual plan that we have, right? Whether, and we're usually the 338. A lot of our models that we develop now we converted to CITs in 2020. So there's an option now that you can use this as a 338, or you can just use our models and we'll put a small little tiny 10 basis points on there. So, but what we did to make simple, and this is imperative for the communication, this is imperative for the technology. You'll notice that you see, the Rosenbaum law firm, Ari Rosenbaum is a phenomenal rep, right? He's the top advisor. I can put your name up there. I can put the client's name up there. And if you go across the top, Ari, and go to the About Us, I white label the site. So when the client, no, About Us.
Where?
Go up.
I'm already up.
Right there, About Us. To the right, one more. There you go.
Yeah, well, the problem is I
Click
can't.
on that. There you go.
There we go.
What happens is that all the time with us, people come, and they want to see, here's a little something about Ari. We talk about all his incredible experiences and his background. Ari, take the cursor and go over your picture. The client's up late at night. He clicks on the profile and boom, click on the profile, Ari, and up there's a little envelope, you as the advisor will get emailed from the client. So when you wake up in the morning, you have automatically interaction with your client and you can call them and have a conversation. That is making a difference. That is keeping a client. That's maintaining a client. That's getting people to increase their contributions, to increase their participation levels and stuff like that. So what we do is that, when you have an enrollment meeting, you send this out before the enrollment, launch the questionnaire, Ari. So before that enrollment meeting, you go out there and you send it out to everybody, and you get them just to take this questionnaire, right? And Ari's just I can already see you're gonna go into the fixed income. So the way you're randomly doing that. So you get a score, and before you even start a meeting, before you start your enrollment meeting, you already see that the client is in the moderate balance. And again, notice for someone who wants to do their own allocation, it's 60% stocks, 40% bonds. You notice the word stocks and bonds and not equities and fixed income. So if they like that and they just want to say, hey, I'm just going to do with that, I just want to go into one of the models and let them, manage it. They go down the bottom, since this is password protected by plan, whether it's Fidelity or Voya or Empower or whomever it's going to be, Schwab or whoever, it doesn't matter to us. We sit on all the platforms. They go in, hit that participant login at the bottom, and all of a sudden, what did we just deliver? You don't have to hit that. You can just go back. All right, that's okay. That's just one of the record keepers. And what did we just deliver? A personal allocation, for free. No financial engines, no extra management fees on the models, nothing. It's just because we're the 338, so we're just charging at 330. So all those fees that financial engines would charge, 50 basis points, and the 10 to 20 or 30 basis points that people charge for their models, that goes away. So think about the added value, a personal allocation to individual, and there's not another 60, 70, 80 basis points built in. Other things that we do that are pretty interesting, Ari, if you just want to go up to some of the, go up a little bit, hit quarterly education, and just go down to, there should be one with click on that one. And so you just go down to the Halloween one. This one got us a lot of notoriety. So this is, again, interaction. You as the advisor would send this out. Here's something people were complaining. This is us, talking to the clients and saying they don't understand why they're not doing as well. Well, it's because they had overweighting to value through, October 30th, right? So we decided to say, let's analyze everything. And we said, okay, let's put out what we think is going to happen next. And so we gave them a reason, here's what's happened so far this year. You can see that the NASDAQ's up 30% and the value guys are down 14 and 19% respectively. The last time that happened and that kind of dispersion in returns was back in 1999 when everyone was rushing into dot-coms and everybody shunned value. So what we said, if you go down a little bit lower, Ari, in this article, is that we said, they don't know what growth stocks are. So we actually say Amazon, Google, Microsoft. They don't know what value stocks are. So we say Chase, AT&T, and Chevron in that first paragraph. But then we pose the question, what happens when we go back to normal? The value stocks will do well. And then we down further, you don't have to look at it, but it's, we name which value mutual funds we think will do better. What happened? Pfizer announced their vaccine 2 weeks later, and all the value stocks took off, and the tech stocks, were marching time. That's communication. That's getting out there. And what will happen, ladies and gentlemen, is that they will start calling you, hey, what should I be doing? And all of a sudden, you're getting a personal account, or you're selling an insurance product, or doing something else. All right, go up and change the language real quick on this article here. And I also designed, I can put any language you want up here, right? And it's perfect. This is remote. This is a web-enabled site. You can put this anywhere you want to, so it's perfect in the new remote world that we're living in. So if you just want to go back to English, Ari, okay, we get it. So we put all kinds of things. This article here, if you want to go to maybe special announcements, Ari.
Sure.
Real quick, and I'm just going to go back to the presentation, is, Bloomberg picked me up. So I actually put my Bloomberg interview right on here for everybody, right? So don't play it, Ari. It's 8 minutes. We don't have enough time. So let's go back to the presentation. If you guys need anything, just know this is a white labeled engagement tool for your personal use. And this is what's going to, keep you in front of the client. So this will, Greg, hopefully that will, this is one of the tools that we can do to have out there. Let's go to the next slide, Ari. So at the end of the day, we're the 338 providing the models and doing all that stuff. We're going to reduce the operational and investment liability. We white label sites for the advisors. We're going to reduce your time, reduce the time for one-on-ones. We're just reducing time and increasing service. The number one reason why a plan leaves the advisor is service. So here's a tool that will constantly have you connected to your employer and to the employees. And I'm just going to give you one little example. This next slide, because I want to be respectful of the time. Here's something I put out before, but here's a standalone plan that I got about a year ago. And the admin fees were 21 bips. The advisor, who was a 321, had Financial Engines, Mesro, and everyone in here, and it all added up to 90 basis points. So the whole package, without including the mutual funds, was already at 1.1%. This was a $3.5 million plan with 27 employees. If you follow the arrows down to the right, we cut those admin fees in half, and we cut the fiduciary stuff, and we upped the fiduciary to us being the 338. But what we added here is those 3 green boxes at no additional cost. The 316 fiduciary, so that so no one has to sign the 5,500. The models, the website for each individual plan. So we added all that in there for free, which means that difference is there's a lot of room in there for the advisor to put whatever fee he wants to put in. So these are just the facts. All right. So next thing. So I want to give you a visual. So we're taking our map and we're putting into PEP. I've got 27 plans signed up to go, but I'm going to file this week, and I'm going to tell you some other things that we're working on. So if you look at the visual here, advisor is crucial to everything, and all we're doing is providing the 338, the models, the employee education, and everything there. Put it right on someone's cell phone, right there. So that way, the employer looks at it, you look at it, and if you look at the arrows on the very left, that means there's a lot of contact going back and forth. I promise you, you are not going to get fired because you are on top of them, right? And then there's the GGA PEP here on the side. So that could be the GGA PEP. It could be for a standalone plan. It doesn't really matter what it is. I can apply that communication tool to any type of scenario that you might have. So, and just so you know, we eat our own cooking. We have the same funds and the same models in our own 401k plan, right? Next slide. So if you guys have any questions, one thing is the call to action. So I just want to give you a couple more ideas, and I know I've got like 3 minutes. So here's some things how to get an appointment, right? You want to ask questions that the only way they can answer is by the word yes. So you want to say, would you like less responsibility? Of course they would. Would you like to have remote communication tool for your employees? Who doesn't in this day and age, right? Do you want a program that will entice your employees to stay? Of course. I don't want to have to go through the expense of retooling and re-educating. It slows up my company. Once they say yes to that, your next question is great. How's Thursday at 3 p.m.? Let's have a conversation how we can make that happen, right? So my challenge to all of you guys is out there, show us one prospect. Show us one prospect. I will help you close personally a piece of business for you. I don't care how big or how small. It doesn't matter. I just want you to listen to the presentation. You're in charge. We're sort of like the Wizard of Oz behind the curtain. We only get called out when we're asked to. So it's by invitation, by your invitation only. If a client ever decided to call us directly and they try to find out who we are, that's great. We're just going to refer them back to you. But just give us one prospect. I don't care if it's your brother, he's got like 5 employees. I just want you to hear the presentation and you can get the feedback for yourself. I want to thank you. My time is up. If there's any questions, Jeff Allen. So who is providing the TP and record keeping? I've got a company. It's not about the TP and record keeping. It's really about the custody and the acknowledgement of doing that. So there's something called FinCEN, right? So every employer plan in the country is entitled to have an employee, even a cannabis company. So as long as they meet those rules and regs, there's a complete large due diligence process. It takes about, depending on how fast the employer gets back to us, it can take anywhere from 3 to 6 weeks just to go through the due diligence process so they can get approved. So that's it. The TP and record keeper, there's some guys that specialize in it. There's some payroll companies like Work that specialize in cannabis companies. But that's a good question. Jeff, if you want to give me a call on that, that'd be great. What we do, Greg, on employee logins is that we track We can't find out who that individual employee is, but we can tell you how many times someone from that company did log in. All right. It's not that, down to that individual person. So, but we can tell you, I can tell you that on our logins, we went from a few hundred a month, in January of last year to several thousands and thousands a month, because we really we did 61 webinars for all of our clients on what to do. We gave them strategies like, hey, it's in March, April, May, and June. We said, hey, it's time to double up on your contributions and not make the contributions later in the year. We gave them strategies like that. We told them, said, go buy the mid-cap growth fund, go buy the large cap growth fund. And then on October 30th, we switched and said, okay, because we felt the valuations are pretty extended here in the tech sector. So those are the types of insights that you can provide to your clients, and we'd be happy to talk you through anything. So anytime you get a question, you call us, we will actually do something crazy, talk to you and try and give you our opinion.
Okay.
Ari, my time is up. I thank you. It's 1 p.m.
Thanks, Lyle. Always a big help for these events. And speaking of big helps, John Russin from Pension Assurance. He will certainly give a presentation, auditing firm based out west where it's nice and warm as opposed to out here where it's not. So John, take it away.
Hi, thanks, Ari. Good morning, good afternoon, depending on where you are. Everybody see my screen okay, my slides?
Yeah, I see it. You just got to do the play from, yep.
There we go. Okay, so today I'm going to talk about, it's kind of the wrong title, actually. This I named it, it's my fault, but it's really, I want to use this as a tool for advisors or service providers to understand the audit and actually to use it in prospecting and adding value to your clients. There's a lot around the audit, and it is a pain point, and it's possible to ease that pain for clients. And there's actually a lot of opportunities to use the audit in that transition to large plan in prospecting. So that's kind of really more what I want to focus on today. I've got a couple of slides for current events, CARES Act. We'll talk about some of those as well. But so a little background. So we're Pension Assurance. Last year we audited approximately 600 plans. So we've got a fairly large practice. And I personally have been working on auditing retirement plans since 2002 and exclusively since 2005. So from 2005 on, that's been my life. I have not done any other type of accounting or audit work. So I'm committed to this. So today we're going to talk about what triggers the audit, participant count. I get that question a lot, so I always feel like I have to cover it. We'll talk about selecting an auditor. And that is probably one of the biggest areas where, it can really help take the sting out of the audit, is just having the right auditor. We'll talk to some common audit findings, but more from the angle of things to kind of advise your clients on, or areas to prospect because that plans needs more attention, is having issues. And then I've got some slides on PEP, CARES, and Cal Savers and how those relate to the audit and how to use those as well, and communication. Okay, so we're going to talk about participant count. Okay, so this continues to be confusing for a lot of people, and it's not straightforward. So what drives an audit, and when I say drives an audit, what causes a plan to become a large plan filer is the participant count, and it's measured on the first day of the plan year. Okay, so we're mostly going to talk about calendar year plans, so we're mostly talking about January 1st. And what dictates if it's a large or it's a small plan is that there are 100 participants or more, and that makes it a large plan. There is a rule called the 80-120 rule, which changes that a little bit. So if it's an existing plan that has filed in the previous year, they can rely on this 80-120 rule. And so that's why you always hear 120, because 120 actually 95% of the time is the magic number. And it's actually 121. So between 80 and 120, you are allowed to file the same way you filed in the previous year in the current year, as long as the participant count is between 80 and 120. The 80 is fairly nonsensical. 120 is really what people look at, because once you go under 100, you can just follow the normal rules and file small because you're under 100. So the key to that, and the reason that's important, is A, to get in front of that and you know, advise your clients that this is around the corner. If it's a brand new plan you're setting up, then 100 is the number. There is no previous year to look back at. So 100 is the number. And you know, I run into it a lot where if it's an initial plan year, first year, they've got 150 participants, it needs an audit right away. And sometimes the plan sponsor had no idea. It was never discussed, never talked about, never planned for. So this is something that, you know, I've seen is very frustrating for a plan sponsor. So it's important to get in front of that and have that conversation and help them understand, hey, you are a large plan, and that this is what this means. It's a much bigger Form 5500, and it also has to be audited. So let's talk about how you can really add value here. And I would say prospect as well. 5500 data is readily available. We use multiple databases. It's very easy to go in, sort through a list and find out, hey, who's on the cusp of needing an audit? Hey, how many terminated accounts do they have, right? That's a pretty easy one. And you know, I walk into these where they've got 80 active accounts, 50 terminated accounts, and they hit 130, and they're not happy about it. And honestly, that's not really the client we're necessarily looking for. I mean, it's an audit, we'll do the audit, but you know, pretty much our first conversation is, you've got 50 terminated accounts, why don't you clean some of those up and try to get under 100 and file as a small plan? Because realistically, they probably only have, you know, they probably have under 100 employees, and they maybe shouldn't be in this large plan filing status. So that's a great value add to existing clients that got there, or if you can get in front of it and advise these existing clients that are growing but have a lot of terminated accounts, maybe they have a lot of turnover, and if it's in their plan document to be able to force out, then you could really help them out in that sense. Or you can use it in prospecting. You could call on companies that you can see that are right there but could use a little cleanup. So I'd be negligent if I didn't talk about the DOL study. I'm just going to briefly talk about it, because this now goes into, now that you know a plan sponsor is going to need an audit, or they need an audit, you know, now it's time to select the auditor, right? So in our industry, we've kind of been told over the years, as you can see from this study, that we need to do a better job. This is the deficiency rate that the Department of Labor has found when they do studies on our work papers. And this is the most recent one, and now it's, you know, it's 5 years old now, but so we're probably due for another one in the next couple of years. But this was the findings on the last one. And the main takeaway from this is, and this is probably the only time you'll ever hear it, but quantity is quality when it comes to auditing benefit plans. They found that a lot of the firms that audit a handful of plans just do a terrible job. I mean, deficiency rates well above 50%. Those are not good odds if you're a plan sponsor trying to hire a service provider. And you can see it wasn't until the Department of Labor found that once the practice gets over 100 participants, then you start to get that critical mass and that training and you know, kind of that focus and specialty, where those practices fared much better with only a 12% deficiency rate. And what all that means is, you know, as much as the plan audit seems like an annoyance and like a requirement, compliance, there's actually good things that come out of it, good recommendations. You know, it's another set of biases to check and make sure that the plan's complying with the plan document and they're staying out of trouble. It's way better to catch that in audit than than a regulator find it and you know, do what they do. Also, if the DOL is not happy with audited financial statements, they'll reject the Form 5500. And I think over the last year or two, I know we've taken over a handful of those where their 5500 got rejected and they had to now go to audit again, and they give you like a 45-day window. It's not fun. So something you can do is an RFP, and this is, you know, it's kind of been a roller coaster for me. I hated RFPs at the beginning, then I loved them, and now I'm kind of thinking like an RFI is actually probably more the right way to go about this. I recently did a home remodel, and I learned a lot from that, and I learned that good service providers don't have a lot of time to run through a really lengthy RFP. And I've seen RFPs that are 15 pages, and we're kind of in the same boat where we don't always have time to respond to an excessive RFP. So you got to hit the main things. This is an example in an RFP we were given years ago. This is definitely on too light. This is, they just basically wanted your name and contact information and how much, right? And there's more to an audit and to selecting an auditor than just that. So something along these lines is definitely better, where you get into some of the qualitative aspects. Definitely want to look at plan count, as that was the #1 indicator from the Department of Labor. You want to look at the commitment of the firm and things like that. And so, all that said, they don't have to hire pension insurance. They should hire a pension insurance-esque firm that is specialized and is committed and is focused and spends the resources making their audit methodology and product better. And the only way to find that is through some kind of vetting process. So let's get into, now that you've selected an auditor, or your client has selected an auditor, let's talk about some of these issues, okay? And so late contributions, which is another thing that's just been, you've heard a million times, but it continues to be the #1 finding for the Department of Labor. So it's something worth talking about. And it really puts clients on a red flag. I mean, that's kind of the, when they're going down their list on who they want to audit, that's one of the main things they'll look at. And that will usually open the door for an investigation. So it's good just to stay clear of that. It's also something you can use, when you see this. So you can see this in two places. You can see it on 5500, and you'll see it in the audit. They'll have a schedule of delinquent participant contributions attached to their audit. So you'll see this is happening, and that's a cue for a service provider to say, hey, maybe we can help here. Maybe they just need better processes, and so that's something to at least have a conversation and look into on how you can add some value to that client. Okay, and I have a hack at the end here about this that only applies to 2020. We'll talk about it. Okay, so definition of compensation. Another big finding, and a very expensive finding. So the late contributions, pretty inexpensive to fix. It's almost silly sometimes. I mean, you'll have 200 participants getting allocated, 60 cents each. So you can do the math and realize that's a very inexpensive correction. The record keeping for it is usually more costly and more of a headache, but it still puts you on kind of, you have to mark your 5500 and you have to show that you did that. So the definition of compensation, now this can be very expensive, and it's somewhat common. And so if the plan document defines compensation, you have to follow that. And a lot of times it just gets set up in the payroll system where they decide, oh, bonuses are not regular compensation, so it doesn't get triggered to defer on. And then a couple years might go by, and then they get IRS audit or something, and that comes out, and now they got to go back and fix that, and the correction is depending on the timing of it, but it could be 50% contribution for all those missed deferrals on that bonus compensation. So just have that conversation. I mean, that's one of the big first conversations we have with an employer is, hey, let's see how your payroll's set up. Let's make sure that you're lined up with your plan document and there's no issues there. Bonuses is probably the most common and the easiest one or the most common one that we see. So it's a good question to have. Hey, let's make sure your bonuses are set up to defer, as long as the plan document is written that way, and pretty easy to read the definition of compensation in a plan document. If you have any questions on this or this happens, call Ari, because you do want to navigate this because it can be expensive, and so it's very important to address it and fix it timely. That one you're not going to have a lot of visibility on, so that's when you just have the conversation and you just say, hey, this is fairly prevalent and can be an expensive correction. So I just want to make you aware of this. Last one is the failing in the non-discrim test. You can see this, you can spot this on a 5500, or you can spot this on, I shouldn't say 5500, maybe if it's in the bucket on the Schedule H, but definitely on the financial statements, you should see an accrual for that. So, this one's plan design. So, if you're doing plan design or you've got a good business partner that handles that, it's a good opportunity to go in and help with plan design. So these are just kind of red flags that you can kind of spot, and they'll should help you figure out, how you can help this client have better plan design, not fail their non-discrimination test, and the highly comps not get refunded their money, which, a lot of times is the decision makers, and they're not happy about getting refunds, and the QNet correction a lot of times is too expensive. So if there is something you can do about that, do it. Sometimes there's not. Sometimes the demographics of an employer just will not allow these plans to pass. But there is ways to do it through Safe Harbor and such. If it is on the 5500, you'll see it here in the expense category, corrective distributions. If not, then you should see it on the financial statements. There'll be an accrual under liabilities, excess contributions payable. So that's a good way to spot it. So recap on that. So, do they need an audit? Try to get in front of that, have that conversation. If you're setting up a new plan, make sure to have that conversation and have resources. And, it's just part of growing up. It's part of an employer reaching a certain size and growing up, and I call it growing pains, but, they might kick and scream a little bit at first, but it's part of the process. Those three are areas we find in audit a lot: timeless contributions, definition of comp, and refunds to highly compensated employees. Great areas to have conversations, add value, you can prospect in using 5500 data. So I want to get into some current topics. Okay, so let's talk about PEPs, which we just had a great training on that. I want to talk about PEPs, how they relate to retirement plans, because how they relate to the audit. So, it's that kind of out there right now, and I'm sure Lyle, would tell you they save money, and I wouldn't say they don't save money. I honestly probably think they do. But when it comes, let's just make sure we understand what's involved in the PEP as it relates to the audit, because it now is a single Form 5500. And so what does that mean when it comes to audit? So the audit requirement for PEPs is a little unique. It's either 1,000 participants. Okay, so instead of 100 participants, now it's 1,000 participants. So you can see there's some breathing room there. But if any of those employers in that group actually trigger an audit the old way under a single employer plan, then the whole plan needs to be audited. So 100 participants. So, and I'm sure there's some interesting plan design that I'm sure is going into these PEPs. Now, if a PEP does need an audit, that's uncharted territory. I mean, well, I should say not technically, because we've been auditing MEPs for years. Just they weren't as common as I expect to see the PEPs. So when you go into a PEP audit and multiple employer plan, essentially there's things to consider. And you saw the deficiency rate that we saw in that DOL study. I expect this to kind of be its own area with its now a pretty significant deficiency rate, at least at the beginning, assuming kind of some of the dabbler auditors that aren't doing a lot of audits in the retirement plan space get into this, because it's going to be unique. You think about an audit, you got to audit transactions initiated by the participant, initiated by the plan. If it's a limited scope, you don't necessarily have to look at the transactions initiated by the custodian, such as like earnings and the investment valuations. But you got to look at, so if you've got 100 different employers, you may be looking at the majority of their contributions going to the plan. Maybe if those employers have different provisions, you might have to look at those. If they have different internal controls, we're going to have to document those. So, and Ari, stop me if there's any questions specific as I'm going, because I'm probably going to run up pretty close to the end here.
Yeah, can you can you have a different plan design within the PEP? And the answer is yes. You can have, having done several PEPs already, you can have the adopters have different choices. The problem with that, of course, is on the administration side. You don't want to give too many choices because that's not good either. So that's so far what we have with questions.
Okay, perfect. And I'd say this is definitely not an all-inclusive list I have here. It's just a couple areas. Like, I just want to make sure people realize some of the conversations I've had with some of the companies that are setting up PEPs is try to streamline it as much as possible. I understand people are going to want their own provisions, and there's no way around that. But when it comes to processes, even internal controls, if you can say, hey, if you adopt this plan, here's the standard list of internal controls, how the contribution should get into the plan, checks and balances, things like that. Contact me if you have any questions, because that would streamline this a lot. If an auditor is able to go and look at kind of a blanket document that, basically the employers can sign off that, yeah, this is our internal control, this is how we do this. That's going to save the auditor a lot of time. So you think about a PEP and you think about, well, we got to go in and audit this, and we got to actually talk to, if it's 100 employers, there's probably 20 to 30 that are, kind of we can scope out because they're just so small. There's probably, we can sample 20 to 30%, 40%. But then there's probably some individually significant employers that there's just no way to sample out or scope, and we got to talk to them. So, you think about that, and I think there's gonna be savings. I mean, if it was 100 audits, that's obviously gonna be a lot more than this. So for sure there'll be some savings, but I think it just depends on the makeup. If you're talking about a PEP that's full of a lot of small employers that wouldn't otherwise have an audit, and now maybe they're sharing an audit cost that might be $1,000, $1,500 per employer. I don't know, I mean, that, then you have to look at that design and is it actually cost savings? So anyways, that's something to consider when you're looking at PEPs from an audit standpoint. It's not like one $10,000 audit. It's like an audit that's going to cost 60, 80, maybe $100,000, just depending on number of participants and employers that are adopting into it. Okay, moving on. So CARES Act. Okay, so I want to talk about two provisions, actually not provisions in the CARES Act. These are derivatives of the CARES Act, but I just lumped them under CARES because it's because of CARES Act. So first we got the partial plan termination, kind of like safe harbor. And this was in the stimulus bill passed on December 21st. And this gives some relief to, when COVID hit and we saw the layoffs. I mean, one of the very first conversations we're having is partial plan termination. We knew that, if a lot of employers are going to be letting go 20% of their participants to basically, survive that. And so, we looked at that, we had those conversations. That decision doesn't have to be made right away. They get some time. And we weren't auditing 2020 yet, so we were just trying to get in front of it. But then this came out, and this gives some relief now, as long as the layoffs are rehired, and they have a year to rehire them. And so this is how that read, where as long as employers are rehiring, then they're going to escape the partial plan termination. And partial plan termination is where everybody vests 100%, everybody affected by that layoff, or they got distributions because of that. Their vesting jumps up to 100 under partial plan termination. So that's some relief to be aware of, conversation you can have. Next one is this late contribution. So we talked about that being the #1 finding for the DOL and audit and everything. So the DOL actually gave some relief, and this was through a notice they issued. And, they're very clear that it has to be COVID related, right? But, much like the PPP loan that everybody took and everything else, I mean, I don't think it'd be pretty hard to make the argument that it wasn't somehow COVID related this in 2020, which, was a roller coaster. So, obviously, that provisions that has to be in place, and you have to be able to prove that it was COVID related. But what this relief says is, hey, you don't have to report late contributions as long as you can show that it was due to COVID, right? So they're not penalizing employers for not making timely contributions. And I mean, a Department of Labor investigator typically calls anything after 3 or 4 business days late. That's their, you know, it varies, but that's kind of their general precedence, because they can kind of see that you're getting your taxes remitted timely. There's probably times where the contributions did go in that number of days, and so that's kind of the benchmark. So under this, they're giving more time, and as long as you can prove it was due to COVID. So for 2020, there's a little bit of a hack there. So if you do run into this, or you're having conversations, I know as auditors, this is, you know, we'll be working this in the conversations and you know, seeing if it applies to our plan sponsors. But it's I guess maybe some welcome relief for those instances where, you know, it's going to be 20 cents for a participant for, you know, something that was not that big of a deal. So any questions? Let me see.
Yeah, there are 2.
Okay. Let's see. Can a plan with 150 employees split 2 same plans to eliminate the audit? Yes, you can. This is an interesting point, because there's some service providers that, you know, this is kind of one of their offerings, is they kind of try to avoid the audit. Now, I've heard the Department of Labor come out pretty strong saying that they would actually go after any plan sponsors that intentionally circumvented Title I of ERISA, meaning they're trying to get out of, you know, Title I reporting, which includes large plan filers and audit. So they said, if there's not a legitimate reason for splitting the plan, such as, hey, we've got these 2 employee groups and we want the plans to be handled this way, and the only way the only reason it was split is to get out of the audit or avoid becoming a large plan filer, they would go after that, whatever that meant. I don't think I've really seen it in practice yet. I've just heard them threaten it, but you can. I mean, I've seen plans split for, I think 3 is about the max once they get to about 4 different plans. And then at that point, it becomes a little more costly and more of a headache, and they just put it back into one and do the audit. Okay, I don't know when the end of the national emergency is. Don't have the answer for that one, fortunately. Okay, let's see here. So I think I got a couple more minutes here. Okay. Nope, did that one. Okay, last is CalSavers. Now this is important because this is a trend we're seeing, right? These state sponsored plans. Oregon started us off. I think Ohio's got one, California. I don't know who else has got one. California has one. That's kind of consumed us. California is
Oregon.
Yeah, Oregon, and I think Ohio maybe. But the other states are looking at this, and you know, there's some in the works, and they'll be following suit. So there's a couple interesting things here to be aware of. And California is the biggest market. So if you're not doing any business in California, it's probably a market you should look at, because it is just such a big market. So I went to a CalSavers presentation about a year ago, and we were presented with this slide, which, you know, kind of gave June 30th, 2020 as the deadline for large plans or employers with more than 100 employees to set up either CalSavers or adopt a 401k plan. And they, based off the records, had about almost 9,200 employers that met that criteria that didn't have a retirement plan, which kind of blew my mind. That's a lot of large employers that weren't offering a retirement plan. That did subsequently get extended till September 30th due to COVID. So I went and checked and just said, hey, you know, I got to put this on my radar because I don't know who's going to audit all these plans. I mean, you know, we're growing pretty fast and we're taking on a lot of plans, but you know, this was scary. So it showed about 3,500 employers had registered with CalSavers as of 9/30. Even if that's only half that actually registered and some were just lagging, and we're getting up to 7,000. I mean, we potentially have 2,000 401k plans, large plans that were set up in 2020 that will need audit. So I don't know who's going to audit all those plans, honestly, if that is the case. There's just going to be a lot of large plans out there that need audit. So from my standpoint, when I'm trying to plan, you know, that was something I had to get my head around and figure out what that looks like. But I think this is very useful because you could see the volume of employers that don't have these plans and going out. So this in 2021, it's the 50 and over, and then the 5 to 50 is the 2022. So there's a big opportunity, and CalSavers isn't going after this business like they want to grow CalSavers. This is just a mandate to make sure that Californians have a retirement offering, and so they're content if they set up a 401k or other retirement vehicle. So they actually they're willing to work with 401k providers. This isn't competition for them. So something interesting to keep in mind, that there's a big opportunity, and this is forcing employers to face that question on what they want to do as far as the retirement of their participants. So that's all I have. I don't see any other questions, and but please feel free to reach out to me. Here's my contact info. Yep, slide. Or you can reach out to Ari to get a hold of me as well, but I'm happy to answer any questions and expound on anything. So thank you. And thank you, Ari.
John, thanks for all the support of for so many years already now. So thank you so much, and a great presentation, of course. Our next presentation is going to be Chad Azera from PCS Retirement. Chad should be a little bit happier over the last few weeks because the Cleveland Browns finally made the playoffs and played pretty well against the Steelers. So Chad, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. 26 years. 26 years. That's,
almost a lifetime.
Yeah, basically my whole adult life. But they didn't make the playoffs. Although, dude, I have to call you out. You called out Cleveland to Clyde. You said that as a terrible place to play. I'm a little disappointed.
Listen, Cleveland Cavaliers in the late 70s, early 80s was a horror show. Ted Stepien almost moved the team to Toronto. They have a Ted Stepien rule in the NBA where you can't trade your number one pick in successive plan years. Cleveland was, when it came to the NBA back in those days, was a terrible place to play. So,
all right, I'll give you that.
I've been to Cleveland 2 times about a year and a half ago. It's a great city, but back then it wasn't maybe so.
Yeah, no, I was just teasing. And I don't live there anymore. I've been gone for 16 years now, but it still holds a big big place in my heart. So, but appreciate the time today, and opportunity to speak at your conference today, Ari. Always a pleasure to talk to you and your friends within the industry. Those that don't know me, my name is Chad Azera. I'm the Senior Vice President of Strategic Sales Initiatives at PCS. That's a fancy way of saying I'm the Institutional Sales Director here, really focusing on working with larger financial services firms and offering our platform solutions, which is our private labeling services for other rec keepers and firms that want a branded solution. So I'm going to turn off my share my screen. Turn off the camera here. Hold on.
Yeah, I see it.
Okay. So let me. Slideshow. Here we go. Okay. What I'm going to talk about today is fee considerations that shape the cost of a retirement plan. First, I want to give a 2-minute commercial of who PCS is and what makes us different. So PCS was founded in 2001 out of a large ERISA and tax law firm called Joel Paxson in Philadelphia by our CEO, Mark Klein. The firm started off with 3 people in a small office within Dilworth Paxson, and now we've bought off from them, primarily employee owned. We're around 400 employees, about 19,000 plans, and 26 billion in assets under administration in the past 20 years. So we're big enough to support you and still small enough to get to know all of our clients. How we've grown over the past 20 years is through customization, building retirement plan programs for our advisor clients the way that they want to be set up. We've been recognized 13 years straight by Inc. 5000 as one of America's fastest growing firms, and also been recognized by Charles Schwab, awarding us with the best in the retirement business in the past year or so, and we are CFEX, also CFEX certified. Go next page. So PCS has always believed in fair, flexible, and transparent fees, which leads me into the fee consideration topic that I want to discuss today. They should be just considered with the retirement plan. So fees, as we're all aware, are always consideration when selecting a provider. And when I'm speaking of provider, I'm talking about rec keeper and TPA. Choosing a provider needs to be a long-term decision. You should understand the fees that are being charged and impact the plan over time. There's a lot of advisors in the marketplace that work with 20 different record keepers in the industry, or even more. We are seeing, and we're getting, we're benefiting from firms that want to consolidate down to 2 or 3, because working with 30 different record keepers can be difficult. So choosing your record keeper, you should, when you're going out and looking at different people to work with and partner with, our suggestion is that to work with a handful and not 20 or 30 different firms across the industry. When fee disclosure was initially introduced, it was meant to make retirement plan fees easy to understand. Unfortunately, some retirement plans providers have made it so complex to understand what the plan sponsor is actually paying. It's made things somewhat worse because they're actually hiding their fees in plain sight. We look at 482 fee disclosures on a daily basis. Some of them, and we've become somewhat experts in reading them. Some are still very, very difficult to understand. So when you're actually, going out there and looking at, your providers that you're potentially going to work with, ask them to see a sample of their 482. If you can't understand it, and as a financial advisor, your plan sponsor most likely isn't going to understand it either. Let me go to the next page. So, again, fees should be easy to understand, no surprises, should not exponentially increase as the plan assets grow. You should look to work with providers that the cost of a percentage of a plan don't grow or as the plan grows. So they need to go down. And what that means is, for example, if your record keeper or platform provider is charging a 1 basis point or 1%, and versus maybe 0.5%. Participant with a $100,000 balance that contributes $6,000 a year at a return of 5% would have an extra $80,000 in his or her account after 30 years. And again, if you have flat fees, your per capita fees, that percentage of assets is going to go down over time. So many traditional record keepers either bundle their costs into a single asset-based fee. While that may appear to be easier, those asset-based fees can hinder plan performance over time. Fair and flatter fees provide a lower proportionate amount for key employees, provide further transparency that's easier to calculate, and encourage participants to roll money into the plan. So what I'm going to go over next is some information about from some different studies that have been in the marketplace from Cerulli and others. The plan sponsors are becoming more and more interested in shifting to a per capita allocation of cost rather than asset-based fee approach. According to a recent DC benchmarking survey by Deloitte, 43% of plan sponsors prefer the record-keeping fees to be allocated to participants on an equal or flat dollar amount. And according to the most recent Cerulli and Spark Institute report, the trend is towards fixed dollar amount per head also. However, as you can see, the vast majority of the asset-based components are still being charged, or either a hybrid mix, fixed asset-based, or bundled within mutual fund expenses. What bundled means is that many providers basically, have their fees in wrap accounts or separate accounts in showing as expenses for the funds. So while 27% of plans are now per capita, the vast majority have an asset-based component. You see 43% are actually either fixed asset-based or bundled, which is really, in my mind, the same thing. And then almost 23% is a hybrid. But their Cerulli is stating in 3 years from now, the trend is 36% will be fixed income or fixed per capita fees. So what I want to show also is the asset-based fees over time versus per capita fees for a plan. An example. So a $2 million plan at year one with 25 participants at an 8% growth rate grows to 4.4 million over a 10-year period. As you can see here, with a per capita fee, our fees don't increase all that much. I mean, there is, the custodian has an asset-based component, can't get away from that. But you can see the plan and the participants in the plan save about 55% versus the traditional record keeper that charges an asset-based fee or bundles their fee. Another big part of plan fees that everybody should look at is the mutual funds. This is from a Brightscope, the most recent Brightscope study, and I think it came out in August of 2020, showing the fees for the average expenses for the funds in the plan by plan size. As you can see, the funds are more expensive for the smaller plans. If you're working with an open architecture provider, that doesn't need to be the case. You can have all institutional share class funds in a plan and have the same access to the mutual funds that $1 billion plan has or $100 million plan has. You have the same. You can get the same share classes. There's a few exceptions, but there's 95, 97% of funds are available with no minimums. What that to the flip side of that, you can choose funds with revenue sharing. Some of the revenue sharing funds out there, they are, if you do the calculations, they are going to be less expensive compared to the institutional share class. Now, to me, that's more of an exception than a rule. But if there is revenue sharing, that if you do the offset, it makes it less expensive. Make sure that the provider that you choose is offsetting the revenue for the plan expenses. So at PCS, we've always offset 100% of any revenue received from mutual funds. We've never kept it, and we never will. That's just not who we are. So I'm flying through this, but fee flexibility is what really matters, and how you pay matters. So plan expenses don't need to be deducted from the plan itself. So some plan providers out there make you deduct 100% of your fees from the plan. You can, pay expenses from company assets, and it could be better for the business owners, the plan sponsors, and obviously the participants. Many of your the plan sponsors potentially can get immediate tax deduction, and also reduce their fiduciary liability since fees aren't being charged to the plan. And honestly, if you do go the asset-based route, those with the highest balances, who are usually the business owners and key employees, they're paying the lion's share of the costs. So if you do go the asset-based route, it's good to talk about how potentially they can pay from corporate assets. But for example, if you choose to pay our base fee per participant fee using corporate assets, that could lead to additional tax deduction of $33,000 over 10 years. So I flew through that. I don't know if anybody has any questions, but again, my name is Chad Azara. My email is Azara, AZARAC @pcscapital.com. And I guess, does anybody have any questions?
I'll throw in a question. How do you see, obviously PCS, you just had an acquisition. You see so much consolidation in the retirement plan industry, especially with TPAs. How do you see that being a challenge for you and being a challenge for advisors?
I mean, it is a challenge for advisors in the space. I mean, I get that question all the time. What's your long-term goal? Because there is so much consolidation. I mean, we're on the acquisition side of things. If you are planning to go out and look at different providers, it makes sense to ask that question and make sure that they are on the inquiring side of things versus being acquired. Being acquired isn't terrible either, because it also provides additional resources. But to me, it's I've always been a relationship person. We always target firms that that have been acquired by other firms and basically are getting rid of a lot of their employees to try to talk to, and we provide lists of those plans to our advisors. It is difficult. I will say part of my role within PCS is to go out and talk to other record keepers that realize, record keeping is a volume type of business. If you have 200, 300 plans, it's a tough business to be in. So what we've been doing is basically private labeling our services for those providers, so that they still remain the record keeper. We just white label everything for them because they realize, they want to keep their business intact, and they want to maintain that revenue and not sell. And they have longer term goals, but it's very difficult to keep up with the technology to compete with the very large providers. But long story short, it's going to continue to happen. We'll probably continue to look at strategically different firms in the future. But if ask the question, always ask the question what their long term goals are.
I have an issue. Right now, I actually have an issue with it, with a plan that I work on, and termination issues. Essentially, plan changing TPAs and essentially being held hostage by the incumbent TPA that is just unhappy with being fired. And you're paying an annual fee, you're paying a fee throughout the year, and now they want an additional half a year's worth of fees to do a 5,500 and a evaluation.
Yeah, I mean, I don't disagree. It like, and I've taken over plans where it's been extremely painful, that the prior doesn't want to give information, and they paid for a book of business per se, and they don't want to let it go. I mean, most recently, the BB&T, that acquisition, honestly, they were wanting to get that business off. Like we brought in several plans from BB&T, and they were pushing us to take over their business. So I don't know how frequent that is. That's going to be, but they were like, we need to get this off by it was by February basically. So it depends on who you're working with, obviously.
But so that obviously is something that you've seen in the past.
Yes. Yeah.
Someone in the chat wants again for you to post your contact info.
Okay. Let me share this again. There it is. So, and my cell phone number, if anybody wants to call me, it's 704-430-6152.
Are you gonna become a Mets fan now?
I mean, Lindor. I mean, you guys got Lindor for nothing, but he's a great player. I mean, he signed a 2-year extension, didn't he?
He didn't sign anything yet. That's the
I thought I read he did that. Well,
no,
since you don't have a GM anymore, I don't know what's gonna happen.
Listen, I know some CPAs who have worse hiring practices than the Mets. So
yeah, true.
I used to work for them.
No, man. I mean, I root for the Mets because you like the Mets. Honestly, I mean, they're it's a good franchise. I know there's some probably Yankee fans out there. I'm not a big I'm an AL guy, so I don't like the Yankees. But I mean, the Yankees their lineup is freaking unbelievable, and they just got Kluber too. So if he's healthy, they're going to be very difficult to beat.
Yeah, pitching's always the problem with the Yankees.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, so we'll see what happens. So
the Indians' payroll is probably going to be less than what Lindor makes next year, by the way.
which I don't get, because you always have a good crowd over there at I mean, now of course with no crowds it hurts the pocketbook, but it's just a great city, and you hate to think that the team would turn back to what they did in the 80s.
Yeah, I do think it's going to be a major league movie. Like he's breaking it down to I just don't. I don't. And he's changed. Like he's obviously taking the name away, and now he's dismantling the team. So it's so I don't know. I don't know what's going to happen, but I mean, still have some good pitching, but they're gonna hit for nothing.
Listen, it is what it is. I'm a Mets fan, so
Yep.
Ever since '88, I always say it's the curse of the Buckner Ball. Ever since '86, it's been pretty much one bad thing after the other.
That is true, man. That is true.
Like '88, we always bring it up, and I will bring it up with Doc Gooden tomorrow. We will always bring up '88. There's certain years I can get over. I can get over 06. I can get over 07. '88 is the one I refuse to, because I still believe that team would have won the World Series.
Yeah.
And I appreciate it, as always, all the support throughout the years, and hopefully we'll see you again in Cleveland when we have live events again.
Yep, sounds good. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, speaking of live events, the plan is to have one in June in Minneapolis. We'll see. I have a date. I think it's June the 11th in Minneapolis. Hopefully we will have a game and an event that night, but I can't guarantee you. You'll find out more information on that foreigncasesite.com, and of course, the frequent and annoying emails that I send out weekly. And of course, more than, some weeks, more than once a week when we have events. Our next presentation, it's Matrix and FI360. Matrix, according, over the years, I've always had great relationships with them. Probably in my opinion, one of the leading custodians when it comes to retirement plan assets, especially ease of use for brokers and advisors. And of course, they are in the same family now with FI360. So Rob Beal from Matrix is here, and he'll make the introduction of Blaine from FI360.
Great, thank you, Ari. Hopefully you can hear me now, Ari.
I can hear you, but it sounds like you're in the tunnel.
I'm gonna have to go with it. You can imagine sometimes you kind of do that to get Wi-Fi. But for those of you that don't know me, my name is Rob Beal, Vice President of Matrix Financial Solutions. I've been with Matrix for over 23 years now.
Yeah, we can barely hear you now. We're losing you. Yeah, Rob, you have the screen, and maybe you should call back in, use the link again, because we don't hear anything. This is the beauty of events. Live events, you don't have this problem. Only
Ari, can you hear me? This is Blaine Aiken.
Yes, Blaine, I can hear you.
Okay, very good. Let's see, should we hold on for a minute here? And so we
got a minute or two.
All right.
Ari, you're welcome for finishing early.
There's always one that helps me out. So when it comes to these events, I'm a taskmaster. Get the stuff like, my kids when it comes to time. We got a schedule to follow.
Chad, it was good to hear your presentation too. This is Blaine.
Hey, Blaine, how are you?
Very good, very good. And all right, we could probably get started and even
might as well start, and then when he is able to call back in, or even at the end, so you have your 50 minutes or whatnot.
Sure, that sounds fine. So I know Rob was going to give us a little introduction to Matrix. I'll probably leave that to him. Let me see if I can get my computer is giving me a little bit of trouble here too, and moving the slides. Let me see if I can.
Yeah, because I see the Matrix still stuff up there.
Yeah, it's up there, but apparently I may need to refresh my slide here. So let me see if I can get this to go. There we go. Okay. All right. So maybe just I'll start with this slide. Rob was going to talk a little bit about FI360 here. The FI360 was purchased by Broadridge and is directly tied in with Matrix now in that family. So we're very pleased to be involved with Broadridge through that acquisition of FI360 a little more than a year ago. We've been involved in all of the same things and expanding along the way. So FI360 is focused on the fiduciary space. We offer the designations of the accredited investment fiduciary. We have software which helps implement prudent investment practices, which we publish in handbooks out there that are fully substantiated in law and regulation, and the software helps to apply to that. Probably most of those who are listening are familiar with the fiduciary score and fact sheets. And then we've also publishing quite a bit in the way of fiduciary educational materials, as well as hosting webinars. So we do have some non-training, non-designation training as well that you see here over on the right-hand side for the Fiduciary Essentials for Advisors, Reg BI Essentials, and then Fiduciary Essentials for DC plans. But what I wanted to talk about today, the kind of the venue that we were discussing here in terms of laying out what lies behind and beyond the fiduciary laws and regulations. So this gives us an opportunity to kind of look both backward and forward. And boy, we couldn't have hit the timing any better in terms of change in administration, because even in just the last day or so, we're getting some additional insights as to where things might be heading next. So the topics I specifically wanted to touch upon are first taking a bit of a historical perspective here to talk about where the fiduciary standard comes from. It seems like that over the last decade, we've become highly focused on fiduciary discussions in the advisor space and financial services generally, but there's a whole lot longer history associated with the fiduciary standard, and I think having some understanding of that helps to set the stage for why we've always viewed this as a crucial standard for the profession of financial advice. And then I want to spend a little bit of time on the current state of laws and regulations that do govern financial advice. We'll hit the hot topics that are right on the cusp of what's happening now and the cusp of change. And then move into the trend towards professionalization of financial advice, what that means competitively and for where we're headed overall. And then finally, we'll tie that into the idea of how important your reputation is with respect to succeeding in the competitive marketplace. So usually whenever I am in front of a group in person, I might ask, when did the fiduciary standard come into being? And I usually get something maybe dating back to the 40s or maybe 70, whenever we talk about ERISA and that sort of thing. But the reality is that the fiduciary standard really is one of the oldest legal codes that's out there, oldest concepts in law. And historians generally have traced it back to about 3,800 years ago, to the Code of Hammurabi, which was really one of the first and most complete sets of legal codes. And in that historical analysis, the basis for a lot of the code was that so that the strong might not injure the weak. And I think that understanding 3,800 years ago does a great job of explaining why from the very beginning the fiduciary standard, or the concept of establishing trust among the members of society, is so critically important, and never more important than whenever you have control over responsibility over the assets or well-being of others. And so when he says that the strong might not injure the weak, he's not just talking about this being a physical question of the powerful over those who lack power, but rather that whenever you are in a profession, it's your knowledge and your skills and your training that sets you apart and make that those abilities inaccessible to the typical person. These were quite harsh elements to the Code of Hammurabi. So if, for example, you were a physician and you did a bad job with respect to providing medical services, the type of remedy involved here was that the doctor could lose their hands or even be put to death or something like that. So we've come a ways in terms of how we think about crime and punishment, but nevertheless, it does go back quite a ways. We start to recognize the fiduciary standard a good bit better whenever you move up to Roman times. This is when the general concept of trusts started to come into being. So here, I really like this quote from Cicero, and he talks about we can't do everything ourselves. And here he references the fact that we have different people who are more or less capable in different matters. And so these start to go into the areas of the professions. And when we don't have those skills, we rely on the vicarious faith of friends, or in other words, professionals who we enter into a relationship. And he notes here too that it's not just the individual who's relying on the professional that's vulnerable, but society is also vulnerable whenever there is a breakdown in trust overall. So the key concepts here were that interdependence is a fact of life, and that trust is an absolutely essential component in personal business and specifically professional relationships, and that society suffers if we can't trust one another, and particularly our professionals, because essentially at that point in time, we have to pretty much do everything ourselves. So then as we move into modern times, and by this I mean nearly a century ago, this was a quote to the right here from Justice Benjamin Cardozo in a famous Supreme Court case where he talks about a trustee being held to something stricter than the morals of the marketplace. And so anytime we talk about serving in a fiduciary capacity, it's largely drawn out of trust law. And so we think of the trustee and the trustor, where the fiduciary is the trustee and the client is the trustor. And so we have these very high standards, much more so than the morals of the marketplace, which are essentially the transactional marketplace. And so therefore, in this fiduciary relationship, we want to make sure that we keep that standard high. And he notes the risk of the disintegrating erosion of particular exceptions. And we've certainly seen that in recent history, where the standard does tend to be weakened or strengthened at various points along the way by the regulatory structures. So key concepts here would be the transactional relationships require this general rules of the marketplace and fair dealing, but the trustees have special knowledge and authority that makes those trustors especially vulnerable to abuse. And then therefore exceptions to the high standards of professional conduct undermine trust and accountability. So whenever we talk about the difference between the sales versus advisory relationships, these are the types of attributes that where we can make the comparisons. And so just to run through this very quickly, the counterparty transactions, those are the rules of the marketplace. Those are arm's length sales events. Versus the personalized advice where we have the trustee and trustor. And the conflicts of interest need to be acknowledged. We can almost think of in counterparty transactions, these are almost product safety type ideas where, conflicts are acknowledged and the actual, you have some recognition by both parties that there's not a big sophistication gap between the two in these type of events, and shouldn't be whenever it's just a sales counterparty type transaction. So here in the sophistication gap is narrow in a counterparty transaction versus very big gap in these personalized advice relationships where we have high client reliance and vulnerability. So control is a big deal. Discretion always involves the fiduciary standard, as does these whenever we're giving very personalized advice. So that's why we have the difference between the fair dealing standards like we have under FINRA versus the fiduciary standards. And then the regulatory regimes of the counterparty transactions are very much rules-based versus principles-based in the professional advisor side. And that's a big deal because it adds a bit to the challenge of the fiduciary, because it's kind of a moving standard in ways, because as a professional, you have a duty to keep current and be aware not only of the laws and regulations, but essentially of what is the current best practices for the profession. So if we just think about the last decade and what's been taking place, as I mentioned at the outset, it seems like we've spent a lot of time talking about fiduciary regulation. And so you can think about back to 2010 and in Dodd-Frank, where that act authorized the uniform fiduciary rule, didn't require it, but it authorized there being imposed a uniform fiduciary rule across the broker-dealer community and advisors when advice is involved. There was a fiduciary rule released and partially implemented by the DOL, as we know, but then subsequently vacated in appeals court. That was essentially a 9-year process that all went through. And then I didn't really at the outset introduce myself overall. My background has been with FI 360 for the last 15 or so years, but I also had the privilege of serving on CFP board as a director and ultimately as chairman of CFP board. And during the time that I was there, the CFP board did introduce a new code and standards for CFP professionals. And the keystone element of that was the requirement that CFP professionals are held accountable as fiduciaries at all times when providing financial advice. So it's not just whenever providing financial planning, but it ties back to the concept that if you're in an advisory relationship, then you would be held under the new code and standards to the fiduciary standard of care. We've also had considerable activity from among the states. From 2017 to 2019, we've seen a number of states introduce fiduciary rules, and not even relating to the investments, but also into other areas like annuities. And we'll talk just a little bit about that. And then, of course, the most recent is the new Reg BI package and a new DOL prohibited transaction exemption, which allows conflicted advice. That's kind of misnamed as the new DOL fiduciary rule in just layman's terms, but that I want to spend a little bit of time on both Reg BI and the DOL's rules that are coming out. So specifically, the topics that I wanted to hit on in terms of what's happening recently in the areas of conduct initiatives, I wanted to talk about the SEC's regulatory initiatives here, focusing in on regulation best interest and Form CRS, and then hit on the examination priorities of the SEC's OC and what we've seen in terms of where the emphasis has been recently. And we'll talk a little bit too about where things seem to be headed going forward. And then the DOL's new fiduciary rules relating to the prohibited transaction exemption for conflicted advice, and two rules that were really brought in and finalized late in the game here. One having to do with investment duties. This actually started out as a rule specifically relating to the fiduciary duties associated with providing or using ESG factors, environmental, social, and governance factors in selection of investments. And then in addition to that, we have a proxy voting rule that came out, and it too had kind of an ESG orientation to it, but it has been finalized, so I do want to spend just a little bit of time on it. And then, as I said, we'll touch on some of the state fiduciary rules at the very highest level to get some sense as to what's going on and where things might be heading. So it does seem, as I run through this, I am not stopping to take questions, but I do want to be able to leave a little bit of time if there might be questions at the end. Ari, let me just take a breath here for a moment and make sure that everything is coming through loud and clear.
Absolutely.
Okay, great. All right, so then I'm going to roll on here and just introduce the idea of the Reg BI. Now, obviously, this audience has a pretty good handle, I think, on Reg BI, particularly since it's in effect. But the part that's most relevant to this particular topic of where things stand on the fiduciary standard, when you look at the heart of the rule, it has these 5 parts. One is the client relationship summary that needs to be issued by RIAs and by members of the broker-dealer community. And then you have what are known as the 4 obligations. And as you look at those 4 obligations, they are very much fiduciary-like. But as you all know, the Reg BI is not actually a fiduciary standard. So even though the SEC had the opportunity to issue a uniform fiduciary standard for advice, they elected not to, but they did really push in a fiduciary principles into the Reg BI extensively. So we have a duty of care, which mirrors the fiduciary duty of care, an obligation of compliance, and that is an obligation to comply not only with Reg BI as a whole, but with other laws and regulations as well that are similarly investor protection oriented. There is a comparable fiduciary obligation to comply with the law, and in the CFP board code and standards, the duty of compliance is there as well, and wrapped up in very much the same concepts here. And then you have obligations with respect to conflicts of interest. Now, this is where you have an obligation to not place your own interests above those of the client. That's a little different from the way we normally think of a best interest rule. It's more of a balanced interest idea. Under the fiduciary obligation, that in this regard, this would be the duty of loyalty, where we most directly see the conflict of interest obligation. And it historically has been interpreted to be that you must place the client's best interest ahead of your own. And in fact, setting aside considerations of the of potential benefits to yourself as the professional. So this is a little bit of a sticking point here. It is intended to be addressed largely through disclosure. There's a heavier emphasis on disclosure under Reg BI than is typical for fiduciary regulations, but it's an important obligation as a whole. And disclosure being an obligation, disclosure is required of material information under Reg BI as it is under the fiduciary standards. And their disclosure, it typically is not enough. You can't set aside these other obligations just by disclosing a conflict of interest, for example. So I think it's safe to say that what we've seen is that what have been 4 primary levels of marketplace regulation, starting with the FINRA suitability standard for non-fiduciary counterparty relationships, that's largely been bumped up to this new SEC Reg BI level, which is non-fiduciary, but infused with a lot of fiduciary concepts. So it is significantly more rigid, more placing greater obligations on the advice provider here, and it does hit advice but it's within the confines of what is deemed to be incidental to a transactional relationship. And then next up on the level of rigidness and requiring greater attention to the fiduciary obligations would be the SEC 1940 Investment Advisors Act, which is a fiduciary standard, and kind of the mothership is the ERISA fiduciary standard that all of this audience is particularly aware of, and that lies within the purview for the most part of the DOL and the IRS. So let me just touch then on what we see from an examination perspective. This is some work that we had done. Dwayne Thompson, who's a senior policy analyst over at FI360, regularly tracks this kind of information. So this is the rates of SEC examinations. And what we see is that we do go through peaks and valleys. The examinations have bumped up a bit, but are still pretty standard in terms of falling along this ebb and flow that hovers around that 11.5% historical average. On the examination trends themselves, we do have some additional guidance that was published just in November of this past year. This was specifically with respect to compliance obligations, and they found numerous deficiencies and weaknesses at RIA firms. They've talked quite a bit about the chief compliance officer role and the importance of that role. And then if you look at these particular deficiencies that were highlighted, for those of you who are familiar with the training from FI 360, these are right down the line in terms of the policies and procedures that are captured in the Prudent Investment Practices handbooks. And in fact, we also put out there at a higher level these 8 global fiduciary precepts. And so they tie right into this directly. So if you're able to master the fiduciary obligations that we've kind of laid out, why you're definitely going to be addressing some of these. Chad in his presentation talked about being CFEX certified firm, PCS being a CFEX certified firm. And what that means is they've gone through the regimen of looking at these policies and procedures and practices that are substantiated in both law and best practices, and have gone through essentially a fiduciary audit on a regular basis to make sure that they're touching all the bases here. So keep in mind too, I'm going to talk a little bit about the impartial conduct standards that first kind of came into the public eye, or the profession's eye, with the DOL fiduciary rule that was released during the Obama administration. The impartial conduct standards were very much, that concept was adopted by the Trump administration, and we see it in both Reg BI and in the DOL prohibited transaction area that we've of the new PTE that has just come out. And whenever I've had the opportunity to speak with folks at the DOL, certainly made them aware of the Prudent Investment Practices handbooks, and said, so when you speak of impartial conduct standards, this would be representative of that, of what you have in mind. And they said, yes, of course, we don't endorse any particular set of practices or policies, but nevertheless, that they agreed that that's what we're talking about here. It's the way that you have identified the responsibilities and then demonstrate that you are able to adhere to those responsibilities. So let's talk a little bit about what to expect from the SEC going forward. We do know that Gary Gensler was nominated to chair the SEC. He's a former chair of the Commodity Futures Trading Commission, former Goldman Sachs Group partner, and he's on the record as being investor protection oriented, clearly a very smart and intensely involved individual in financial services. So he's generally viewed as a good pick for this role. I will say that the consumer groups were particularly fond of this nomination, because they do think that he'll be more engaged in going a bit deeper into investor protections. And under his leadership, most of those who are tracking these types of appointments would be expecting there to be a ramp up in enforcement. And so that has significance, particularly as it relates to Reg BI. And what I think it's also true to say is that Reg BI, by integrating those fiduciary principles, and whenever we think about how the SEC commissioners have talked about Reg BI being close to the fiduciary standard, I would, as I read Reg BI, I think what you see is a real opportunity to reinterpret the Reg BI and issue new guidance about how it is to be interpreted and applied, and also to be reshaped by tighter enforcement. So for example, one of the aspects of Reg BI that makes it work, I think, for the broker-dealer community, particularly as a transitional stage, is that the incidental advice component allows a good deal of room for the broker-dealer community to argue that a considerable advice can be rendered without triggering the need to register as an investment advisor. under this new administration, I would foresee that being tightened up quite a bit. And so Reg BI itself, it seems to me, has moved the broker-dealer community much closer to fiduciary principles. We've seen a number of broker-dealers adopt fiduciary principles for a part of its representative force, and do a lot more registering of individuals as investment advisors. So you have a lot more dual registrants. And that narrowing of the gap between the Reg BI and the fiduciary standard under the Advisors Act, it seems to me that it does set the stage for a future uniform fiduciary standard that kind of does away with the incidental advice idea and brings their kind of uniformity under the 40 Act type interpretation of a fiduciary standard. I think most observers would say they don't expect that to be soon because there are so many priorities out there in other areas. And Reg BI is definitely a step up with respect to the consumer protections that are there, and the industry has done, I think, very well in adapting to it. So I don't expect to see a lot of change in Reg BI in the near term. But another aspect of what's expected under the new administration is a real push for improved ESG disclosures by corporations. There's been a lot of calls for this to happen by money managers in particular. Their academic research does typically show value in adding E, S, and G factors into the analysis of investments opportunities. And so I think you're going to see a lot more emphasis on this by this SEC, and I would expect to see the ESG investing dramatically expanded. And whenever I say that, it's already in a big growth stage right now, but with improved disclosures, you're going to have a lot better and more consistent data to work with. And so that should be a real benefit. The SEC under the Trump administration was particularly concerned about the ESG funds that carry the name ESG or green or something. And so they were particularly concerned about the marketing appeal of ESG at the expense of higher costs within the funds and perhaps inconsistency in how much they in fact do rely upon ESG factors. What I would expect to see as these disclosures get better and as the academic awareness of the positive influence of using ESG factors becomes more well known, I expect there to be ESG data reporting kind of across the board. And it may not be so much that a fund is known as an ESG fund, but rather that all funds are examined to see what their ESG factors look like. So let's now turn to the DOL side. In this new PTE for conflicted advice, it effectively reinstates the DOL's five-part test. You know, this was problematic in terms of enforcement, and that's what the Obama era DOL tried to address. It tried to take away the regular and primary source of decision-making components to that five-part test because the five-part test itself became almost unenforceable by virtue of there being all five of these elements having to apply, and the ability to argue that while it may have been important, it might not be the primary source of decision making, and while it may be recurring, it's not necessarily an ongoing or regular involvement in providing advice. So this five-part test is back in play. This PTE does provide greater latitude for investment advice fiduciaries to have compensation conflicts. But as we see here on the highlighted second box in the table, it does require acknowledgement of fiduciary status, and it mirrors the requirements of the original DOL fiduciary rules, best interest contract exemption without the contract. And it applies to rollovers in certain principal transaction. And then flipping back to the highlighted left-hand part of the matrix here, the impartial conduct standards are necessary to apply to take advantage of this PTE. And it does include a retrospective review requirement, so that there is an obligation for a senior executive level officer to regularly review, annually review the compliance with this PTE. So, and we'll talk in a minute about where we think this is going, but it has been finalized, but not yet taken effect. So the ESG investment side, if we turn to that, this is the rule that was published in the Federal Register in November 13th of 2020. It is out there now. The effective date was January 12th, and it has these features that are listed here. It confirms that investment making must be based solely on financial or pecuniary type of considerations, prohibits fiduciaries from subordinating their interests of participants to pursue social goals, for example, non-pecuniary goals that would not necessarily work to the economic best interest of the participants or beneficiaries, does require consideration of reasonably available alternatives. So you can't just use an ESG type investment and compare it only against other ESGs. It really needs to be anything that has similar characteristics. And then it does set some investment analysis and documentation requirements when these non-pecuniary factors come into play. And it does prohibit the use of non-pecuniary factors in the selection of QDIAs. That April 30th, 2022 is the date when the changes can be made and must have been made to QDIAs to make sure that you're not using non-pecuniary factors in there. And then this, oh, and by the way, when this particular rule, whenever it first was proposed, it was emphatic about and explicit about ESG considerations being the focus of attention. When the final rule came out, it pulled ESG completely out of it. Now, under the covers, ESG is still clearly the target, but nevertheless, what they decided was that because ESG is not consistently defined, it was better to just leave that that narrowness of ESG out of that particular rule. The proxy voting rule, which is the short name of this rule, is similar in terms of its path. It's effective by January 5th, was effective by January 15th. And there has to be verification of any service providers that you might be using, that they have conformity to the proxy voting rule, have that by January 31st of 2022. And here it affirms that the fiduciary duties of loyalty and prudence apply to proxy voting and other shareholder rights. That's always been true, but it just highlighted that that is true. And then where it started to take a more focused turn, and one that's more rigid, is to say that you are not obligated to vote all proxies. And in fact, you should not vote all proxies if you don't have a net economic impact on the plan by voting those proxies. So in other words, don't waste your time and money on voting a proxy if it doesn't have any economic impact. That that's a stance that is probably going to be challenged, and the biggest reason for this being a difficult concept here is you almost have to do the analysis of what the proxy vote entails and what its consequences might be in order to determine if you should have done the analysis and should vote it. So you're kind of caught between a rock and a hard place here in terms of how this might be practical to implement. So whenever we think about what to expect at the DOL, well, one of the disadvantages we have at the moment is that at least as of noon today, I don't think that Biden has made his picks for DOL secretary and head of EBSA. And those who he does pick is, I think, going to be a bit of a tell in terms of how aggressively they would go after the fiduciary type rules here. But so if
third later, I think, was Marty Walsh, the Boston EBSA. He hasn't named anybody yet.
Okay, very good. Yeah, I knew that Marty was under consideration, but I didn't hear it being named. So interesting. And so, you know, this new PTE for conflicted advice, it was in the 60-day period before implementation, and so the odds are that this is going to be suspended, probably replaced, at least reinterpreted. So this one you're probably not going to see come into play in a significant way in the near term. Whether we will see a new DOL fiduciary rule that reflects like what we saw under the Obama administration is an open question. I think here again, it's a question of priorities. That took, as we saw in an earlier slide, took many years to get from proposal to enactment, went through a lot of court challenges. So while I think it's probably going to come back at some point in time, I don't foresee that happening anytime soon. And then on the ESG and proxy voting rules, these are likely to be revised or rescinded and replaced. Not an easy process with as tight as the splits are by party in both the House and Senate, but there has been quite a bit of talk about the importance of the environmental situation generally and climate change. And then there's been a good deal of emphasis on wanting to support the use of ESG factors, as I talked about with respect to corporate disclosures, and allowing their broader use, more unfettered use in the investment side. So I think these are going to be, this administration will be considerably more friendly towards ESG investments than the last. And then finally, turning to the state initiatives, you know, here we have fiduciary rules for securities brokers coming out from New Jersey, Nevada, Massachusetts. These are certainly, and in fact, Massachusetts was put into effect. Then we also have some initiatives from the North American Securities Administrators Association. So in other words, state level activity. The policies and procedures model rule was adopted. Think of this as being like an impartial conduct standards requirement. It mirrors what the SEC has for the policies and procedures required of registered investment advisors. There's also at the state level, the CE model rule for investment advisors representatives that was also adopted in November. That we would expect to see both of these rules having considerable uptick and being enacted by the states. Each state has the ability to take their own action with respect to these model rules. And then also at the state level, we have the National Association of Insurance Commissioners with their best interest suitability transactions model rule. This relates specifically to annuities, already adopted in 4 states, pending in a couple more. And so you do have this, it mirrors largely what's in the best interest standard from the SEC. But what we do see, or what I would expect, is if we see heightened activity at the federal level, I would expect to see the state activity to slow down. You know, the idea of 50 different approaches, even whenever you have a model rule, there's ability to amend and edit essentially to make it more specific to the state. So that starts to get to be a nightmare whenever we have so much business is done across state lines, that I would expect to see the state activity slow down as the federal activity becomes more uniform. So let me turn from that historical perspective and looking at where we are and where we seem to be headed in the near term to talk more generally about, in this if what we're seeing, and my theme here is that even over the last decade, while we've seen a couple different administrations, Republican and Democrat, in all cases, it's been ramping up in terms of the obligations for broker-dealer community and to a certain extent on the advisor community, although clearly the focus has been on the broker-dealer community. So that is likely to continue. That trend is likely to continue. But if we think about the marketplace for advice, we can probably in a idealized sort of way use this bell curve to say, well, how does the competition shake out in terms of whether they are complying with the law, whether they are maybe not quite compliant at this point, or whether they really are going above and beyond what's required by the law. And clearly you will probably have in the near term more non-compliance than we had before, because you're seeing these volatility in the rules that are out there. But the majority are going to clearly be compliant and display the common practices. So, but I think probably if you spoke to clients and say, well, what kind of firm are you looking for? Anyone would say, best of the kind, the ones that I can trust most. And so the point of differentiation lies out there in what makes those firms exceptional and more competitive in the marketplace. Now, CFA Institute periodically does a survey to find out, and this is a very broad survey that is done globally. You can find it out there on the CFA Institute site. And they give a rundown both globally and broken down by country to find out what is it and what types of attributes from an advisor do clients most want. And this is probably not too surprising, but trust is at the heart of the whole thing. I mean, it's number one is always trusted to act in my best interest. A recommendation from someone that they trust is important. There is this desire to achieve higher returns from the top of the mill type of advisor. There needs to be a commitment to ethical conduct. Again, gets to the trust factor. Amount and structure of fees is important. That's where I thought Chad's discussion is particularly meaningful, and we see a lot of cost compression in the marketplace. And then finally, compliance with industry or professional best practices. So all of these things, to me, can relate right back to what we think about in being provided by adherence to a fiduciary standard. Well, here I want to just reference a good book that was published back in 2001 called The Trusted Advisor. A number of you may very well be familiar with it. But they come up with this trust equation where they hypothesize that trust is really a function of your credibility and your reliability and intimacy with the client. So credibility gets to things like verified competence and quality. So do you have credentials? Do you have professional designations? What about your firm? Is your firm one that is distinguished in the marketplace, perhaps with a specialty area? Then you go to reliability. And this is an issue not only of policies and procedures, but technology. That certainly we know that technology can make a huge difference with respect to being able to have reliable performance of responsibilities and fulfillment of commitments. And then the intimacy dimension is the strength of the relationship and the engagement with the client. So client communication practices, the extent to which that you may have a more holistic relationship with the client, these things become important with respect to that dimension here. But the other factor that's involved here is the idea of self-orientation. So in other words, the conflicts of interest piece. To the extent that the client believes that there are conflicts of interest, or that you are in it as much for yourself as them, or for your company as them, that is treated as a denominator in this trust equation. So in the in the book, they talk about an arbitrary kind of 10-point scale for each of these factors. And so if you have 10s across the board in your credibility, reliability, and intimacy, if you are self-oriented, that obviously just destroys the score that you would have for trust. So it really emphasizes how important the management of conflicts of interest are. So I'd recommend this book to you. I like the equation, and I do think it ties directly to the fiduciary obligations. So, you know, I would encourage you to think about this as having the loyalty on the client orientation dimension, having credibility, reliability, and intimacy on the duty of care dimension, those loyalty and care being the two most fundamental of the fiduciary duties, and that trust is directly relevant to the extent to which you have a client orientation and to those characteristics of credibility, reliability, and intimacy. And that trust is central to your reputation, and your reputation is central to your success. And we can say that not just because it seems intuitively true, but there actually is quite a bit of academic study that has been done on the value of a reputation. And so there's an outfit known as the Reputation Institute. They've done studies which demonstrate that our purchasing decisions are generally governed by our perceptions of the features of products or services that are presented to us. And then they're also governed by the companies that stand behind them. And that what they found is that the reputation of the company that stands behind the products dominates in terms of how purchasing decisions are made. And their conclusion is we choose to work with those who we trust. And that's borne out by the surveys of the CFA Institute. And in fact, we find also there is a publication known as U.S. Reputational Dividend Report that in analysis of S&P 500 firms, and this is specifically looking at things like goodwill, that over 20% of shareholder value is accounted for by reputation. But for professional services like advice, the contribution's much higher. And Michael Kitces did a very good article about this very fact, and he talks about what in the advisory profession, and you think about mergers and acquisitions, the pricing on an advisor's firm is really dependent upon the stability of the revenue stream. And the revenue stream and the reliability of that revenue stream is really driven by trust and the strength of the relationship. So here again, reputation essentially is 100% associated with the shareholder value in the case of an advisory firm or close to it. They've also found that academic studies that reputable sellers earn a price premium. There is some academic study in the advisory space of this as well, and you can certainly think of it as being true in law and medicine, other professional advisory relationships, where those who have the highest degree of reputation, a high reputation in those professions are able to charge more, substantially more. And so this is another good reason to establish that reputation. And then specifically with respect to the retirement plans, the National Association of Retirement Plan Participants found that a company's retirement plan is a top 3 driver of employee satisfaction. That's why whenever you put together a proposal to a retirement plan, having those indicators of credibility, reliability, and intimacy, as also controlling the conflicts of interest become very, very important. And if we do talk about in the charitable space, we also find that Charity Navigator in their method of evaluating a charitable organization, accountability and transparency are at the top of what they look for, because donors want to know that their charity is trustworthy. So I mentioned earlier about the impartial conduct standards and the fact that the FI360 organization has published these prudent investment practices for advisors as well as for investment managers and for stewards like plan sponsors. We do have these are practices that are fully substantiated in law and regulation. They serve as the foundation for the training programs, and they do certainly aid in compliance, because as we saw, the concept of impartial conduct standards has now become central to each of the regulatory regimes. I mentioned earlier about the 8 fiduciary precepts. They're listed here for you. They come as no surprise. They're kind of right at the heart of what the expectations of an investment fiduciary would be. Earlier, Chad mentioned the CFEX certification for his firm, and this is a method, and CFEX is a FI360 Broadridge company. It's a certification that this is at the organizational level as opposed to a designation at the professional level. It's a certification that the organization adheres to the prudent practices and are therefore worthy of trust and confidence. The certified firms are listed in a public registry, and the certification process itself promotes that fiduciary excellence and continual improvement. It also would come in handy with respect to that required retrospective review that's associated with that new DOL PTE. So just in concluding here, I wanted to call your attention some key takeaways and action steps. To manage your regulatory litigation and reputational risks, we suggest you follow prudent practices such as would be out there by the impartial conduct standards that are in the regulatory structure. The prudent investment practices of FI360 would be another good example of that. Is certainly concentrate on what you can control and your reputation and those factors that are in the trust equation. So, with that idea of the credibility side, specialization is a way to have added credibility, publishing, speaking, having credentials of yourself and your organization. Reliability, and I do think technology looms ever larger. We think about the robo-advisors, and in reality, I think what we can say is that every firm is going to be more or less a robo-advisor. You're going to have to have great technology. The question is how much of it is client facing versus how much of it is operated in the back room, and the organization is more client facing in its approach. Now, and the reality is the firms probably need to be all along the spectrum there, so that there will be generally younger, perhaps not having accumulated as much wealth yet, not as high a level of sophistication. So they rely more on the technology side. But as the wealth, complexity, age, all of those things start to build, then you're probably going to have more client-facing activities. And the level of intimacy associated with your interaction models and how you are working with clients, and even the demographic makeup of the membership of your organization, and how you have the sustainability built in to your firm itself, so that there is a longevity to the very model of your business. And of course, paying attention to the self-orientation, make sure that clients' best interests are placed first, and that you can model how each of these elements come into play in the way you do business. So your business proposition, your value proposition as a professional, is your demonstrated commitment to excellence, and I've often heard at the end of the CEO summits that are held by Tiburon, one of the things that they always emphasize is that competitively, it's the one that's closest to the client that always wins. And that too points to the idea that it's the fiduciary standard that really draws you in. So Ari, with that, I'm just about to lose my voice, and we've hit the 50 minutes to this. This presentation does qualify for the ability to earn CE credits for the AIF and the AIFA. So maybe we have time for a question or two if there is one out there.
There are a handful, so let's
okay.
What are your thoughts on the new head of the SEC, Mr. Gensler?
Yeah, I think it's it's a logical choice for this administration. The background is impeccable. It does, those on the consumer protection side are very happy and pressed for this appointment. And so it's, like I said, it certainly favors approaching this with a heightened sense of wanting to make sure that you do fiduciary best practices, because that's where we're headed. And I think from a competitive, you're going to need it more than ever on the regulatory side. From a competitive side, you're going to need it certainly, regardless of where the regulatory structure goes.
Do you foresee Bitcoin as an asset that the SEC will allow an employer-sponsored retirement plan? So isn't that more? It's not really an SEC question. Isn't that more of a Department of Labor type situation? But will you think we'll see Bitcoin in 401k plans?
I don't think so anytime soon. And I just think that marketplace is too volatile. And even if you did, even if you did see Bitcoin in plans, I think you would really, really want to make sure that you are absolutely expert in that area, because to me, it is ripe for litigation.
What are your thoughts about the practice of greenwashing as it relates to ESG disclosures?
Yeah, and this is, that was very much the focus of the SEC under the Trump administration. Some would argue that it was more than that, that there was just a lack of interest or desire to see ESG used at all. But from a regulatory perspective, I think greenwashing is a concern, because the SEC approach generally is to be concerned about fraud. And I think in the Trump administration SEC, I think they were emphatic about that they wanted to make sure that if your fund was labeled as green or as being heavily focused on ESG, A, that better be true. And B, it also better be true that it produces better returns and does so at a reasonable cost. So I think there's legitimacy in that concern, and I think that the SEC is right under any administration to look at that. And that's why whenever you think about how do you pick a fund, the ESG funds, and particularly this is true, as you know, Ari, on the retirement side, you better run them. Anything that's labeled an ESG fund, you don't run it against an ESG universe. Run it against the full universe. And my sense is we're going to have fewer and fewer funds labeled as ESG and more using ESG, and you're going to see data providers and who give you the ability to use ESG factors like you would any other fundamental or technical analysis factors, and that's where the real hope for the future is. I believe in ESG investing, but I believe that it has to be done with the same level of care and attention that you give to all the other ways that you exercise due care in the prudent selection of investments.
Yeah, I think you're right. Rob is back on. Rob, did you want words about Matrix? Robbie there? I don't see Rob. Anyway, so let's go back to one more question.
Okay.
You think we'll ever have a DOL final fiduciary rule?
I don't think it's coming soon. And there's a couple reasons for that. The part that of the fiduciary rule, the real fiduciary rule from the Obama era that stayed was the impartial conduct standards and the requirement to use it for conflicted advice, for that best interest exemption, and that's what's wrapped up in the new exemption. So that has allowed a manageable way to provide advice with conflicts, albeit that they, it's more latitude than you had before. But I think it's more likely that we'll see tighter enforcement than we will see a full-blown new fiduciary rule anytime soon. And then it starts to become a question of what's the makeup of that House and Senate a couple years from now. If you do see a preponderance or the consistency in terms of all three aspects of the executive and the House and the Senate, then I think it's more likely that you'll see that tackled. But I'm not looking for it right away. I think what you're going to see, even have a higher chance of, is that as you tighten the interpretations under best interest, and you push that best interest rule closer and closer to the fiduciary standard, and you start reinterpreting best interest so that you kind of do away with the incidental advice and narrow that interpretation, you're going to be so close to the fiduciary standard that I think it's going to move into a uniform fiduciary standard for any advice that is provided. I think you'll still have non-fiduciary directed brokerage, and that is a marketplace. So rules of the marketplace of fair dealing strike me as appropriate in those situations. But anyway, I'll stop there because I see we're running out of time.
No, I appreciate it. I think that, it's certainly interesting what will happen. It feels like every 4 years we're getting into some sort of new rule and it just never ends. And so I suspect that, we'll have this process. And, to me, it's like when you're older, it gives you something to do and something to worry about. So,
right. Yeah. I mean, that's why you just got to aim high. You got to take it out of the realm of the regulator. Just don't worry about it. If you've put in full-blown fiduciary processes, then you got a lot less to worry about.
The problem is you have a industry that has been vehemently against it, and if it wasn't for their opposition, we would have had a new rule years ago. It's
Right.
just it's all that Wall Street money.
Right. Well, it is true, but I think the competitive pressures are such now that in addition to the consumer is more aware of the term fiduciary. You got consumer groups that are lining up behind fiduciary, and you've got a competitive pressures that are therefore coming into play, and the industry, a lot of the industry is making the shift. So it's just they're big ships to turn, and we're seeing them start to do it.
I agree. Thank you so much. I guess if you, Blaine, if they want to reach out to you for it, I also have a record of the people who've attended.
Yep. Yes, and I think probably Rob would put something out there as well. My email address, I can put it in the chat if you want, if anybody wanted to contact me. So I'll do that whenever I sign off here.
Okay. I appreciate it. So thank you so much.
All righty.
And our next, is Cheryl on board? I see the other presenters.
Hi, good afternoon. This is Danielle Burns with C-Note. Cheryl Hickerson is not going to be able to join us this afternoon due to a family situation, but I'm happy to shepherd the conversation with my colleagues Stoy, Hall, and Cherie Mason.
Okay, so you guys are all representing the Females in Finance Forum, so take it away.
Awesome. Thank you all so much for joining us. My name is Danielle Burns. I am the Vice President, Head of Business Development for C-Note. C-Note, we are a women-led impact investment firm focusing on narrowing the wealth gap and creating economic inclusion, and doing that through our partnership with CDFI's Community Development Financial Institutions. This afternoon, I'm joined by my colleagues, Stoy Hall and Cherie Mason, and we're going to talk about the changing face of financial services and really look to, cover or have, an open dialogue around the need for diversity in our profession. So I'm going to ask Stoy and Cherie to introduce themselves, and then we can dive into the conversation. Stoy, we'll start with you.
Yes, Stoy Hall here with Black Mammoth. I just co-founded that. We launched in October, been in the industry for over 10 years now. And my entire dream in life and personal vision is to rid the world of financial illiteracy. And the biggest piece of that is taking these very high, ultra high net worth conversations and concepts and bringing them down to the everyday person to really pump up the wealth in our country in aspects and cultures and pieces of that aren't, and that is specifically in the minority communities. And that's what we're about. We do that through our CPAs, we do that through our hedge fund, we do that through a lot of different ways, and attack that in our industry.
Great, thanks so much, Stoy. Cherie?
Hi, thanks, Danielle. My name is Cherie Mason. I am a retirement plan specialist for ICMA RC. I also own a small tax preparation business. And I agree, I've been in financial services literally since I got out of high school. And it has been an interesting dynamic to see how things have changed, yet have not changed at all. So it is such an honor to be able to discuss how we move forward, making each of us much better around finances, and making sure that we're all included in that conversation.
Great, thanks so much. And so again, this our time together today is meant to be conversational, and really just have open dialogue around what does diversity look like in our profession, or not maybe, and how we can do more to to move the needle in that way. And I'll start with saying that not to turn the conversation political at all, but the past 2 weeks have been really interesting from a policy perspective, but it also really further highlighted some of the the continued inequalities that we have within our country and within organizations. And so I want to ask the two of you, what are your thoughts from a what are some things that we can do in the financial services industry to really promote more dialogue around the lack of diversity, and what are the steps we can take to move the needle?
I'll go first. That question has been swirling around for probably ages, but again, as we continue to have these conversations, I think even forums like this, in which we are actually just getting those questions out there and getting the conversation out there, makes a big difference right off the bat. I know personally, I try to engage in as many community events as I can, because there are people out there who don't know and who don't get it. As well as having open and honest conversations with colleagues, managers, people in several areas in which I fortunately have contact with, HR departments, things like that, to have conversations around what they're doing about it, or maybe even giving them some details on how they can do better in those areas. It's really about just having the conversation. We have to rid our fear of people, of someone thinking of us as racist, or as too focused on any specific thing, whether it be color, gender, race, or anything like that. We might have to clear a little bit of that, because the conversation has to be had, and it's not going to be easy.
Yeah, and I'll piggyback that. We just have to be real. We really, truly have to be real in our industry for once. Don't hide behind disclosures, don't hide behind compliance, and get all of that out of there and truly have heart-to-heart conversations. And a lot of that is what I've learned in the industry, is they're not comfortable working with people of color. Our industry is not. It is predominantly white males. We know this. They don't want to have those conversations because they don't know how to relate. And truthfully, we all know this, you can relate to anybody. You just need to talk and be real. I have learned from my book of business is you just got to tell it how it is, and that people need to know that. A lot of our problems is the financial education in our country is poor. It needs to be started from kindergarten on up, and we all know that. But what happens is there's a dialogue change, right? I know, knowing my background in my family, it comes down to the point of they don't even know what a stock is. We don't talk that way. That's not how our vernacular is. So in order to change that, everyone has to be comfortable with just being real, honest, and realizing that, hey, yeah, there is that disconnect, but that's been pushed upon us for generations. Now it's time to change that. And in order to change that is we all have to get uncomfortable real quick. Now, being a Black man in this industry, being a Black man in America, I'm uncomfortable every day. So I'm good with it. It's now the rest of us have to be uncomfortable with that and take that conversation further. And there's only so far that us being of color can go. We really need everyone else to be a part of that conversation.
Yeah, I couldn't agree with you more, Stoy. I feel, it's interesting because I was having this conversation with, some colleagues recently, and I find myself thinking, is this conversation for me, right? And it's like, I live this every day as a Black woman. And Cherie, I know Cherie personally, we're friends and colleagues. But the interesting fact is, or interesting thought, Cherie and I would go to investment conferences and we would, text each other and say, how many people of color at the event you're at this year? And, when we get to 5, we're like really excited. That is not okay. And so, how can, and I guess, that leads me to my next question or thing I want to, ask both of you. What type of support do you think, professionals need within financial services to maybe embrace more hiring of diverse team members, as well as broadening their books of business with diverse clientele?
I think they initially need to have a safe space. I know one of the things that has been said to me in the past is literally they're like, well, I don't know what to say, or I don't know how to say it. There's, and that's going to be on both sides. We as Black people, Black women, we can't take offense to every question, but because very often it is not, it's not offensive. They're not trying to be offensive. There is a literal border of I just don't know. So there has to be a safe space in which people can ask questions so that they can actually get information. There has to be access to pools of people who are qualified to be able to fill those spaces. I know that we're out there. We're right here. But hearing oftentimes like, oh, we couldn't find anyone of color to fill this space. And I'm like, I can tell you 3 of them right off the bat. So they need a safe space, but then they also need access to where they would find these people. And some of that is upon the employers themselves or the financial advisors themselves to actually go to the places where they're going to find these people. Again, but it's got to be a safe space for them.
I think they need to be humble about it on both sides. We all do. We need to be more humble. Our biggest thing is, how we're raised and how we're grown up with history and everything that's gone on is different, right? It truly is a different conversation. So you need to be humble enough as an employer to really grasp the background of where they're coming from and what's going on and how being Black in our conversations differ from a conversation I'll have with a white person. I get this a lot of, I'm light skinned, right? We all like to call that light skin, dark skin on our side, but I grew up in the middle, right? I have to be able to talk one way and talk a different way, depending on the color of your skin. And that part needs to change. We need to be able all to come together and talk a certain way and understand that we all came from very similar backgrounds, just we were taught a little differently. From getting a clientele base and growing that, you just need to go to those neighborhoods and hang out at the local spots. It's not coffee shops. It's the local restaurant. It's the barber shop. It truly is. You need to go there and just need to hang out and listen, talk, have a good time. And you'll start to grasp that, okay, these are the leaders, these are the business owners, these are the people that are involved. You get in good with them, and within our communities, you're going to be loyal. You're loyal. We're going to be loyal. We're going to be there and ride or die with you. So it's about taking that step and just go get uncomfortable, hang out in a barbershop for a little bit. Plus, you'll get a fresh cut. You look real good, and you'll have fun doing so.
There's a lot of things that come out of the barbershop, right? For communities of color, certainly. I would also add, just for from a more, I guess, pragmatic perspective, expand your networks. And I think, that really is what we're saying, what you, Stoy, and Sheree were saying. Expand your networks. You cannot only go to the conferences you've always gone to and expect to see different people. It doesn't work like that. So, maybe, and quite honestly, while COVID and the pandemic has, got us at, homes and not out and about, it's actually made it easier for you to attend different types of events, by which where you can network with a different group of people, because it doesn't require you to get on a plane. So there's no cost, right? So literally, that piece is out of the equation. So I would challenge you, for those of you listening, I would challenge you to look up new conferences that support financial advisors of color. Quad A is a great conference. Quad A is the Association for African American Financial Professionals. There's CAAFP. There's several Asian American investment manager conferences. So there's lots of conferences out there that are supporting, that have diverse folks attending them. And that's an opportunity for you to broaden your network and get to meet more people. Because it's certainly, to Sheree's point, it is not a pipeline issue. But if you only always are talking to the same people, really just broaden your network of folks. And so I think that, what we know is that diversity is really showing up in so many areas across the country, in so many different ways in how we work with each other. And yesterday was historic in that nature, in that our executive branch now has a woman of color at the second highest seat in our country. And so I feel like I know the answer to this, but I'm going to ask anyways for the listeners' benefits. Why do you both think that is significant for all of us, just personally, and then the financial services space more broadly?
One of the things that I continuously say in meetings every day is the world actually needs us to use both sides of our brain. So in along those lines, the reality is oftentimes males and females do not think the same. We get to an answer, and we get to an answer a different way. So when we take that and we add in that not only men and women think differently, but people of different backgrounds and ethnicities think different ways. Now we have the opportunity to get to the best answers, to be able to solve problems at an even higher level, because now we're taking on the perspective and the knowledge of people who do think and have different experiences than us. And I think that's what we miss when we're not inclusive. So to have a woman of color in that office, that's amazing. To have the network and background that she has, along with the network and background of President Biden, there we go. We started to open up our brain functions and are able to use both sides of it.
Yeah, 100% on that one, and I'll spin it a little differently. Children love and look up to people that they first probably look like them, talk like them, are the same gender, right? You create them as your superhero. To have a Black woman be that crosses a lot of our boundaries, right? The obviously little girls looking up, but also even Black boys, same way. Growing up, there was nobody. I mean, you have athletes. That's all we have. And now we're starting to see across the board, not only on the political side, but across the board of women of color, men of color, reaching areas that when I was a kid, I would never even thought of. You know, for me, it was be an NFL player. That's what I was going to do. I went to college, played football because that's all I ever saw. That's what I wanted to be. But now we're starting to see people of color like me, like you guys. We're running financial firms. We're changing it. It's sad because we're decades behind, but we're playing. We're in the game now. And to have VP Harris where she's at just broke so many barriers that I don't think the majority of the population truly will grasp and feel like we do, but they will by the end of these 4 years at least understand that we just changed a whole generation's mindset and what they're seeing and what they want to become. And it's one of the first times that we've been able to do that ever. And I think that's a really big piece of it from just a childhood standpoint.
What would you, what I guess, and this is, sort of Stoy, what you just alluded to, but what are your thoughts on really the need for us to double down on diversity? And organizations, institutions from making DEI, diversity, equity, inclusion, a checkbox versus a mandate. The checkbox is a very narrow-sighted, short-term solution. We need long game solutions. And so, what are your thoughts in terms of helping the industry? What are some things that we can do individually or collectively to double down on diversity and make DEI a mandate and not just a checkbox?
That one is a fine line for me. I mean, I don't know how many times I've been asked to speak at companies and conferences specifically on the issue, and the line of mandate versus checkbox. In America, we typically, if it's race related, it's a checkbox. We can move on, right? The NFL, every team has to interview one Black coach, and it's a checkbox. They can move on and hire whoever. I don't believe America's ready for a mandate. We can't even get through the masks piece of it, which I'm not getting political with it, but I'm just saying that I don't believe it could ever be a mandate right now in America. It's going to be a checkbox because that's what's comfortable. We have to be uncomfortable as Americans to make sure that we're inclusive of everybody and having those conversations and not being afraid to have them, right? And I'm allude a little bit to Michael had asked a question about, is it simply we're not trying hard enough? And that's true. We're not trying hard enough from an industry wide. We need to try harder, but not be so blatant to just do a checkbox, but to truly try to learn a different culture and how that can play into their firm. The thing is that I always talk about these conferences is we're all Americans. We all have the same American culture. We might have been brought up different. We might eat different foods, but we're all here as humans and we want to get along and we want to be successful. But you person are afraid of talking and having those real conversations. And if you don't, then it is going to be a checkbox. It won't be something that's a mandate or a company policy because you don't believe in it. You're just doing it because you don't want social media to blow you up and, disrupt your company anymore. So to summarize all that, I don't think America's ready for a straight up mandate. I think it's going to be a checkbox for a little bit until we can change and get people to be uncomfortable and really take a deep dive into themselves.
I would agree. I would agree with that, Stoy. I can't believe America's not ready for it, but you're right. They're not ready for it. And it takes people coming outside of themselves, dropping their blinders, and really getting out of the things that they specifically learned. There are often times where you'll find a person, and you're having a conversation and you're thinking to yourself, oh gosh, do they know that? So I know in conversations, sometimes I have to remind myself that the person I'm talking to doesn't know what I know. So we can't assume that they know what we know. But even as an employer, so you can't stand in the box of what you learned and what you were taught. In order for you to actually be able to um, um, be truly outside of just checking a box, you've got to drop all of that and try to figure out how you are able to communicate um, with another person who may not have grown up like you. It may not even necessarily have to be along the lines of skin color, because the division among those who have and those who have not, that's a whole nother conversation. So you have to be able to speak to people who, maybe grew up poor, or vice versa. You might have to speak to the person who grew up rich. Either way, you sort of have to drop those filters that you have personally, so that you can actually be able to connect with another person. And you can't mandate that. You just can't.
That's true. At the end of the day, I think we definitely have to recognize and acknowledge, right, the validity and the reality of other people's experiences. And unless and until we're willing and able to do that in an authentic way, nothing is going to happen. And so, perhaps that's the first step. People have to get real with themselves, that they're willing to really be a part of the change and understand what that takes. And it's certainly not going to be easy. Most of the days it's going to be really hard, but with the understanding of it's necessary and it's important, that we do this, because quite honestly, in my opinion, the fact that we're not having these conversations is gotten us to where we are today, right? The amount of anger and divisiveness and how we're divided is because we've just not talked about it. We've pushed it under the rug. I'm texting only Cherie, like, and in meetings, like, we're just, so not talking about it broadly is what's gotten us to where we are today. And so we have to get comfortable. Sometimes I think about what can we say that's different, but at the end of the day, we got to get uncomfortable with being uncomfortable, and it just needs to happen. And so thank you both for saying that. And I guess, in our last few minutes together, I want to just think of, I like to leave with, some tangible things, some call to action, so to speak. What do you think are just, one or two steps that executives or team members within an organization can do to help ensure that their teams, their organizations are on a path to ensure that diversity, equity, inclusion efforts are being had, and it's not just a one and done type of thing?
I would say, go ahead, Sheree.
Oh, thanks, Todd. I think it goes back to something that you said earlier, Danielle, in that if they would actually encourage and support joining network groups that are, again, outside of their norm, maybe, that, or having those town hall meetings among your own employees and having these real type of conversations, or bringing someone in to help. But I think if there was more encouragement and support to be a part of things outside of your work circle, would also give them real experience with people outside of themselves.
Yeah, and I would say start internally. You know, if unless you don't have someone of color on your staff, then you got to go outside. But start there and just let them, if they're comfortable enough, to just talk and be real, whether it's one-on-one or in a group setting, because we've got a lot to say. Even personally, 2020 was not easy from a mental health standpoint, from everything. It was really, really hard. So I'm available to talk. I know Danielle and Sherry, you are too, but also someone on your staff is feeling the same way we are, and they want to talk because they want to help. They want to be part of that change and the things that we're going to do for the future. So I would say step one, just start internally, and if you don't, then call me. I'm good. I'll talk through it with you.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
absolutely. And you know, of course, yes, as Stoy said, you know, Cherie or myself or either of us are happy to connect and be helpful. But to Cherie's point, hire an expert. There are lots of really great organizations that do this work. They can come in and help facilitate and build out curriculums, help you think through it. And so if your executive team lacks those diverse voices, it sometimes can be really difficult to understand the lived experiences of other people. And so hiring an expert can help you to think through that a little bit and get some clarity around what that looks like. I know Ready Set is a really great organization that does that work as well. But just, you know, start to engage with others and ask questions. And one of the things that I often hear, and Sto and Cherie, you may hear this as well, is like, well, how do I ask? What do I ask? I think that if you come to the conversation from a place of authenticity, because they often say, well, I don't want to make anybody mad. I don't want to piss anybody off. I don't want people to feel uncomfortable. You know, if I ask the question, I think we're able to suss out really quickly if it's coming from a place of authenticity or not. And if someone comes to us and they genuinely just want to learn and be helpful, then we're going to want to help you because we know what that's like to not have somebody help us, right? And so, you know, I think as long as we approach the conversations with authenticity, you know, that's a key starting point.
I appreciate the conversation. I think when it comes to diversity, I think people like to talk, they don't like to do. And I think that in this industry, which is no different than any other, there is a lack of empathy because, you know, based on your background, you don't face some of the challenges out there. You don't see that other people from different communities have those challenges as well. So I appreciate the conversation, and I'm certainly going to reach out to the three of you to see what we can do to certainly, like I said, instead of just talking, more doing, as I say.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much, Ari, for having us. Certainly appreciate the opportunity. And again, if we can be of service, don't hesitate to reach out.
I certainly will.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Take care.
Okay. Our next presentation is going to be from CUNA Mutual. I know Tiffany's on the call, and I know Randy is on the call as well. Randy, you there? Okay, great. Yep, I can. See it? You just gotta play from the beginning, the slideshow. slideshow, play from the beginning. You know, right there up past. Yeah, I know. You can try. There's another cheat. I remember. I forget what it is, but but you can try. Yeah, it's difficult, but you can manage it. I've had that problem in the past. I see it. Well, yeah, the idea is hopefully by September we'll be in Houston. We'll see. It's it's all about me getting a shot and everybody else getting some shots. Well, Larry, it's based on his schedule of who's available, and if I would like to see J.R. Richard. No, I appreciate it. Great presentation. Thank you so much. Our next presentation is John Muller from Nuveen. John, you there?
Hi, Ari. How you doing today?
Good, how are you?
I'm doing great. Thank you. Thank you. I very much appreciate the time here today. It's been great. I was actually just looking at the participant list here, and I see a lot of familiar faces. So to those of you, I want to say thank you so much for taking the time. For those of you who don't know me, my name is John Mueller. I'm Regional Director of Defined Contribution for Nuveen. Oh man, I'm loving these. I'm loving these in the chat right now. Thank you so much. Regional Director of Defined Contribution for Nuveen. We're a TIAA company. So we are part of TIAA. I think a lot of people know that, but not everyone does. And what some of you may not know is how large we are in the defined contribution space. So as an organization, we are the fourth largest manager of defined contribution assets in the industry. We have the fifth largest target date series in the TIAA CREF Life Cycle and Life Cycle Index funds. And we also have the third top selling target date fund in the industry. So for those of you who have not connected with your Nuveen counterparts, we would love to connect. We're consider ourselves really strong partners to advisors that are dedicated to the retirement plan space. Personally, I cover Maine to Pennsylvania, but I'd be more than happy to introduce you to your counterpart across the country, wherever that may be. So today I'm going to be talking about a professional designation for plan sponsors. But before I do, I would like to recognize my partner, Michael Butler from Nationwide, who was my partner in setting up this time today. Nationwide is one of our top partners in the industry. We're really thrilled to be working with them and have such a strong partnership. All right, so today I'm going to be talking about a really cool and interesting program called the Certified Plan Sponsor Professional Designation. So let me share my screen here. I'll give you 1 second. Great. So what I'm going to be discussing is a professional designation program that's specifically for plan sponsors. And what's, we all are familiar with professional designations in our own roles. In preparation for this meeting, I actually took the time to go to the FINRA website, and I found that there are 214 different professional designations for financial advisors or wholesalers or those in the financial services industry. And I thought that was a really interesting number, 214 professional designations. So we all have, probably most of us has some type of financial designation, whether it's the CFP, CFA, or maybe you have some designation like the accredited investment fiduciary designation or a qualified plan advisor designation. So we're all familiar with why we go through these programs and the value of it. What I'm here to talk about today is a program that you can offer to your clients and prospects that's a designation specific to them. It's called the Certified Plan Sponsor Professional Credential. This designation is complimentary through partnership with Nuveen. They're going to get a world-class education on what it means to be a fiduciary as a plan sponsor. And you're also going to get the benefit of getting some continuing education credit hours at the exact same time. So why did we decide to work on this program? Well, we've been polling some of our top partners, retirement plan advisors and consultants. And consistently what they were telling us is that they didn't have access to a formal education or training program which they could give to their clients and prospects. Furthermore, we went out and we worked with Strategic Insights to poll plan sponsors and see what their biggest needs were that weren't being met. 86% of plan sponsors ranked helping our organization comply with fiduciary responsibilities as the top highly valued services. And 73% of plan sponsors ranked providing investment committee education as the top service. Most advisors and consultants are providing this type of education already. You're doing it in your investment committee meetings, you're doing it in your conversations, you're doing it in your value-added meetings in terms of educating these plan sponsors on what their role is. What this program is it's just going to formalize it and it's going to give them some added value to advance their own career at the same time. The Certified Plan Sponsor Professional designation is offered by the Plan Sponsor Council of America. For those of you who aren't familiar with the Plan Sponsor Council of America, it was founded in 1947, and it is part of the American Retirement Association, which the National Association of Plan Advisors is also a part of. So you really have a world-class group of individuals that understands what it means to be offering services and education across the spectrum of those that touch the retirement plan industry. Today, the Plan Sponsor Council of America assists more than 6 million plan participants and provides members with a variety of programs and services to help them better manage their company's retirement plans. So why would a plan sponsor want to earn this credential? So what this program is, the Certified Plan Sponsor Professional designation is designed for anybody that works at a company and touches on that retirement plan. So specifically think of somebody like a human resources representative or somebody that has responsibilities for the plan that's not necessarily the president of the company or responsible for broader duties outside of human resources. Well, the reasons for it are you enhance your credibility. All the time I hear from advisors and consultants that are working with human resources folks. The human resources team, they know a ton about retirement plans, but they don't necessarily have the confidence or the leverage within inside their organization to really dictate and to say changes they should make into the plan. So it's going to enhance your credibility. It validates a specialized knowledge. So this is a world-class education program for plan sponsors. And it's going to validate that specialized knowledge of their role. It's a personal accomplishment. All the time I see individuals, everybody or most people need to do a year-end review every single year. So plan sponsors and these professionals that go through the program, they're putting it down on their annual review. What did you do this year to improve yourself and add value to the company? They're putting it down as a personal accomplishment, confidence of skills, and evidence of accountability. So outside of these reasons, all of these reasons why it's important to learn this information, the other benefits are this is already approved for continuing education. It's approved for 13 hours of SHRM continuing education credits. It's also approved for 9.75 hours of HRCI continuing education. So going through this program is also going to check the box for a lot of those credits that these human resource professionals need to hit each and every year. Finally, it's a career advancer. People who go through this program, just like how when we go through a professional designation, we'll put it on our email signature, we'll put it on our LinkedIn profile, we'll put it on our resume. It's a career builder, so there is a lot of interest and value add for people that want to take the step to go through this. So what is the program itself? So the Certified Plan Sponsor Professional has a few different flavors of how a candidate can get the education. Most commonly, what I see is the candidate chooses to go on the 100% online education program. There's 3 online courses consisting of 9 modules. The 3 broad categories of subjects are choosing your plan, building your plan, and running your plan, with a variety of subcategories underneath it. So for example, on choosing your plan, you'll see subjects like the most popular DC plan, the 401k. For building your plan, there's a section on plan fiduciary obligations, investment concepts, and behavioral finance. And for running your plan, there's vendor management, plan operations, and plan audits and compliance. Each one of these subjects has an online video, which the candidate goes through in order to get their knowledge and to learn what they need to know. Each module also includes with it a resource guide. So we fully understand that everybody has a different type of learning style that they go through, which best allows them to retain information. So in addition to the videos, they also have these resource guides, which contains all of the information that they need to know in just a written format. The reason why this is really important is that in order to get your actual credential is once you go through these modules, there's a 100-question online open book examination. So for those that go through and take this test, there is an exam at the end. I always encourage people not to be scared off by this test at the end of the program. What the test is, it's not designed for a plan sponsor to all of a sudden have the knowledge base of a advisor or an ERISA attorney and be able to recall some obscure, fiduciary fact off the top of their head. What the exam is designed to do, it's designed for the plan sponsor to have enough of a background of their responsibilities to be able to go through their information and be able to track down that answer and answer it correctly. What are the steps? What's the pathway to credential? It's really easy. There's a website on the Plan Sponsor Council of America webpage specifically for the CPSP program. So what you do is you go to the website, you sign up for the program. There's a Nuveen access code that gets you complimentary access to this program. I emphasize that it's not free. There is a cost associated with this. It's just complimentary through partners like Nuveen that are working with the PSCA to get this out there. We encourage folks to schedule a brief conversation with their financial advisor. You can loop me in or somebody can loop me in if they want, to kind of understand the process and what the requirements are to go through. Take the classes online, take the credentialing exam, and then you've earned your designation. So at that point, you're free to start using that CPSP in your LinkedIn profiles, email signatures, et cetera, et cetera. You also get a complimentary 1-year membership to the Plan Sponsor Council of America. And they have a lot of great programs specifically geared towards that plan sponsor audience that they'll find really valuable. Right here, you'll see a contact number for the Nuveen DCIO specialist team. I'm going to be shifting gears and sharing some screens directly from the CPSP website. I'm also going to be sharing my own contact information. However, I'm just going to stay on this page for a moment so you can see the contact number and the CPSP website if you want to take a quick screenshot of that. Great. So here's how, those are kind of the formal comments on what this program is. It's a complimentary value-added program that you can take to clients and prospects to give them something new and say, hey, Mr. and Mrs. Plan Sponsor, there's a complimentary program out there. It's from a world-class organization, the PSCA. You get access to that program for free because of my great relationships through industry leaders like Nuveen. And it's going to advance your career. You're going to get a bunch of SHRM continuing education credits out of it. and they're going to love you for it. Like, it's really is an awesome program. It's a world-class education, and that's going to advance their career at the same time. So it's something that people really like and really appreciate. My recommendation, or how I see advisors and consultants working best with this program, is that they're making that their own. You know, in the format of this meeting, you know, it's really kind of a more formal comments with the PowerPoint slide. What I see people doing, and what I do for my partners in the field, is if you have plan sponsors that you think they'd be interested in this program, let's schedule a joint meeting, a Zoom call just like this, where I'll share my screen and walk through some of the details of the program. And literally we can sign them up together on the website and show them how to access all of the content so they're ready to go. And it makes it really easy and accessible for the plan sponsor to pursue that. So I do see a couple questions here. So I'm going to pause here and answer a couple of the questions. So here's one: isn't TIA, CREF, and Nuveen also really an insurance company originally? That is a great question. Let me answer that one. Yes, that is true. So at its core, TIAA was founded in 1918 by Andrew Carnegie. It was really the world's first employer-sponsored retirement plan, and it was designed to be a pension for teachers that didn't have a retirement plan in place. The original product that's out there is called TIAA. That's the original product that was launched in 1918. And it is a lifetime income product. So it's a guaranteed account for participants that have been putting their money there. Today, that's just one of the solutions that we provide to the market. So Nuveen, being the asset management arm of TIAA, we're providing all sorts of different asset management services and investment management services, not just the lifetime income product in TIA traditional. The second question is, are there ongoing annual CE requirements, annual ongoing fees, or is this just a one-time charge for obtaining the designation? That's a really fantastic question. So there are some ongoing fees to maintain the designation. I don't think it kicks in the first year, if I'm remembering correctly. I believe that kicks in 1 or 2 years down the line. The CE requirements, not to my knowledge. I do believe I'm sure there's some type of CE requirements, but again, much like the ongoing fees, it's not something that kicks in right away where you need to go in there and take a bunch of online classes all at once. They really want to make this accessible, and in my experience, it has been really accessible for plan sponsors to be able to access the program. In terms of putting a value on it, so like I mentioned, this program is complimentary, but it is not free. So it's through great partners working with PSCA that we're able to offer this complimentary to plan sponsors. I've seen similar programs from organizations other than the PSCA offer this type of education program for $1,000 to $1,500. So that can give you an idea of what the value might be to some of these plan sponsors. So what I'm going to do really quickly is I'm going to share my screen again. I'm going to show you what this website looks like really quick. So this is it. This is what the website looks like. The CPSP for Plan Sponsor Professional webpage. It really is pretty easy to just log in and get started. I'm going to log in, see if I can log in myself. But essentially what you do, it says members only content right here. What we encourage people to do, and this is exactly what you should be doing or what we could be doing jointly together with your client, is you can see there's this create new account link right here. So all the plan sponsor needs to do is create this new account page, put in some of their information, enter the Nuveen access code, and they're ready to go and access the modules. The access code is, we have all of the materials that you need to offer this to your plan sponsors. You can see it right here. You've got this access code Nuveen_PS Learn. So we've got a full scope of different materials that you can use with your sponsors or prospects in order to make this as impactful as possible. There's all of the resource guides that we mentioned. Those can be delivered either in PDF format or they can be printed off and delivered in a hard copy, which is a really nice value add for somebody who's going to this program. We've got flyers and pamphlets that can kind of help the plan sponsor understand what they need to do in order to get this designation. And of course, myself or any one of the Nuveen counterparts, we're available to answer any questions that you might have on the program or work through it with your plan sponsors yourself if you're wanting that to be the case. So what I'm going to do one last time. All right, so here's my contact information. My email address is john.mueller, M-U-E-L-L-E-R @nuveen.com. My cell phone number is 312-623-7423. Myself or anybody else at Nuveen, we'd be happy to work with you on this program. I think it's a really fantastic idea and it's a really fantastic tool. I do think that, you know, I will also, as I stop sharing my screen here, I'll put my contact information in the chat feature as well. So if anybody has any questions, I'd be more than happy to answer and address them. So with that, Ari, I know we have a few minutes early. I think I covered all the questions, but I'm happy to answer any more questions if there are any. I don't know, I guess I'll pass it back to you. Or maybe we could take it, give people a breather if there's a few minutes before the next session.
Yeah, let's wait a minute or two.
Right.
Okay, I guess there are no questions. John, I appreciate being a part of this and for your presentation.
Thank you so much. Have a great day.
Thank you. Next guest, next presentation, one of my favorite guests, Ron Stair from Creative Plan Design. There are a lot of schlocky CPAs out there who don't have an attention to detail, don't care about plan design. And Ron and his firm is the complete opposite of that. So Ron, take it away.
Okay, so I'm trying to figure out Zoom here because I am somewhat...
Share screen on the bottom.
There we go, share screen, there we are. No, that's not working.
Share your screen and then you got to share your presentation.
Ah, there we are, look at this.
There you go, see?
You've done this before, I'm so excited.
From the beginning, there you go.
Now, how do I get that crap out? There we go. No, that's not what I want.
No. From the beginning, on the bottom left. There you go. That should work.
There we go. All right. So, to Ari's point, I live in a different space than most people. First of all you talking about nice things like we care about the participants and getting them to retirement and cutting their fees, and I don't care because I don't. I don't work for the participants, I work for the business owner. So the business owner cares about the participants, then I care about the participants. But generally speaking, to Randy's point, the majority of plans are small. And in that small plan space, there's four things for a retirement plan. It's a plan for me. It's a tax shelter for me. It's an employee benefit. It's an employee benefit for selecting key people that I care about more than others. And those are not mutually exclusive components. So the issue is asking the client enough questions to figure out what's going on. Also, to Randy's point, what we're seeing is the big box firms are all consolidating. And they've run out of very large plans to go after because there's not that many of them. So they're coming downstream. One of the axioms we have in the actuarial world is small plan actuaries can do anything, but large plan actuaries cannot do small plans. They don't know how to reduce scale. So the big box vendors do not do small plans well either. The infrastructure is too weighty. It is a certain minimum cost to do stuff. And when you have this incredible race to the bottom of fees, they have to hide it in other places. And that becomes the challenge to a large extent for the financial advisor to coach the business owner through the process of where are the fees? So when we look at, right now we have this uncertain time where the world is sideways. Nobody knows quite what's going on. When you're in that micro to small plan space, our business owners in some cases are holding on by their fingernails. They need guidance, they need hand holding, they need direction. But back to John's point, what's your time worth? No, I'm sorry, no, because that was still Randy doing the time value. What's your time worth? How much time can you spend with a client to walk them through these processes? And the needier the client is, the more time you have, the more you really need to get paid. They can go to the 1-800 call center. It's like, I refer to it as 1-800 bite me. You get that level 1 snuffy on the phone whose job is to keep you from going anywhere else in the hierarchy. And those people are generally not trained. At best, they're going to read from a script. You see my PEO foobar over here. We had 2 experiences in the same week. One of the online do-it-yourself 401k places that's affiliated with a PEO. The client was simply trying to get his money out after he severed his relationship with the PEO. 10 months later, they said to me, "Can you help us?" A series of emails from that vendor. There were 13 emails. 11 of them were different, but 11 of them each one individually violated the law. When I contacted the owner of that particular company, he said, "We don't like your attitude. We're not working with you. We don't care about what you've discovered was wrong with us." The same week, I had a similar situation with another vendor. Same thing, got a series of wrong answers, got a hold of the owner of the company again. He says, "Oh, please tell me what you found. We need to fix this." So there are very big differences in the customer service model of these different vendors. So don't think that just because they have a great reputation or a brand name, that you're going to get anything resembling the service that you and your clients need. Lots of stuff going on here. We got the CARES Act, we've got the Secure Act. I personally believe the pieces of the Secure Act and prior tax reform are going to be changed this administration. The CARES Act, quite frankly, other than distributions and loans and the documentation area, it really doesn't affect our plan design at all. But what we did for the first 8 weeks of COVID, 6 days a week, 8 to 10 hours a day, is we were on the phone with every one of our clients. We've got about 300 defined benefit plans in-house. Overall, we've got about 1,000 clients. And anybody who had either a safe harbor plan where they had a required contribution or any type of a defined benefit or cash balance plan, we were talking to them about the efficiencies of freezing the plan, what the impact was of freezing, suspending the safe harbor contribution, what would the impact be to them on that. Nobody knew where they were going. That actually, we garnered about 25 new clients because our clients went and told their friends what we were doing, where most people just ghosted them. And now we're busy. We were busy in December thawing defined benefit plans for the clients that came back, still consulting with the accountants on 199A issues, and reinstating the safe harbor 401ks. So the consulting has actually did lead to 25 new clients as a result of that level of consulting that was provided. With that, we drag the financial advisor along with us. And we track very carefully where these plans come from and who the FAs are, who the accountants are, and we keep everybody in the loop. Now the consulting is what's going to happen with the new administration. As I said, I believe that this is probably going to be the last year we're going to have 199A issues. It's an opportunity to talk to the accountants and talk to the clients and determine where is that sweet spot in plan design and plan contribution. Because sometimes our contribution to the retirement plan is worth $1.20 of deduction because it'll put you into that sweet spot for 199A. And other times it's overkill and it's only worth 80 cents on a dollar because you want to maximize the 199A flow through. So these are contributions to have with clients. If you're in the metropolitan area, you know, the poor guys that are in New York City, I got New York City taxes on top of that. So now I have 3 orbs of tax that are cycling in the air. And New York State has decoupled from the federal government for tax deduction purposes. So you need to know what the deduction is worth to your client and how it flows through. And that's one of your value adds, so you can figure that out. And if you don't know how to do that stuff, find a TPA who can help you with that. There are a handful of us around the metropolitan area, 291, I think, total TPAs or people that say they're TPAs. I've got 7 competitors. I'll tell you who they are. If you don't like me, I can't imagine you not liking me, but if you don't, well, I'll tell you who the other 7 are and you can go find one of them. Where am I here? We already talked about this stuff? Yeah, okay. So the consulting component does lead to a major win-win for people. I just really believe this. We talk to clients often. We ask a lot of very strange questions up front. For example, I ask people, do you have children? Are you married? Does your spouse have a job? If you're not married and you have a child, does the child's other parent have a job or a business that they run? Because that triggers control group issues. So, you know, we've got a doctor in Chicago with an attorney with a child that they share. The attorneys in New York, they have a control group between the 2 companies. And they look at you and say, what are you talking about? But this is a question on the IRS audit list. You need to be aware of these different areas of control that can occur. How long is the client going to work until retirement? Is this a one-shot deal? You know, we have personal injury attorneys. They catch an ambulance. They're surprised. Now they got a tax problem. What do I do? Well, you can't put the cash balance plan in for 1 year. So how do you structure this around their ebb and wane of compensation? We've got a large celebrity clientele in our office. Similarly, you know, they make a movie this year, they make a boatload of money, they may not work for 2 more years. These are things that you have to ask the client. How long do you have to retirement? What's your budget? What's going on with the employees? We picked up a case this week where 200 employees in the plan. I've got 80 of them that were hired in 2020. My question is this company in a rapid state of growth? Or did they have layoffs back in 19 and these are people replacing the old people and it's stagnant? Or do they have a special project that they're working on and these people are going to be gone? All of that comes into your plan design and your consulting for the client. What we do know is that when a plan is optimized for the business owner, they put more money in. And I'm always surprised at the fact that the business owners don't realize what their options are. Many cases, they're being told, they think that they can only put away the 19.5 into the 401k. They don't realize that they have the ability to do profit sharing. They don't realize they can pyramid a cash balance plan on top of it. They don't know they don't have to treat everybody the same. So this, again, the advisor gets in there and they start to talk about these things. This generates buzz and it will segregate you from the people who do this as the one-off kind of consultants. Um, the participation in a well-designed plan, it just leads to higher AUMs. I know that John Hancock did a study a few years ago. They said in the metropolitan area plans that we administer had average account balances that were 40% higher than other TPAs. It has nothing to do with the investments. It has to do with the fact that the plan's designed well, the employer puts money in it. So we've already touched on this a little bit. How much can I put away? This is an interesting question because you'll say to people, what's your budget? They have no idea. I need an idea from a design perspective, because if you tell me you only want to put away $70,000 a year and I can get you to 63 with a 401k profit sharing, I am not going to sell you a 401k plan, a cash balance plan on top of that to put away another $6,000 or $7,000. It doesn't make economic sense for the cost of administration, the complexity of the plan, all the other pieces that go with it. I may suggest, do you have a spouse that we could possibly put on the payroll? Or maybe you just don't put away quite as much money. How many years do you see this happening? Again, if it's a 2 to 5 year period, we can make the cash balance plan work. But if it's 1 year, not so much. We came across a plan about a year ago. I was actually brought in by one of our competitors. He said the client needs to cut their costs. We can't figure out how to do it. They had a safe harbor, they were giving everybody 3% on the safe harbor arrangement. The TPA didn't realize that based on your safe harbor notice, I don't have to give the safe harbor to people that I let in earlier than the 1 year of service, so that they fall into that otherwise excludable phase. This particular client, it meant $300,000 to the client because there's 1,700 people in this plan. So knowing the rules is really helpful. We have a client in the middle of an audit right now. It is not going to end well. We had them sign a hold harmless agreement when we put this plan in 5 years ago. He said, we're doing $10 million of construction. I said, where are your employees? We don't have any. I said, I don't think it's just you and your wife running around with a hammer and a pair of pliers. He says, no, everybody's a subcontractor. I said, check that out. They're wearing your uniforms. They're driving your trucks. I don't think they're subcontractors. And the labor department is now agreeing with me, and it's going to be messy. We also asked job categories. What do people do there? The reason being is if I'm going to start excluding people in a plan, I want to do it by a reasonable job category. So I can say, for example, I'm not covering RE just because I don't want to cover RE. But I have to have a reason to not cover RE, because RE is over 40. RE could sue me for age discrimination at age 40. So what we want to do in that space is have those job categories. We had an FA, we were back officing work for him. He was holding himself out as a pension guy. Their job categories were youngest and cheapest. That's not a reasonable category as far as the labor department is concerned. We touched briefly already on 199A. Again, if you're not familiar with that code section, it's going to be important this year. It may or may not last. I don't think it's going to last, but it's something to be aware of. Documents. I can't tell you how many plans we take over where nobody has a signed document. So we have one doctor that we just took over currently. The IRS picked it up. The guy has 4 plans, no documents that are signed. This plan the defined benefit plan has been frozen and thawed 6 times according to the actuarial report. I called the actuary. I said, where are the documents? He said, I don't have them. I only know what the TPA told me. Doctor's looking at $4 million. We're in the process of taking this through voluntary correction. We're going to probably get it down to about $350,000 to $400,000 of excise taxes. We've got to go back and redo 13 years of work on 4 plans. All because he doesn't have any documents that are signed by anybody. The TPA doesn't have them. The TPA's attitude was, well, I send them to the doctor. It's his job to keep them. The other problem we find with documents is the time of death. In the last 18 months, we've had five times the state attorneys have come to us because the vendors or broker dealers would not release money at time of death without the pension document. If you don't have the pension document, what happened to it? All 5 of those, we've had to take them back into non-amender programs. The estate had delays. The estate had expenses they shouldn't have had. In this case, primarily because the estate attorney never asked, where are your plan documents when they were doing the estate planning? But ultimately, it's still, the responsibility is still laid with the client. What's going to happen with the Biden administration? Who knows? There's chaos. There's always opportunity in the chaos. What's clear is they've already talked about the furlough and service rules. They're going to extend the amount of time people can be furloughed. The hours requirements, you get credit for the hours that you're furloughed. How does that fall into all of these plans? Did you have a break in service? Did you not have a break in service? If your payroll companies are going to do this, you are out of your tiny little minds. You have to have a competent TPA working with your bookkeeper, working with your payroll companies, or this is going to be a mess. Other thing that's clear is the IRS is going to be released to do audits. They are going to data mine the crap out of these plans. What we've seen is New York City Department of Labor has been amazingly tenacious and accurate at matching up deductions to tax returns to 1099s. And governments are all very, very hungry, and we're going to see this. So again, you want to have your clients do a self-audit. I know that's a service that Ari is a proponent of and he sells. And I think if your clients don't do this, depending on who their TPA is, they're silly. This is really a prophylactic step that people should take. Because I promise you, I can pick up almost any plan and find mistakes in it. The other thing that we're seeing is the Labor Department under the Secure Act wants us to start projecting how much money people are going to have on a monthly basis out of the plan. The average participant has no idea. They see, oh, I got $200,000. I'm good. Yeah, but it's only going to be good if you die within the next 3.5 years. They don't have any understanding of how long that lump of money is going to pay them enough to supplement their lifestyle with Social Security. I think it's an excellent idea. There's pushback being given all over the place. But this is one of the very few things that's easily automated. If I've got your date of birth, I've got the government mortality tables, I know how long that money is going to last you based on the government mortality tables in order to give you a projection as to what that really means in terms of a monthly revenue stream. Clients don't know. So again, it's up to you as the financial advisors to help educate people. Life expectancy is increasing. We'll forget the fact that we can keep a corpse alive. Are they going to have enough money to get to the end? The CARES Act and the PPP, we're not going to spend a lot of time on this because it's already been beat to death and everybody knows about it, as much as anybody does know about it. We still have the tax incentives to starting new plans. People should take advantage of that. Auto enrollment, I think auto enrollment is great. I just do. Statistically, the number of people that opt out of a plan is about the same as the number of people that opt into a plan. People are intrinsically lazy, and once they're in the plan, they stay in the plan. They rarely come back and start to adjust it. So I think it's a great idea. We do have a retirement problem in the country. What is going to come down the pike is right now there are 11 states that have some form of mandatory retirement plan. If you don't have one for your employees, you will have a state plan. New York State just does such a hell of a job managing their finances. I want them to have my 401k as well. MEPs, I'm not even going to get into my opinion about MEPs and PEPs. The only people I think really like them are the ones that are asset gathering and selling them. 316 services. 316 is a very interesting thing because it's 316 that's done what I refer to as spit and polish. I'm going to sign a tax return that I prepared. I'm going to sign a distribution return form that I prepared, or I'm going to do real 316 and I'm going to audit the payroll every pay period. I'm going to make sure the money gets in. We're going to coordinate with the payroll company, and we're going to do everything that the plan sponsor was supposed to do. The client needs to know what level of 316 they're buying because in some cases, it's a real false sense of security. Where'd I go? Went the wrong way. Record keepers. We've got all of this consolidation going on in the industry. Who owns the problem with you when it breaks? Plans break. They just do. Somebody in my office will transpose a number. Somebody in payroll will transpose a number. Too many people touch these plans. So if you think about who's touching them, the TPA, the record keeper, the payroll company, the plan sponsor, the plan participant, a lot of people touching it. Plans will break. What I don't need is 10 or 12 hours of people pointing fingers at each other. I want a record keeper that's going to own the problem with me. And we have a handful of record keepers that do an excellent job in that space. And find the record keeper that you can work with. Do you guarantee your work? We do. My staff knows I get really cranky if I have to write checks, but we make mistakes. We try not to make too many because, as I said, I get really cranky when we have to do that. But we have called BS on ourselves. We've missed, 2 years ago, we missed a highly compensated employee. It was the owner's daughter, different last name. We had it in the file. We didn't code it in the system properly. The ADP test had to be corrected. We wrote a check for the differential. We called the client and said, listen, here's what we're going to do. We're going to file an amended return. This is the story. And that's okay. What are your opportunities for growth today and return to normal business? You got to be out there in front of people. They want to talk to human beings. They don't want to call the 1-800 number. As I tell people constantly, do you really want to have, the motor vehicles experience or calling Cablevision in order to do your 401k? Because at least when I'm calling Cablevision or trying to get through to motor vehicles, I have a semblance of what I'm supposed to be doing. The civilian has no clue with the 401k space. So they're going to have that same Cablevision motor vehicles experience in a world that they have no clue. Are you in a bundled arrangement? Why? Why? One of our hashtags is unbundled is the new black. Bundling is difficult. I don't know what happened. Why is my screen changing here? You end up not liking me. Why would you want to get rid of the vendor and everybody else attached to the plan? If you're unbundled, you can replace pieces. So that's the advantage of unbundling. Bundle does not give you any real discounts and efficiencies. It just means you only have to call one person. But if you think about some of these large companies, especially some of the payroll companies that I'm not allowed to mention anymore because they've sent me nasty letters. The payroll company is separate from the payroll company's branded RIA, which is separate from the payroll company's branded TPA services. They have to exchange information internally with each other the same way I have to exchange information with the record keeper and with the payroll company. So they're really individual, independent companies that share a business card. That's all it is. Back to your time efficiency. Do you have to babysit your vendors? Do people call you back? I know one of the big competitors, in our space, you want to talk to them, you have to send them an email. Yeah, 4 hours to 2 days later, they'll call you back. Oh, you may not be there when they call you back. You start the cycle over again. Is that really how you want to do your business? There's nothing efficient about that. Do your vendors coordinate? In terms of, you've got payroll and you've got all these other moving pieces. How do they coordinate with each other? The service model, is it reactive because you jump up and down and scream? Or are they proactive saying, hey, something's coming up, let's try to fix this? Low bundled costs. And again, we're into this whole thing of what does it cost to do? Record keeping is a commodity. The assets are a commodity. TPA services and advisor services are not a commodity. So when somebody says, I'm going to do record keeping for $500, it's either going to be really crappy record keeping or they're getting paid someplace else. And that's what you need to find out, because on the fiduciary side, it's your job, if you're a fiduciary of a plan, to know how the sausage is made. And we dig into this stuff constantly because sometimes the stuff just doesn't make sense. Open architecture. Great. We have, 2,430,000 mutual funds. Which ones do you pick? So the open architecture is nice. Pick something, but too many choices are also not good. The bundle providers were 338. Be your own 338, because if they're giving you robo advice, you have no value. What value are you adding if they're already doing 338 robo? Pac-Man, Census, they just keep gobbling up small firms. What I've got there are 63 firms sharing a business card. Some of them are still very good, but the firms underneath really didn't change. But eventually it becomes the army, and your choices start to go away because the army can't have too many choices. TPAs that just disappear. We've got a few of them where they literally just disappeared. Nobody's got the files. We're recreating stuff for people. When you're looking at TPA, you want them to be more than an army of one. You want them to be preferably licensed, because in our particular space, my dog who's sitting here can actually hang out a shingle and say that she's a TPA. There's no requirement or bar for admission. You all know at this point that Mass Mutual sold to Empower. Fifth Third Bank went to Empower. Somebody else went to Empower. Empower's a fine company, but you're starting to lose choices. Principal bought Wells Fargo. At the end of the day, we're going to have 4 or 5 large vendors and a whole bunch of small places out there. As the record keeper, do they make your life easier as a financial advisor? What tools do they give you to help you enhance your value proposition? For those of you that don't know Marco Brown, he's got a company called FlexSoft. It's a great little product. What you do there is you load up your census data, and you can actually go back to the employees and show them what the real net after-tax impact is of them contributing to the 401k plan. It factors in the state taxes, the federal taxes. It's a very cool little tool. So when the employee says, I can't afford $1,000 a year, and you can point out, well, it only really costs you $612. Can you afford that? That's what that tool does. So who is providing those kinds of tools to you so you can go out and do your value proposition? Fee transparency. I am so frustrated with this. There's no free. My personal opinion is the PEPs are just going to give the payroll companies more opportunity to hide fees. But when you have this array of costs that you can't determine how people are getting paid, the bottom line is record keeping is still going to cost you a couple of $1,000s a year. TPA services are going to cost you what they cost you. The advisor's got to get paid. I refer to it as the high price of low cost. your job to know what's hidden. But unfortunately, there is no level playing field. I had a client, one of our TPA clients came to us and he said they've got 8 employees. They have individual accounts with a brokerage house. The financial advisor is charging them a point that the financial advisor is going in every week, taking payroll. Payroll company refuses to take the money and send it to the brokerage house. So the FA is going into the account, transferring the money to the brokerage house and allocating it to the participants' individual brokerage accounts. 5 weeks out of 8, he transferred the wrong amount of money. The client calls, the client's not happy. What am I doing here? Called one of my friendly FAs, got a vendor in there. There's $200,000 in the plan, just so you understand what the numbers are. Well, the vendor wanted a point and a quarter. The client says, well, I'm not paying 25 basis points more. I'm only paying a point now. Now everything is broken. Everything is wrong. Why would you do this? Client didn't move because he wasn't going to pay the extra $300 or $400 a year in fees. It's like, okay, not my problem. But it's an educational component that that you can bring value to the clients in that space. What could go wrong? There's only 78,000 pages of regulations out there. What could possibly go wrong? Distributions. We still have plans that require spousal consent. We know the individual's married. We get a form back that says, I'm single, send me the money. Distribution forms, they take time. And the online vendors, they said, we're going to do it for $50. The employee's going to trigger it themselves. The employees don't know what they're doing, and we're constantly fixing that. Last year, we had a number of clients that did not take RMDs because their financial advisor told them they didn't have to take RMDs because of COVID. What the FA didn't realize is that COVID exemption didn't apply to defined benefit plans. So we have people now that have $40,000 and $50,000 distributions, and they owe $20,000 excise taxes because of that. Stay in your lane. If you're not really sure, find somebody who knows what they're doing. Compensation, how is it defined in the document? So we have documents that say we're going to use total compensation, but we have documents that say we're going to use net compensation exclusive of dividends, overtime, things of that ilk. You need to really coordinate this with the accountant and the payroll service at the end of the year to understand what the compensation is that's being used. Terminations, did the employee really terminate? Got people that they want to get the money out of the plan. I don't have a distributable event. They fire themselves. You can't fire yourself when you're the business owner. Take your distribution and come back to work following Monday. The terminations are a big deal. When do they terminate? How many hours did they have? What does the plan say? Does the plan say that you have to be there on the last day of the year? These are all component pieces that need to go there. And ongoing service. There's notices, there's amendments. We've got brand new shiny documents going out the door that will have snap-on amendments because the language in the documents got approved before law changes, and now plans have to be amended. If you think about the COVID land, what's going to happen there is going to be really interesting because people were doing COVID distributions last year. The documentation doesn't have to be done until 2022. In between, is the payroll company going to track this? Is the TPA going to track this? Does the client change vendors in the middle of this? Who is going to track what happened during COVID to get the documentation right a year and a half from now? So you really do need a team of people that are going to coordinate with you and understand this stuff and try to tie it all together. We're doing this for over 40 years. I am really good at this, but collectively we are spectacular at it. We're one of only 61 firms nationally that are CFEC certified. For those of you that are AIF, AIFAs, Center for Fiduciary Excellence, same group. I think in the metropolitan area, there's only 4 CFEX firms. Just says that we subject ourselves to the, the highest fiduciary standards out there in the industry. Everybody in our shop is credentialed, including some of the support staff. And we answer the phone. We have real live human beings answering the phone. So just remember, there's no such thing as free because no one really likes you that much. And that's it. Anybody have any questions or any answers?
I think there's a couple of questions. What's IRS code 199A?
199A has to deal with flow through entities. So essentially, if I have a business and it's a sub S or a partnership is taxed as a sub S, within certain confines, I only have to declare. So let's say I'm making $500,000 a year on my sub S, and I pay myself $150,000, and I take the other $350,000 out as sub S distributions. I only pay tax on 80% of that $350,000. The other 20% is completely exempt from taxes. It's I didn't understand the rule when I did it. It's out there and people are using it. But if you're in a service business, and they clearly identified who the service businesses are, basically any licensed professional and anybody whose brand is tied to their celebrity status. So Bobby Flay was actually the example they gave in the code. You're only allowed, you and your spouse are only allowed $417,000. And if you make more than that, you lose the advantage of 199A. The only thing that's above the line in that calculation are the retirement contributions. So we had people front loading their defined benefit plans in order to bring their contribution, their compensation down to a low enough level that they could get the 20% free money at the other end. And it's still around this year, and we've seen people in that world. Where are we going with that calculation? So it's very powerful because 20% free money is better than tax deductible money. What was the other questions?
Creative Plan Design may be the most appropriately named firm I've ever encountered. How did you come up with the name?
Basically, we were sitting around one day when we were doing stuff, and somebody said, that was a Creative Plan Design. I said, okay, that could be our name. Literally, when I bought the company, I bought a subset of a company that was in Connecticut at the time, and we had to name the company in New York. And I had a couple of partners, and we were sitting around, and he just said, you're doing Creative Plan Designs. And I said, okay, that's where it came from.
With the expiration of the CARES Act, loan distribution provisions, do you think a lot of CARES Act related plan defects will be discovered going forward, particularly with the resumption of loan repayments after repayment suspensions?
Hold on, I just lost that. I don't see the question up on the screen, Ari. Could you ask that again?
Simply, I lost the question. But basically, do you see any plan defects because of the COVID distributions, especially with loan suspensions?
You're breaking up and I'm not hearing you.
For COVID distributions, do you see any plan defects coming about, especially with loan repayments?
I see some, but I really do believe that the IRS is going to be kind and gentle here, knowing that it's very confusing. But they have called BS on one scheme that's already been done. We've had, it was written up in one of the doctor's journals where they were saying, take a COVID distribution for $100,000, throw it into a Roth, convert it to a Roth IRA, pay your taxes over 3 years, and then take other money later on from another source and put that back into the plan, and then recover your taxes that you paid. And the IRS has already called BS on that. Good thought, but not going to work. I think as long as people make a good faith effort to get stuff done, I think they're going to be fine.
Okay. That's it. Ron, I appreciate it. Great presentation as always.
Were there any other questions?
That's it. And Sheldon sends his regards.
Well, okay, good. You came up in conversation last week with him.
Yeah, well, I didn't get the daily call today, so.
Anybody need, but let us be a resource. If you have questions, give us a call.
Absolutely. Send Andy my best regards.
Will do. Thank you.
Got it. Take care.
Okay, bye.
Our last presentation, James Holland, last but not least.
Hey, Ari, how are you? It's tough enough being the closing act in a live conference, holding people from the bar. It's going to be worse, I think, from a virtual perspective. It's been a great day. The information is unbelievable. So for the advisors who are on board and online now, there is no greater resource than Ari and his group of resources. So Mike, appreciate that. I knew you would be. You've been talked at and shown enough slides probably to last you for a year or so. So I told Ari when I came on that in fact, there wouldn't be any slides or an agenda. Greg, let's go Mets. I'm right there with you. So wanted to open this up to anything and everything 401k related. So the advisors who are still here, questions on prospecting, where they think the space is headed, how litigation is going to impact anything. You know, Ari, if there's a couple of things that haven't been covered that you want to cover, by all means. I figured let's end the day a little more relaxed fashion and let some of the participants.
Where do you see things going of late? I mean, consolidation. I've never really had your take about consolidation.
Yeah, again, I think Ron made some excellent points. There's going to be two camps. There's going to be that, again, you'll find there'll be 3 or 4, I agree, mega 401k shops. And for folks who are looking for that boxed approach and an 800 number, then, that'll be fine. And for the people who are actually involved and want to put their clients forward, they're going to reach out to people like Ron and Chad's group where they can get a human to answer the phone and give them a little more detail and some different options. Ron brought up about 4 or 5 great examples. I can't tell you how many times we're speaking to a client about profit sharing or something, and they said, "Oh, that's what we were told." And well, didn't you ask any questions a little more detailed about what's available and how to take care of the people you're trying to take care of? So it's going to continue, obviously, because trends like that, as far as if you don't have the people or the technology or the experience, i.e. like Ron's group that 40 plus years and everybody some type of designation, you're just not going to be able to compete because you don't have access to the plan sponsor. So I think it will continue for a good bit, and then there'll be basically 2 choices: the big box or the
Yeah, but the problem with larger providers getting larger is that they no longer become nimble. So therefore, what it's going to happen is there's going to be parts of the business where they're going to say, you know what, we don't want to be part of it. It doesn't fit within our little box. Go see somebody like Ron Stair.
And you do see a little bit of that in this space, especially for the provide. I bet you there's a whole host of recce keepers and other folks who would do exactly that. Say, hey, listen, call Ron. One of the larger payroll providers, I had met the national sales guy, and I'm like, listen, you lose 110,000 plans a year. And he's like, yeah, but we gain 111. So the approach that they take is, they're going to find someone to replace it. And for the disengaged plan sponsor, that's fine. But for the folks who are, really trying to do the right thing, that's where the PCSs and the creative plan designs are really going to be different, especially if you're an advisor here, because your value proposition is going to be questioned first before everyone else, because Ron does something on a daily basis. Chad's group does something on a daily basis. A lot of them are going to start wondering, what exactly are you doing on a daily basis? So having partners like Ron and Chad and groups like that who have your back is going to be incredibly important.
Here's a great question from Mike, of course. James, is there a specific trend that you think will actually emerge in 2021 rather than being just marketing hype? PEPs, in-plan annuities, something else?
Excellent question. Again, Mike always puts that's there. Obviously, the PEP thing will certainly be a trend because anything new, everyone wants to talk about, and a good number of people want to try. I think Lyle brought up some points. Ron brought up, you were constantly bringing up the points. Again, if you don't know what you're doing, then be careful of what you wish for because it might take place. The in-plan income thing, the annuity aspect, I mean, how many years have we been talking about that? And, it doesn't seem, is it going to happen at some point? Yes, I suspect, but, the pricing aspect of it, the transparency aspect of it is still seems to be the, bugaboo that they cannot figure out. So I think you'll see more along the lines of, that monthly option where they're going to show you how much you're going to get, what your gap is, and how do you get there. I think people will trend to that more than say buying this annuity that's going to guarantee me that.
Yeah, I mean, PEP's my I'm talking about tomorrow. I think a lot of the providers that I've been working with, it remind I'll say something out of place, but there's a line in the movie Naked Gun, like a blind man in an orgy. I just got to feel my way around, and that's how. And now it's of course recorded that I said that. Plan providers, they because of the lack of guidance, they're just making it up, kind of like making it up as they go along. I think we're all kind of making up as we go along in terms of agreements. There's nothing set out there, and that we can really. It's something new, and there's still so much guidance left that the Department of Labor has been unwilling to reveal.
Yeah, which is the same. I mean, we had the open map conversation how many years ago, and it was again, until someone gets in trouble, then everyone else will get in line. I mean, that's how it worked with the litigation. That's how it works with everything, is who's going to be the first, person put in front of the firing squad, and then who's going to react after.
Here's a great question from Greg. He's on a Bitcoin kick. What do you think of Bitcoin?
I am it's well above my pay grade, Greg. I've read a few papers. I'm trying to find some classes. I agree with Blaine. I don't see it in the 401k space anytime soon.
Volatility is amazing. I got like $5,000 in Bitcoin and some of the other ones, and I mean the twists and turns it makes. I think we're down 7-8%, and I'm still up 78%. It doesn't.
Oh no, yeah, but I think
it was up 130%.
As far as using it in the qualified plan space,
no way,
because there's. No. You got liquidity issues. There's no regulation yet, so
regulation is a big deal, and then the volatility.
Yes. So, and for people I mean, they have enough trouble understanding, a revenue sharing and expense ratios. Trying to figure that out is just not going to, be conducive to the
funds for a while. They're not going to want Bitcoin.
No.
And it's hilarious. Because like Bitcoin and blockchain, and what's interesting is, I'm big on sports memorabilia and card collecting and all that stuff. And the newest thing, somebody selling, you buy NBA highlights of like a player getting a basketball. And apparently you open up a pack. First of all, you don't open a pack, you buy it online, and you open it online, and then you get like, what I think I had Jimmy Butler. And it's him making one shot or something, and people are actually selling it online for profit. It's the craziest thing. These digital assets are just amazing that people would pay so much money. But then again, people are paying so much money for shares of DraftKings or whatnot.
And yeah, exactly. So I think that's I didn't mean to deduct the question, Greg. You're just above my pay grade at the moment. Yeah.
The answer is no. No way. And I'm not very definitive on answers, but that's my answer. Mike has another great question. If you could wave your magic wand and change one thing in the retirement plan industry, what it would be? For example, for me, it would be probably eliminate revenue sharing.
Certainly up there on the list. And Mike, you might not need a magic wand. I will go out on a little bit of a limb, but you are going to see some litigation before the year end that will show that revenue sharing is in fact a per se issue for plan sponsors. The offset from a administrative expense will not hold up. And Mike, you will, hopefully later this year, we'll be able to have a deeper conversation about that. But if I could change one thing, and I'm sure this is, probably going to disassociate a few folks with me, is again, the idea of, the advisor bringing value from a fund selection and the participants getting involved in picking them. If people would just get out of their own way and realize that their value is somewhere else, the advisor and the participant saying, listen, I'm not good at this. Well, then stop trying. Let a professional do it for you. There are a ton of cost efficient ways that are going to get you to that goal. So like Ron said, you don't have, $200,000 because it's not going to last as long as you think it is. And they really do need to realize that from an advisor perspective, get out of the way because you're not good at picking funds. You never have been. So stop trying, and participants, stop trying to figure it out for yourself. Let the professionals do it for you. They're going to be better off. So if there was again, somewhat self-serving, because we're all about full disclosure here. We run a program with Chad's group at PCS called the Next Generation and Russell, where we believe managed accounts are the answer. And we're going to push towards that regard because, again, the fewer, like Ron said, there's too many people touching the plan now, and that causes problems on the admin side. Well, there's too many people touching it on the participant side, and that causes problems too. So I would push towards the the managed account side and let people who know what they're doing do it for you.
For me, it's I still think the fiduciary standard. I think that there's still it reminds me of something where I just saw, I think yesterday on Facebook, somebody in the community, can I have somebody help me with an IRA? And my thing is I would go speak to somebody who's an RIA. I don't know, that's my bias. I wouldn't speak to somebody who's in the insurance business. I talk to insurance people when I want to buy insurance. I talk to brokers. To me, it's, again, I feel that if everybody wants to be in the business of being a retirement plan advisor, I think they should all be fiduciaries.
No, I totally agree. Anything related, and yeah, so we can, when it comes to legal issues, that's it. Ari, we call Ari. We're not. No one here is going to get their JD and become an ERISA expert, because you can't. You need to stay in your lane. And the fact of the matter where folks are, and most of them brush it under the table and figure, okay, the person's going to forget about it before I get an answer, and that is never the approach. So I think there should be a separate accountability. I say it all the time. Just because you're a financial advisor does not make you an ERISA expert. If you break your arm, you're not going to the internist, you're going to the orthopedist. Why? Because that's what they specialize in. Ron gave us some great points about asking your administrative providers, do you have this, and this? There's got to be a checklist too for advisors. How many plans do you do? What do you know of the DOL and the IRS? Have you ever done any corrections? These are all issues that, again, plan sponsors don't know because they don't understand, but are going to become more prevalent in the space. And that's why partnerships are going to become more popular in the space. I think a lot of advisors are starting to realize, hey, wait, bringing in someone else to be the 338 or even a 321, just to give that retirement plan committee a second set of eyes watching over the advisor. People think somehow they're going to end up losing the business, but in actuality, it brings a ton of credibility to the client because you're confident enough to bring someone in to help you either support your argument or provide the services that you're not. And I think those are, for the advisors in the space who really want to compete, we've been saying it for over a decade now. This is a team sport, and it always will be. And the folks who want to go it alone are going to end up alone and out of the business.
Here, Mike's got a good question. What do you think of the new proposed Secure Act 2.0 that would require automatic enrollment in many new established plans?
Again, to Ron's point earlier, and we say it all the time as well. I think it's a great idea. Is it forced savings? Whatever people want to argue against it, yes, but it needs to be done because they're not going to do it for themselves, and people don't opt out. They just don't, because for the same reasons they don't join, they don't opt out of the plan because they're lazy. Like Ron said, I think that's one of the points we bring up with our advisor people all the time. Anything that's going to enhance the individual's setting money aside. And I would almost argue, and again, probably going to get myself in trouble, but the auto escalation should also, again, because putting in 2% for a lot of people is never going to get them anywhere near the finish line. So,
get them involved early. Hopefully you put in a good piece to education and you get people in against their will. Then hopefully you could turn them into people who are willingly participating in increasing the deferral amounts.
Yeah, exactly. But that also leads to conversations with, kids, younger employees, things like that, where now more people get involved. So anything that's going to help participation in the system, I readily support.
Here, any tips for vetting the offloading of the fiduciary responsibility for plan sponsors, 338 versus 316? Should litigation be a red flag? Should that disqualify a vendor? I mean, every vendor who's big enough gets sued.
Yeah. So again, not to turn this into the Ron Stairs follow-up show, but he made some great points. From a 316 perspective, the vetting has to be, super diligent, because you don't want someone who's just checking the box and signing off or doing a 316 light. They got to know the IRS code in and out. They got to know how the DOL operates. They have to have been involved in some type of correction process for a plan sponsor. So there's some very detailed questions on that side that need to be asked. 338, again, insurance, bonding, all of those things are important. From a 338 perspective, again, understanding of ERISA, how many plans, how long have you done it, what kind of credentialing and insurance do you have? These are all things that are imperative, because if they are, truly going to assume that responsibility, read the agreement. What does it say in the agreement? Who drew up the agreement?
Right.
Where did they get the information from? So therefore, they know that they're being protected, which I think you're seeing a lot more of. The big boxed approach to 338 is losing a lot of favor, because they don't want 5 choices of a model and an 800 number. This is I hear a lot about the robo-advisor aspect. Not going to happen in the 401k space. There's too much at risk. People want to talk to people. They want someone who's going to pick up the phone. They want someone who's going to be involved on a regular basis that they can see and talk to. So the vetting is important, and then the depth of the team as well. It's not just the advisor you're working with. Who do they have around them that can help support them, should they not be available at that given time?
All I'll say about 316 is, if somebody would have Googled Jeff Ritchie's name when they were hiring Advantage Benefits, they would have seen that he was banned from trading in he was banned from being in the securities business. That should have been a sign.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, and forgive me, I'm not sure, but I think it's Section 411 or something along those lines that, have you asked any questions? Do you know anything about the people? I can't tell you how many times we come across brokers and, have you ever done a broker check? No. Well, okay. The guy has been at 6 firms in 5 years because he's been fired 5 times for, taking people's money.
Yeah. I had a waterproof, I'm down here in my, first floor of my house. I had a waterproofing company here many years ago because I Googled, I found the first waterproofing company. They were terrible. And then when you Google later, you see all the multiple complaints they had with Nassau County, and you see that the owner, the guy who was not the licensee, the guy that I would talk to, he was a podiatrist who lost his podiatry DP license because of Medicare fraud. But that's on me. That's
yes.
But I'm a fiduciary. I don't have that, I don't have that excuse. Mike, of course, has a great question. Just because this is Ari's show, James, what is your favorite disaster movie?
Favorite disaster movie? Oh, man.
Everybody knows mine is The Poseidon Adventure.
I was going to say that. That's where I was going. A classic, maybe Yeah, I'm gonna have to stick. You know, it sounds like I'm sucking up to him, Mike, and I wish he would have let me answer before he did, but I was.
I mean, there was because
But I'm definitely going in that direction. Definitely
last,
going in that direction.
last few podcasts, I was talking about the Reverend Scott line where he's talking to the other the chaplain of the boat, and he's like, "Why don't you come with us?" No, I have to stay. I have to, and he's like, "Why are you staying? You're gonna die." It just makes no sense, and to me that it reminds me of all these different organizations that I saw, and like, why don't you just improve yourself? Why you're staying here? You're gonna die, and you know, I've seen TPAs like that. Well, fee disclosure, that's going to kill your business. You understand that? You know, there's certain TPA when I think of with revenue sharing and all that stuff, you're going to die here.
Yeah. Now the plan analyzer, so that we have a patented program that does investment evaluation tools. We shared it with a different ERISA attorney who asked some questions, and her response. So I would never show that to my client because it would scare the crap out of them. Well, I mean, then isn't that a concern? And Mike, the close second, Mike, Towering Inferno, close second, absolutely.
I would have to agree, because after Towering Inferno, it gets worse. I mean, Earthquake was decent, but then, you know, the Swarm, when time ran out, whatever. So of course now we're in the movie questions: Airplane or Naked Gun?
Airplane, please. Yeah, no, Airplane. Yep.
Everybody knows it's my favorite movie of all time.
I mean, hey, so how many years ago was it, Ari? I don't even know at this point. How many?
1980.
Okay, so and you could probably not go a day without quoting it. If you're talking to a friend, there's always something you can pull from there. That
yeah, Greg mentioned he said Super Ship something. No, Airport 79 is actually really good. I forget if that's a disaster movie. That's a really cheesy disaster movie that's hilarious, because you have the Concorde making movements that no plane could do. Stand. I mean, you know, you got George Kennedy opening up the window while he's like, who knows how many thousands of feet in the air, shooting a flare gun. I mean, I love that stuff.
And you can tie it in, because I think Clyde brought up Kareem, right, as one of the greatest of all time, and he's in Airplane. So there's a
the funny thing about Kareem was the original idea was it was going to be Pete Rose was going to play that role, but they were filming Summer, and that's why Pete Rose couldn't do it. So he was going to be that role, and the only reason that is the funny thing about Airplane is that it is really a takeoff. And I think this is where we'll lose the audience. It's not a takeoff of the airport movies. There are some scenes like Airport 75 with Martha Ray in the bathroom, and the nun singing to the girl. That's from Airport 75. But outside of that, Airplane is a remake of the movie called 0 Hour, where there's a guy by the name of Ted Stryker who takes over an airplane where people eat bad fish. The captain eats bad fish, and one of the captains is played by Elroy Crazy Legs Hirsch, who was a halfback for the LA Rams. And so he was acting the movie, and that's the only reason Kareem is in the movie, because he's an athlete as well.
Very interesting. Very interesting.
Which I don't know what this has to do with retirement plans, but you know, when you're at the end, you know, what else are you going to talk about?
Exactly. So no, great first day. I mean, the again, for the advisors who are on, we appreciate you taking the time.
Well worth a watch. I own it on iTunes, but Mike, if you just go on YouTube, type in 0 Hour Airplane, you will actually see the side-by-side shots that are just so similar. And you know, the line of where I picked the wrong week to stop drinking coffee. I think that's in 0 Hour, and we do have to find somebody who didn't eat fish. That's in there. A lot of the scenes are in there. So, at the very least, I would recommend that you check on YouTube. Someone did splice the scenes together, and you could see that it's verbatim. So the producers of Airplane, the Zucker brothers and Jim Abrams, actually bought the rights to 0 Hour and were able to make Airplane. So
there you go. And the perfect ending note there. So
exactly. But it was a great event today. Walt was a great guest. I got some good questions. I threw in that Cleveland line to know there. I didn't know if it was going to be a sore point about Cleveland. But we'll have Doc tomorrow, and more importantly, the Retireaholics at 1 p.m. Eastern for an hour. That should be a lot of fun. So tonight the video will go up. So if you missed any part of the show, it should be up on demand. And then after tomorrow, you'll have to email me because I don't have such a big cloud over there with Zoom. But the videos will certainly be available. So if you had to, go see a client, or nobody sees clients anymore, or Zoom a client or call a client, the videos will be available. So I appreciate everybody who stuck around for day one, and we'll see you tomorrow, 11 a.m. Eastern. Thanks so much.
Thanks, Ari. Have a good one.
Bye.